My name is Bai Cha, and I'm working on revising my thesis in the dorm room when my roommate, Yu Xinjin, approached me hesitantly. She asked if I could do her a favor and pick up a package for her because she wasn't feeling well. Though she quickly tried to backtrack, I agreed with a smile, saying it was no trouble since I planned to visit the supermarket anyway. Yu Xinjin hadn't been herself lately. She looked pale and tired, staying up through the night. Last night, when my poor sleep had woken me up, I even saw her sitting stiffly, staring at the wall. Something was clearly wrong. I offered her a gentle reminder to visit a doctor, as health comes first, and patted her head before heading out. As I left, she looked emotional, apologizing under her breath once I was gone. It seemed like she was burdened with something heavy. Outside, it was a gloomy, drizzly day. I walked slowly under my umbrella, careful as always to avoid getting sick. My body was fragile, a fact I'd come to accept. My health had always been weak, and I needed to take extra care. At the supermarket, I retrieved Yu Xinjin's package. It was a surprisingly heavy box. She asked me to open it and check the contents. Despite not wanting to, I agreed. That's how I've always lived, quietly accepting people's requests, needing to be soft and agreeable. Any deviation would invite judgment or pity I didn't want. Using a borrowed knife, I opened the package. Inside was a statue. It looked like a Buddha figure, seated on a lotus, but instead of radiating kindness, it emanated a chilling malice. I shivered, a sense of unease washing over me. The statue's gaze felt alive, oppressive, and suffocating. Then everything shifted. Whispers filled my ears, chanting my name in a creepy, growing echo. My heart raced painfully, and a crushing fear made me freeze. I was on the brink of losing consciousness when everything went black. When I came to, I felt cold, like I'd fallen into an icy lake. A female voice called out, irritated, telling me to hurry up. I was no longer in my dorm. It looked like a small, unfamiliar motel room. Weak and feverish, I sat up, my body aching. Fever was nothing new to me. I'd grown used to estimating it. Looking around, I spotted something strange, a futuristic interface floating in the air. It displayed my name and some details, saying it was generating a skill for me. Was this some kind of game? Before I could think too deeply, the woman who had shouted earlier barged in. She was clearly annoyed, scolding me for being slow. Her reaction made me realize this place was dangerous. I played along, smiling softly and asking where I was. She seemed irritated, muttering that I was unlucky to be a rookie in an A-level scenario. Her tone warned me to follow and keep quiet, especially around someone she referred to as the bald guy. It felt like the beginning of a terrifying new reality. I followed the woman, my steps unsteady, while sneaking another glance at the floating panel in front of me. Some text messages popped up, bets on how long I would survive. It was distracting, so I figured out how to turn it off. Before doing that, though, I checked my profile again. It listed my initial skills. 1. Daughter Flower LV. 0. This weak plant can only survive by drawing strength from powerful beings. 1 use left. 2. Flower of Lies LV. 0. Enough lies become truth. 3 uses left. I couldn't help but smile a little. This weird game seemed to know me well. If this wasn't just a dream, and I could tell it wasn't, then that creepy statue had dragged me into this strange world. While I was lost in thought, we reached a rundown guest house. The woman stopped, and I followed her down to the lobby. There was no one at the front desk, but another statue sat on it, radiating the same sinister, bone-chilling feeling. I struggled to look away, my chest tightening with pain. In the lobby, 5 men and 1 woman were already there. Including me and the short-haired woman I followed, there were 8 of us. One of the men stood out, a bald, muscular guy who looked mean and intimidating. He kept staring at me in a way that made my skin crawl. He seemed to hold some authority, as the others around him either sucked up to him or looked quietly resentful. I knew right away that sticking close to the short-haired woman was my best bet for now. If this really was some kind of horror game, my weak body made me a likely early casualty. The woman glanced at me, but said nothing. The bald man spoke, annoyed. "Why are you so slow?" He twirled a knife, his eyes still glued to me. "Are you new?" he asked with a nasty grin. I kept quiet and sat in a corner with the woman, who simply stated, "Everyone's here now." The bald man's gaze lingered on me a moment longer before he shifted focus. "All right, let's start. Did anyone do research before coming?" "Share what you know," he said, then pointed at me. "You, the last to arrive, go first." All eyes turned on me. My fever was spiking and my throat was swollen from inflammation. I felt so cold and weak, and my already pale face looked ghostly. The short-haired woman hesitated as if she wanted to speak up for me, but she stayed silent. She decided there was no point in defending a sickly newbie. I coughed a bit, then spoke hoarsely. "I don't know much, but the statue on the front desk might be a key clue." My voice was soft, but I sounded calm and believable. The bald man lost interest, grumbling that I'd better not slow them down in this dangerous A-level game. I lowered my head, looking timid. The short-haired woman then mentioned, "I got an A3 level mission notification for this haunted guesthouse scenario. The success rate is only 20%. We need to learn the rules, and disobeying or even following them could lead to death." She paused, reluctant to share more, but continued anyway. "I'm AB1 level player. Normally, we wouldn't be thrown into something 3 levels above us. Players shouldn't be in a game higher than 3 sublevels over their rank." A guy in glasses added, "This game balances ranks. Someone stronger must have entered. I'm B3, so if B1 is here, then someone as high as A6 must be present." He glanced at the bald man. "Kai is A8. There shouldn't be anyone higher, right? Any C3 to C5 players?" My head throbbed painfully. Despite being sick, I was used to pushing through. I quickly tried to organize the information. 1. This game had ranks, likely labeled a through D or even more, each split into 9 sublevels. 2. Players got a notice before entering a game. I hadn't known about this game. I'd been roped in through that package, probably some mystical substitute trick. Yushinjin must have known what it was. 3. Game balance depended on ranks. If an A3 game normally balanced from A3 to B9, higher-level players like A4S adjusted the minimum rank downward. In the middle of piecing all this together, a guy in a hoodie spoke up nervously. I'm C3, he said. I stood near the bald guy, Kai, who was apparently the highest ranked among us at A8. Meanwhile, the guy next to him was at C3, the lowest. Everyone else in the room seemed to be part of this ranking system, and I couldn't help but scan the people around me, trying to figure things out. If I was truly a new player, I shouldn't have a rank, but things were complicated. Maybe Yushinjin had dragged me into this game, substituting her own level with mine. When Kai's attention landed on me again, I felt nervous. He demanded my rank, and though I didn't know mine, I bluffed and said, I'm C3. The other C3 guy was shocked, questioning how there could be 2 players with the same low rank unless there was another high-level A8 player around. I pretended to look hurt, my expression full of nervousness and worry. Meanwhile, more comments from this strange floating chat appeared, doubting me and predicting my downfall. But I wasn't scared. Instead, I focused on gathering whatever information I could from their messages. Kai wasn't convinced and grabbed me, an old, blood-stained axe suddenly in his hand. He accused me of lying, demanding to see my player panel. Though I trembled, inside I was calm. I activated my skill, Flower of Lies, which made my false claim about being C3 temporarily true. I opened my panel and there it was, my name, by Cha, and my rank now listed as C3. The system had worked. Kai seemed disappointed but lowered his axe, muttering about how someone like me could reach C3, accusing me of relying on my looks. I kept up my frightened act, shrinking back. The short-haired woman next to me, Xiao Xiao, questioned why we were wasting time arguing instead of focusing on the game's goal, finding clues. Kai wasn't satisfied, but others, like a man named Wang Xuming, suggested we stop bickering. He mentioned we only had 3 nights to clear the game, or we'd all be doomed. Kai reluctantly agreed and announced we'd pair up. I immediately grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand, begging to stay with her. She didn't refuse, and Kai didn't stop us, likely thinking I'd be useless anyway. We split into pairs, and I quietly followed Xiao Xiao back to her room. Once there, she turned to me, her eyes sharp. "Are you really a newbie or not?" she demanded. Xiao Xiao stared at me, probably thinking how fragile I looked with my feverish, flushed face. I was so weak that even a breeze could knock me over. Being sick in a game like this was practically a death sentence. If I was truly a newbie, I must have been clever to survive this long. "I am new," I whispered, "but I have a skill that lets me change my rank once." Xiao Xiao frowned. It sounded like a useless skill to her, though it had saved me for now. Skills in this game were random and tailored to each person, so she didn't doubt me. "Well, that's smart of you," she admitted, "but you still look too weak to be useful." Xiao Xiao began searching for clues around the room, mentioning that ghost story games like this usually had written hints. I, on the other hand, felt too dizzy to move much, so I sat on the bed and opened the bedside drawer, where I found a flyer. "Is this what we're looking for?" I asked, showing it to her. We looked at it together. The flyer had a picture of tall buildings and a giant, sinister statue that looked exactly like the one I'd seen at the front desk and before entering the game. Xiao Xiao asked about the vision I had mentioned earlier. "It looked like this," I replied between coughs, feeling even more exhausted. Xiao Xiao seemed thoughtful, but also annoyed. She told me I needed to work on getting stronger when we got out of here. She flipped the flyer over to read the rules. Meanwhile, I was feeling the fever burn hotter. My head felt like it was on fire, probably reaching 39 degrees. Even though I was used to being sick, this was making me miserable. I stood up, planning to go cool down with some water. Xiao Xiao noticed and frowned. "Where are you going?" she asked sharply. "To wipe myself down." "I have a fever," I answered, my voice faint. Xiao Xiao sighed, annoyed that someone could be sick in a game, but pointed out a rule on the flyer. If water in the bathroom turned red, we had to call for help instead of panicking. I struggled to focus on the flyer's text, feeling my brain slow from the fever. I memorized the other rules. There was no real front desk. There were 3 floors, and the kitchen's meat was supposedly safe. The bathroom rule about red water worried me, but I nodded and handed the flyer back. Xiao Xiao insisted on going with me, complaining about how useless I was. But she still opened the bathroom door for me. Grateful, I smiled at her and went in. The bathroom seemed normal, and the water wasn't red. I used a warm towel to cool myself down, wiping my arms, legs, and even lifting my dress to cool my thighs. The game blurred out the screen for privacy, which was a relief. The chat was still making fun of me, but I ignored it. Once I finished, I decided not to lie down or risk using more water. I needed to stay alert, even if it meant dealing with my fever. Xiao Xiao didn't bother telling me to rest. Instead, she inspected the room, but we didn't find any more clues.
"Let's go out and look around," she said.
I obediently nodded, knowing she had already done more than enough by helping me. When we stepped into the hallway, I noted our room number, 306. The hallway had 9 rooms, with 305 at one end and 304 across from us. The door to 307 was open, and out stepped 2 players, the C3 ranked Zhong Man and a ponytailed girl who was ranked B9. Zhong Man paused when he saw me, looking uncomfortable. I smiled gently at him, my eyes red and misty from the fever. He turned away awkwardly, but I was used to reactions like that. My weak appearance wasn't something I could change, so I might as well use it to my advantage. Softly, I asked, "Did you find any clues?" The ponytailed girl showed us a flyer identical to the one Xiao Xiao and I had. Soon, the players from rooms 308 and 309 joined us. It looked like each pair of players had a similar flyer with the same clues. Kai glanced at the flyer and then ordered me and Xiao Xiao to check the kitchen, while assigning others to explore different areas. Xiao Xiao and I headed downstairs. The hallway was dim and unsettling, and Xiao Xiao quickly reminded me that survival was more important than exploring the game's storyline. If this game followed ghost story rules, we need to find a balance to survive 3 days here. I listened closely, sticking close to her like a little sister. I asked, so if we make it 3 days, we can leave? Xiao Xiao looked annoyed, warning me not to trust anyone too easily. I smiled and reassured her that if things got dangerous, I wouldn't expect her to protect me. This seemed to put her off, but she continued, explaining that after 3 days, the system would likely teleport us out if we survived. When we reached the kitchen, I was surprised. It wasn't creepy like I'd expected. It was warm and smelled of meat cooking on the stove. Xiao Xiao felt a sudden hunger, and I could see her mouth watering as she looked at the pot and the slab of meat on the counter. I didn't feel hungry at all. In fact, the smell made me nauseous. My sickness worsened, and I gagged a bit, unable to keep the feeling down. Xiao Xiao noticed, and the spell of hunger seemed to break. She gave me a complicated look, realizing the food might be dangerous. Trying to distract myself, I pretended to ask the chat about this game's history, feigning a mix of shyness and curiosity. The chat's response was nasty, mocking me and suggesting I eat the meat if I wanted information. I ignored them and moved closer to the pot. When I lifted the lid, the smell was overpowering. Xiao Xiao's eyes locked onto the broth, her hunger returning. But before she could act, I accidentally retched into the pot, souring the broth. Xiao Xiao snapped out of her daze, her expression caught between gratitude and disgust. I apologized, hiding a flicker of relief. Maybe I'd just saved us both from something terrible. It was definitely on purpose. I could have held back, but throwing up into the pot felt like the right move. Deep down, I wasn't scared at all. Instead, there was a strange excitement coursing through me. I'd always been confined, both physically and mentally, living like a parasitic daughter flower, dependent and pretending to be the sweet, gentle girl everyone expected. But inside, I craved something thrilling and dangerous. Xiao Xiao glanced at me, unsure how to react. She checked the flyer and muttered that it only promised clean food. It didn't say what would happen if it got contaminated. Still, her appetite vanished, and the odd attraction to the meat disappeared, replaced by disgust. "Let's leave this place," Xiao Xiao said, glancing warily at the pot. She even asked if I was feeling okay, which made me smile softly. My eyes darted to the slab of meat on the counter. What had once looked like fresh pork now appeared rotten and covered in human skin. No surprise there. I pretended not to notice and followed Xiao Xiao out of the kitchen, back to the lobby where the eerie statue stood. Xiao Xiao seemed nervous around it, but I kept my attention elsewhere, picking up a folder from the front desk. Inside were records, including our names and check-in details. We arrived on June 5th, 2022, and had until June 8th at 11:59 a.m. to check out. I asked Xiao Xiao if the game's time matched the real world's. She explained that sometimes it did, but other times you could be trapped for months, and only a few days would pass outside. I flipped through the records, finding pages with crossed-out names, all guests who had either checked out or extended their stay. As I turned another page, a different flyer fell out. Comparing it with the first one, I noticed a key difference. The hand gesture of the statue was different, and each pose had a separate meaning. I remembered visiting temples as a kid and learning about these gestures. One was a teaching mudra, the other a demon subduing sign. Neither matched any proper religious iconography. Xiao Xiao compared the two flyers and discovered that even the rules on the back were different. The new flyer had unsettling rules about when the front desk was staffed, discouraging eating in the dining area, and giving conflicting advice about who to call for help. Xiao Xiao frowned, realizing the danger of this game lay in the misleading instructions. Which set of rules was the real one? I asked if there was a clock anywhere. With specific times listed for the front desk and our final checkout, we needed to know what time it was now. Bai Cha responded with a smile that was shy, but a little flustered as if she had been caught peeking. Oh, act with her. No one could tell she had ever acted since she was a child. If it weren't for his poor health, he would have won the Grand Slam in the entertainment industry. You just keep talking, why don't you go up and take a look? Brother Kai spoke up and wanted to point someone to go up and explore the way. Wang Xuming interrupted him and said, I think the most important thing now is to discuss the rules. In view of the appearance of the front desk just now, perhaps we should take a look at the rules on both sides and see which one is true. Brother Kai looked unhappy. To be honest, he had never heard of this Wang Xuming, and there was nothing memorable about his appearance. People who could be promoted to a level usually had some fame. Unless this person is really useless and has only survived by surviving. So, he was very unhappy about the fact that he repeatedly spoke up and snatched away his right to speak. Then tell me, which one is true? Brother Kai looked at Wang Xuming with a cold gaze. Wang Xuming spread his hands. I'm not good at this. Then what nonsense are you talking about? If you say one more word, believe it or not, I have plenty of ways to kill you. Wang Xuming smiled good-temperedly. Brother Kai felt annoyed. To be honest, there are usually only two ways to pass a dungeon in the rules. One is to use your own brain, and the other is to push other players to try and fail. Including him, there are exactly 8 people here, which means there will be no problem in letting the remaining 7 people try and make mistakes. Brother Kai looked at everyone coldly and suddenly pointed at the flyer at the front desk. Follow what's written on this flyer tonight. Everyone frowned subconsciously, especially Zhong Man, who had just faced the front desk clerk. Brother Kai, just now we didn't know whether we had violated the death rule. Would it be bad if we still followed the front desk at night? He had already spoken very tactfully, with a face full of pleading, but there was no way Brother Kai would care about his life or death. What he wanted was for these people to violate the death conditions. Everyone else was silent. They searched the entire B&B again, but apart from finding the key to the front door hanging at the front desk, they found no new clues. The doors of unoccupied rooms were locked from the inside and could not be opened except by force. The rules did not state that these doors could not be opened, but no one acted rashly for the time being. What if the receptionist lives in the hotel? I don't know if it's an illusion, but as time goes by and night falls, the damp and cold feeling gradually permeates the entire hotel. It was like a backtide or like a thick fog in the deep winter in the north, and the moisture in the fog brought a bone-chilling chill. The surroundings look quite normal. The lights in this B&B are all warm yellow, but they don't make people feel warm. Xiao Xiao and Bai Cha returned to the room. Bai Cha showed a tired look on his face and forced himself to sit on the bed. Xiao Xiao hesitated and said, It's unlikely that there will be any progress now. Why don't you take a rest? Although sleeping may involve some dangers, there are rules involved after all. But Bai Cha looks like he might not survive tomorrow. Bai Cha touched his forehead with the back of his hand. It's still 38 degrees. My body feels very cold and my head hurts. I can't fall asleep in this state. I'll wash another towel. Xiao Xiao didn't stop him. I'm afraid the real danger won't begin until night, and there are no clues to be found now. It would be better to let Bai Cha reduce the fever now. Bai Cha walked into the bathroom and the door creaked and slowly closed. She paused and looked at the door thoughtfully. It was pitch black outside the bathroom door that was about to close, completely different from the brightly lit one when they came in. The light in the bathroom was also dim, and now it seemed to be even dimmer, as if the voltage had become very low. The self in the mirror looked sallow and haggard, much worse than at the beginning. Bai Cha came closer and touched his face. Maybe it wasn't an illusion. The person in the mirror seemed to be a little slower than my own movements. She suddenly gave a meaningful smile, with a strange excitement flashing in her eyes. The self in the mirror, who was also smiling, froze for a moment. Bai Cha chuckled and turned on the faucet. Bright red blood with a strong smell of blood instantly flowed out. Bai Cha felt a little nauseous due to the smell and frowned. And the self in the mirror still maintained that meaningful smile. She saw it. That self-smile got even bigger, with the corners of his mouth even cracking. Bai Cha. Bai Cha. Ugh. She began to vomit violently into the wash basin. Because she lowered her head to vomit, the strong smell of blood made her stomach churn even more, and acid surged out. The water in the faucet suddenly stopped, as if it was hesitating whether to continue running, and began to spit out water intermittently. Bai Cha started coughing violently again. She raised her eyes and looked at the eerie and terrifying self in the mirror, whose face had become expressionless. It's really outrageous. I have a fever. It's so uncomfortable to write about being sick. Impatience gradually appeared on Bai Cha's face. This thing didn't move at all. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and simply walked to the door and tried to open it. I can't open it? When she turned around again, a woman covered in blood and with disheveled hair was right in front of her, and she attacked her face at close range. Bai Cha shivered. It was quite cold. There was also a fishy smell that rushed into Bai Cha's nose, and his stomach churned again. Vomit. The female ghost floated back 2 steps, and her already eerie and terrifying face covered with black blood vessels looked even more hideous. Bai Cha finally stopped vomiting and leaned against the door to look at her. The female ghost let out a sharp scream. Bai Cha suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he almost fainted. She kept her hands behind her back trying to open the door. In fact, she was not that afraid. If she really died, she would be completely relieved. People who suffer from various chronic diseases for many years can accept any other way of death except death from illness. But of course this doesn't mean she will give up. The female ghost in front of me has not attacked yet, probably because the conditions have not been met. Since this is a rule-based copy, everything must be done according to the rules. No matter which leaflet mentions this about the bathroom faucet, don't panic and make a phone call. So as long as she's not scared and doesn't do anything rash, she should be safe. The female ghost can indeed only attack with sound. Bai Cha had a severe headache, and he exerted force with his hands. The door behind him finally opened with a click. The light in the bathroom also became bright again at this time. The female ghost just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Bai Cha couldn't help falling backwards. The floor of the B&B is covered with red carpet, so it doesn't hurt much when you fall down. Xiao Xiao was startled and hurried over to see her situation. Realizing something was wrong, he looked into the bathroom. You. Help me up, I'm going to call the front desk. Bai Cha said weakly. Every rule requires calling for help. If you don't, there might be real danger. Now she has only avoided the first stage. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, didn't ask any more questions, and just picked her up. Bai Cha. Once again, she clearly realized the difference between her own body and other people's bodies. But don't we call the B&B? Having said that, Xiao Xiao still opened the door. This was Bai Cha's choice. She had no other good suggestions. Bai Cha nodded and simply leaned her head on Xiao Xiao's shoulder. Didn't Brother Kai say that we should follow the promotional sheet at the front desk? Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had a complicated expression on his face as he carried her downstairs. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Isn't this too obedient? To be honest, because Bai Cha went to the bathroom just now, she turned on the barrage when she was alone. Because there is no other information at the moment, some players will choose to ask for help from the barrage when they are desperate. Of course, if it really involves important content related to the copy, no one will be able to see it even if the barrage is sent out before the player discovers it himself. It's just that if anyone wants to remind people of the current situation, of course they can. Unfortunately, there is nothing. She is not one of those popular anchors whose live broadcast rooms actually have barges providing information. And now, in response to Bai Cha's reaction, several mocking comments came over to her. You listen to Brother Kai so much. Brother Kai told you to die, so why don't you die? Duck you. Is there anyone who went to Brother Kai's live stream and told him that Bai Cha lied? Yes, but it's blocked. It seems to be her skill. TSK, if you ask me, the anchor is too saintly. She has to get involved with this sickly person and is not afraid of dying sooner or later. Let's go. Xiao Xiao was speechless, but because he was holding Bai Cha, he couldn't free his hands to turn off the panel. They went downstairs and saw Wang Xuming sitting on the sofa. Wang Xuming raised his eyebrows when he saw them like this. What's wrong? What happened? Bai Cha patted Xiao Xiao gently, signaling Xiao Xiao to put her down. She then walked slowly to the front desk and picked up the phone. Xiao Xiao seemed to be hesitant to speak again. Wang Xuming stood up and walked over. He knew that they must have encountered something, so they came to contact the front desk. In fact, he was also quite curious about what would happen during the second contact. Bai Cha dialed the phone. The signal on the other end of the phone was bad, and there was a crackling sound. Bai Cha's head felt even more painful, and her vision was blacking out. She was afraid that she would fall asleep if she lay down now.
Excuse me, Zizi.
Is there anything I can help you with? The faucet in bathroom 306 turned red, which made me vomit for a long time. I want to file a complaint against you. Bai Cha's voice was hollow and intermittent, even more illusory than the voice on the other end of the phone.
Zizi.
What do you want to complain about?
Zizi.
The voice on the other end became much clearer. The facilities in your B&B are not complete and there are problems with the faucets. Aren't these worth complaining about? I'm sick and I need medicine to reduce my fever. She finished speaking in one breath, then raised her eyes uncomfortably and met Xiao Zhao's shocked face. She smiled weakly. Obviously, Yang, thank you for your complaint. We have notified the front desk. Please move to the sofa and take a rest. Bai Cha hung up the phone and walked out of the front desk. Xiao Xiao supported her and found that her body was incredibly hot, even hotter than when he brought her down.
You.
Forget it. There's no point saying anything now. We can only wait for the front desk to check the situation. Wang Xuming looked at Bai Cha, unsure if she was really just trying to get some medicine because her body couldn't take it anymore, or she was just being brave and testing the rules. However, the two do not conflict. Bai Cha actually wanted to drink some water, but there seemed to be none available. We had to stay in the dungeon for 3 days without any food or water. This is really a difficult situation. While the three of them were silent, footsteps were heard from upstairs. The receptionist came over with a plaster face and a box of medicine in her hand. The medicine you requested. Wang Xuming raised his eyebrows slightly and actually gave it to him. Bai Cha took the medicine and looked at it. Ibuprofen. She sighed, it doesn't work for me. Do you have paracetamol? The receptionist's face was expressionless to begin with, and it seemed to look even uglier after she finished speaking. And is there any water? How can I take the medicine? Bai Cha's face was full of seriousness. If she opened the barrage at this moment, she would find that it was all mocking her courage and naivety. She actually dared to bargain. Does she really think this receptionist is a good NPC? It's so funny. Only newbies have the guts to do this, don't say that. If she doesn't take a gamble, she might not be able to survive. The receptionist slowly raised his hand and pointed at the door. The front desk is not responsible for providing these. If you need them, you can go out and buy them at a convenience store. Bai Cha noticed that he was talking about the front desk, not the B&B. In fact, it stands to reason that the front desk should be employed by the B&B, but the rules on both sides are separate. Bai Cha then said, "Can you please go with me? I'm not familiar with this place. If you know where there is a clinic nearby, that would be even better." From the moment she finished her first sentence, a terrifying aura emanated from the receptionist, and Xiao Xiao no longer dared to move. Wang Xuming looked at Bai Cha with surprise. He really didn't know whether Bai Cha needed the medicine because he was desperate to survive, or because he was just brave. Even if this front desk falls within the scope of the current rules and will not trigger the death conditions, it does not mean that it is safe. The receptionist said in a weird tone, "Didn't you say there was a problem with the faucet in your room? I'm going to help you fix it. Please find someone else." As he spoke, his dark pupils stared at Bai Cha with murderous intent. Bai Cha felt it, that chilly feeling, as if a snake was crawling on his body. She was just testing the front desk to find out where the bottom line was. Now it seems that the front desk is still bound by the rules. If she has not violated the death rule, the front desk should not be able to kill her. Of course, this is not absolute, but isn't it just the beginning? Bai Cha smiled weakly and said, "Of course, you can help us fix the faucet first, and then please accompany me to buy water and medicine, okay? I think it should be reasonable for any homestay to be equipped with basic drinking water and medicine." The receptionist looked at her coldly and stepped aside to make way. "Then I hope you won't regret it. Please lead the way to your room, my guest." Only then did Xiao Xiao help Bai Cha up. She really wanted to say something, but now it has come to this. By the way, could they really leave the B&B before the third day? The receptionist was just 2 steps behind them, and the coldness on her body made the hair on her back stand on end. Wang Xuming walked behind them and arrived at room 306 together. The front desk clerk simply opened the bathroom door and then closed it. I don't know how he did it, but not long after he went in, a shrill scream was heard from inside. Bai Cha knew, of course, it must be that female ghost. But would the front desk kill the ghost girl? Probably not. She didn't think that after repairing the faucet this time, she would not encounter it again next time she went in. Wang Xuming said from the side, "Hey, why do you insist on letting him go out with you? If he is not restricted after we go out, you will be dead." Xiao Xiao wanted to ask the same question at first. However, things have come to this point and cannot be changed. What should I do then? Will you accompany me? Bai Cha asked back. Wang Xuming, there is no water, no food, no medicine here, and there are some strange things. I'm sick all the time, so it's almost impossible for me to survive here for 3 days. Bai Cha sighed, a pitiful look on his face. She had a high fever. Her eyes and cheeks were already red, and her lips were dry and bloodless. She looked quite miserable. Wang Xuming stopped talking too. From this perspective, it is indeed necessary to take a gamble. Click, the bathroom door was pushed open, and the receptionist came out. He looked at Bai Cha coldly. "Let's go, guest." "I have a high fever again and again. I will try to update." Although no one is reading it yet, Xiao Xiao looked at Bai Cha worriedly. The front desk clerk had already taken the key and opened the door of the B&B. Outside the door, the same scene as in the flyer appeared. A huge Buddha statue stands behind the tall buildings. The leaflet in the room stated this little rule: the key to the homestay door is at the front desk. If you find a Buddha statue after opening the door with a key, please close the door immediately and do not go out. However, the flyers at the front desk need to be approved by the front desk. Bai Cha only took a glance at the Buddha statue, and the feeling before entering the copy, where countless sharp voices were calling her name, reappeared. She tried hard to lower her head and not look again, but after such an attack, she could feel her body getting weaker. There seemed to be warm liquid flowing out from the tip of the nose. Bai Cha touched it and started bleeding from the nose. I don't know when the receptionist walked to the door. Bai Cha wiped the blood from his nose, gritted his teeth, and followed. After this time, she could roughly guess what the rules were. Of course, I might die. But if she cared, she wouldn't have tried it so often. As she left the gate, the door of the B&B closed. The front desk took a big step. Bai Cha could only stare at his figure and follow him quickly. It was very quiet, but she could hear voices. It was as if it was a very busy street, with people coming and going in the surrounding buildings. The front desk stopped in front of a convenience store. When Bai Cha stopped, his heart was beating so hard that it hurt. She glanced at the plaster face at the front desk, and it seemed that it had regained some of its human texture compared to when she was at the B&B.
You can go buy it now.
The receptionist turned her head slowly, with undisguised malice in her eyes. Bai Cha glanced at the convenience store. It was just like many 24-hour convenience stores in reality. It looked normal, with the door open and no waiters inside. She took a step forward, but lost her balance and stumbled toward the front desk. The receptionist stepped back to avoid it, but Bai Cha's hand still grabbed his trouser leg. Bai Cha could feel a chill instantly spreading throughout her body, making her feel dizzy from the fever, and her mind became much clearer. But at the same time, she also activated her skills. The delicate daughter will not attract anyone's attention. In order to survive, it will rely on the powerful energy body until it takes root and sprouts, drains every bit of nutrition, and blooms into a bright, yellow daughter flower. If you eat it, you will have great power, but at the same time, you will no longer be able to live without the supply of nutrients. She specifically checked the skill when she returned to the room with Xiao Xiao for the second time. A skill that can kill the host by parasitizing and sucking blood without being noticed by the host. At least that's what Bai Cha thinks. But the condition for use is that there must be clear contact with the host. When she touched the front desk clerk's trouser leg, she tried to activate the skill. Skill usage is judged to be successful. Parasitic target. Imprison cultists. Daughter will take root and sprout within an hour and can parasitize the host's entire body within 3 days. 3 days later, it's the afternoon of the 8th. The white tea was a bit disappointing, but that was enough. She could now feel that there was a tiny seed connected to herself. As long as she wanted, the seed would break through the host's body at any time, bloom into a flower, and come into her hands. In addition to parasitism, she also received another message. Imprisoned Christians. This name is very interesting. All this happened in a flash. Bai Cha immediately let go of her hand and looked up with some apology. I'm so sorry, Mr. Front Desk. I'm too weak. Could you please come in with me? There was still blood on her face, and she looked extremely disheveled. The receptionist took a half step back and made his attitude clear. What a pity. White tea is no surprise. From the time when I could hear the noise of people around me, but all I saw was silence. She could roughly guess that the danger outside might come from the difference between the two worlds, especially when she wanted to go to a convenience store to buy something, but where would she get the money? Okay, then I'll go in by myself. Bai Cha slowly got up from the ground, afraid that he would get hypoglycemia if he got up too quickly. But could you lend me some money? There was finally a hint of unnecessary expression on the receptionist's face, and he frowned. Sir, you are asking for too much. But serving guests and making them feel like they are in a quality accommodation is not what you should do as a front desk clerk. The plaster face at the front desk almost instantly took on a layer of human texture. He looked a little angry, but he held himself back. Excuse me, sir. I don't have the habit of carrying money when I go out. Bai Cha. Okay, you're good at talking. However, this also proves another thing, that the imprisoned believer was most likely imprisoned by the BNB, and due to the restrictions of the BNB, he could not directly attack the guests. So when Bai Cha repeatedly asked the front desk to do things in the name of service, he could not refuse openly, nor could he take action. The information obtained was not completely useless. But I don't have money. Can I buy water at a convenience store? The convenience store exudes a warm atmosphere, and you can even smell the aroma of Odin. The shelves were filled with items, and at the front was bread, emitting a warm and soft aroma. Bai Cha tentatively reached out and placed his hand on a piece of bread. She didn't quite get the touch. But after staying there for a moment, she felt as if she was being watched by countless people. She withdrew her hand. She can't see the people that exist, but these people do exist. Just like she deliberately tested the front desk to ask for money, the front desk refused to give her money, but it also meant that money had to be paid here. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. In the normal world, if you take something from someone without paying, you'll be considered a thief or a robber. This kind of place doesn't pay for things. But she had already come in, and this should be one of the few opportunities for her to get food. Bai Cha walked around the convenience store and saw the staff's room. Generally, in convenience stores like this, there are at least some water dispensers in the staff's rooms, right? Bai Cha knocked on the door a few times. Heko, is anyone there? The noisy voices around were still unclear and no one answered. Bai Cha pushed open the door. Unlike what I imagined, the space inside the door was indeed not big, but there was only an altar with an incense burner on it, with 3 unlit incense sticks in the burner. There is a red candle on each side of the incense burner, and 3 plates of offerings are placed in front, with 6 tangerines, apples, and oranges each. There are also 2 bottles of mineral water in front. It is a very classic arrangement for offering to the gods. The altar was next to the wall, on which was a portrait. It was a Buddha statue that looked just like the one printed on the flyer, and the Buddha's handprint was the same Chika's seal as the one at the front desk. The guess in Bai Cha's mind was gradually perfected, just as she assumed at the beginning. When each player enters the game, the handprints of the Buddha statue seen in the trailer are likely not exactly the same. There are 2 rules. You have to follow the rule you see in the trailer on the flyer, but this does not mean that the rules on the flyer are safe, because everyone can play word games. For example, if you encounter danger in the bathroom, don't panic. She really likes excitement, so she will only be excited after encountering it. But if someone else panicked in that situation, would they get hurt? Would they actually be able to leave the bathroom? These are unknown. The second is the relationship between the BNB and the front desk. The front desk, as the employed party, is clearly on a different path from the BNB. Bai Cha hasn't called the BNB yet, so she's not sure about the situation there, but based on the name she got after using her skills, she can make a bold assumption. Statues of gods such as Buddha, as objects of faith, must have their own believers. No matter what this Buddha statue in front of me is. The front desk probably believes in the Buddha statue with the Chi seal in his hand, but is controlled by the BNB that believes in the Dharma seal and can only serve as a front desk. But this does not mean that the front desk clerk has no abilities. He may be able to gain certain abilities by helping guests solve problems. This ability might be what allows him to escape from his imprisonment, or it might be something else. But there is one thing that Bai Cha is 80% sure of, no matter whether it is the front desk or the homestay. Although they seem to be helping guests solve problems, they may not be deliberately creating problems in order to achieve some kind of medium between themselves and the guests by helping them solve the problems. Or, it can be described in terms of cause and effect. Because they help the guests, what should the guests give in return? This is also the reason why she parasitized the seed on the front desk. There should be a competitive relationship between the two, but they're not necessarily mortal enemies, but they should not be friendly either. They are both competing for customers under the rules that each other tacitly agrees on. Then the guests are very important. After snatching the guests, what is the real purpose behind this game with strange rules? Bai Cha suddenly felt a strong sense of being watched, and the feeling of being locked was almost the same as before she entered the game. She looked at the portrait on the wall. The portrait's eyeballs seemed to move. Bai Cha's heartbeat was accelerating. She had a premonition that if she allowed the portrait to move any further, there might be some bad consequences. She first glanced around with her peripheral vision, and then noticed that there seemed to be a gathering of dark human figures around her. It was also at this time that she realized that the noisy sounds around her had disappeared. Bai Cha's adrenaline was surging, even making her sweat all over, and she became much more sober. She suddenly walked quickly to the altar and tore off the portrait on it. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced her mind. Bai Cha just felt dizzy and nauseous, and his face turned pale. She was able to maintain her balance and turned the portrait in her hand over. There are really words on the back. But new rules. 2. BNB is always trustworthy. 3. If you experience hallucinations after consuming food, please contact the BNB for medical treatment immediately.
4. Please do not leave the BNB.
If you leave for special reasons, please contact the BNB immediately after returning. We will have someone to check your health because the outside world is very dangerous. Bai Cha finished browsing quickly and turned back. The figures behind her became clearer and clearer. They were pale and numb figures, with a sinister aura all over them. Bai Cha made a decision in an instant. She lifted her skirt, picked up the offerings and water on the table, and packed up the new rules supplement sheet, and took them away. She didn't care whether she would be exposed or not. Nothing was more important than the food and water on the table. As for whether this would offend the Buddha statue, Bai Cha believed that everyone who came in was a targeted sacrifice. Then there is no difference. Bai Cha mobilized all his strength and ran out. These people have not yet fully gathered into human form, and Bai Cha can pass through their bodies, but there is a strange feeling when passing through. Her heart would suddenly tighten, as if she was sitting in the last row of a roller coaster and diving rapidly from a great height. The double stimulation of weightlessness and suffocation made her pace slow down a lot. Bai Cha gritted his teeth and rushed to the door in one breath. But this burst of power almost consumed all the strength in her body. Bai Cha's legs became weak and she staggered outside. There were steps below, and she twisted her foot and rolled down. The fruit and mineral water in her skirt pocket also hurt her. Bai Cha lay on the ground on his side and couldn't get up for a long time. She knows her body very well. Xiao Xiao had always told her to exercise, but of course she had tried, and not only did it not work, it also consumed the little energy she had in her body, causing her health to deteriorate further. Her body could only maintain a delicate balance. She was able to stay alive and do things by hanging on for a breath, but she was very weak. However, those figures would not stop just because she lay down. More, and more people are approaching this side on the street. Bai Cha gritted her teeth and looked at the receptionist who was standing there, staring at her coldly. Bai Cha activated his skill. Flower of Lies LV0. Save me, take me back, I know how to get rid of the shackles that imprison you. She spoke weakly and quickly. Skill used successfully. Lie, I know how to remove the shackles that imprison you. Target audience, imprisoned believers. The lie has taken effect. The look at her from the receptionist suddenly changed. A terrifying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Bai Cha. As time passed, the people around him were almost completely frozen in time and all gathered together. There was no part of Bai Cha's body that didn't hurt, including his heart. Her forehead was already soaked with cold sweat, and her temperature even dropped a lot because of the sweating. She never backed down and kept watching the front desk. The lie only lasted 3 minutes, but she believed that the receptionist could not have stared at her for the full 3 minutes. Sure enough, after a long 30 seconds, the receptionist came over. He walked to Bai Cha's side, looked down at her, and said word by word, "If you are lying, you will pay the price." After saying that, Bai Cha saw him pull out a Buddha amulet from his collar. When the Buddha amulet appeared, the figures around it instantly scattered and disappeared quickly. The plaster texture on the receptionist's face became deeper again.
Follow me.
The receptionist's tone became strange again. I can't walk. Bai Cha wasn't being pretentious. She really couldn't move. If she could move, she would at least sit up. The receptionist was looking at her, and she was looking back at him.
Then you.
The receptionist wanted to say, then go to heck, but Bai Cha interrupted her. Don't you just want to break the rules? I'm not lying to you. You take me back. If I don't do it in 3 days, you can kill me. I won't live long anyway. There's no need for me to lie to you. Bai Cha never blushes or gets nervous when she tells a lie. She could even make a 20% guess sound like 80% of the way there.
Of course she was gambling too.
Gambling with one's life is not a good thing to do, but when the current situation forces her to gamble, this is her only bargaining chip. The muscles on the receptionist's face moved, as if trying to make some expression, but due to excessive plastering, she remained expressionless in the end. He bent down, picked up the white tea, and was about to carry it on his shoulders. Don't drop my food and water.
Bai Cha Zeminde.
The cold air from the receptionist became even stronger, and Bai Cha felt even more pain when she came into contact with him. The front desk clerk changed from carrying to holding and clamped the person under his armpits. Bai Cha frowned in pain, but didn't say anything else. She just grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly with her hands, trying hard to prevent the fruits and food inside from rolling out. Soon, we arrived at the B&B. Bai Cha was thrown to the ground in a mess. She didn't mind and picked up an orange that had fallen. The front desk opened the door. Several eyes inside looked over at once. The front desk has already stepped in. As soon as he entered, Bai Cha immediately felt the danger. Without caring about his image, he rolled on the ground and rolled into the homestay.
The door closed.
Before closing the door, Bai Cha saw fog and shadowy figures outside, but no Buddha statues. The receptionist had gone upstairs and disappeared, and the players downstairs immediately gathered over. Brother Kai stared at Bai Cha with an unfriendly look. Bai Cha is in a very disheveled state now, with messy hair and bruises all over his body from falling. But she was quite calm and waved to Xiao Xiao first. Sister Xiao, help me pack some water and food. You have a coat. Xiao Xiao came over after only a moment's hesitation. Brother Kai immediately said, leave the food and water. These are all mine. From the moment she saw them, Bai Cha knew this would happen. She just looked up and smiled weakly. If you want to eat it, that's fine, but don't blame me if anything happens. I stole these things from the Buddha statue's altar. Her body was trembling slightly. Her physical strength had really reached its limit. She tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, but with a tone of grievance and sadness, she said, if it weren't for my physical condition, I wouldn't want to take this risk. From the moment I got these things, I knew I was being targeted. If you are willing to help me share some of the burden, I will of course give you most of the food, just leave me a few apples. She felt pain all over her body, but she didn't dare to relax at all. Unlike the front desk, she is treated the same by the front desk regardless of her ability. It was like the other party didn't necessarily believe that she had the ability to help him, it was just that she happened to bet the 2 points correctly, and she used her skills. The effect of the flower of lies might be more powerful than she imagined. But she only had one last use left, and she didn't want to waste it on someone like Brother Kai. So she couldn't let herself look too embarrassed. Brother Kai was of course in a bad mood after hearing all she said. It's not like he couldn't hear it. It was this woman who was deliberately rejecting him. But if what she said was true, these fruits were taken from the altar. The altars in the game never offer good things, and the offerings are not edible. At this time, someone bent down and squatted beside Xiao Xiao, picked up an orange and smelled it. It's Wang Shuming. There is a smell of incense, but what is it like outside? Where is the altar? His words gave Brother Kai a way out, and Brother Kai did not mention the matter of asking for fruit again.
Everyone stared at Bai Cha.
Bai Cha coughed softly a few times at this time, taking the opportunity to relax his back, which was painful due to excessive stretching. Can you help me up first? Xiao Xiao walked up to her, picked her up, and put her on the sofa while whispering something to her. It's already 7 p.m., and they're hungry. Bai Cha smiled at her. It's 7 o'clock. She'd been out for so long? Impossible. The time is different. And they are hungry, which is also very crucial information. It seems that the meat in the kitchen will eventually be put on the table. But compared to all this, Bai Cha asked Xiao Xiao to help her open the water and took ibuprofen first. She actually didn't lie to the receptionist. Ibuprofen was not as effective as acetaminophen in reducing her fever. But it's okay to take 2 more tablets. It's just that all medicines are toxic. If you don't take them in normal dosage, it will definitely harm your body. Compared with the harm caused by fever, it is better to reduce fever. She was taking her medicine slowly in small sips, and she got furious when she saw Brother Kai. White Tea actually saw it with the peripheral vision. She put down the water weakly, patted her chest and frowned. It's a normal world out there. When Brother Kai heard her speak, the impatience on his face eased a little. Why did you mess up the normal world like this? But he still retorted. Bai Cha pursed her lips and lowered her head embarrassedly. I fell half of it, but it was quite dangerous when I came back. For some reason, a lot of strange people appeared around me. They surrounded me, and I almost didn't make it back. Fortunately, the front desk brought me back. As she spoke, she revealed an innocent expression, glanced towards the stairs with some gratitude, her eyes sparkling, and she looked more energetic. If you don't know, you might think she has a crush on the receptionist. Several players couldn't hold back their expressions. How did this woman survive to C3? Did she rely on NPCs? Wait, it's not impossible. I have heard that some people have skills that can make NPCs have a good impression. But everyone's expressions became even weirder. Duck, little witch. Brother Kai only wanted to hear what was happening outside, not to hear her do these unnecessary things, and cursed. Be more specific. What's so strange about those people? Where is the altar you mentioned? A convenience store. Bai Cha said weakly, I originally wanted to buy water and food, but after entering, I saw an altar behind the open door. I don't know why I went there. When I came to my senses, I had already taken all the food away. Then those strange people appeared around me. I can't describe how strange they were, it's just. She pretended that her head hurt, which it actually did, and rubbed her eyebrows while thinking hard. It's numb. They just stare at me. Bai Cha was thrown to the ground in a mess. She didn't mind and picked up an orange that had fallen. The front desk opened the door. Several eyes inside looked over at once. The front desk has already stepped in. As soon as he entered, Bai Cha immediately felt the danger. Without caring about his image, he rolled on the ground and rolled into the homestay.
The door closed.
Before closing the door, Bai Cha saw fog and shadowy figures outside, but no Buddha statues. The receptionist had gone upstairs and disappeared, and the players downstairs immediately gathered over. Brother Kai stared at Bai Cha with an unfriendly look. Bai Cha is in a very disheveled state now, with messy hair and bruises all over his body from falling. But she was quite calm and waved to Xiao Xiao first. Sister Xiao, help me pack some water and food. You have a coat. Xiao Xiao came over after only a moment's hesitation. Brother Kai immediately said, leave the food and water. These are all mine. From the moment she saw them, Bai Cha knew this would happen. She just looked up and smiled weakly. If you want to eat it, that's fine, but don't blame me if anything happens. I stole these things from the Buddha statue's altar. Her body was trembling slightly. Her physical strength had really reached its limit. She tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, but with a tone of grievance and sadness, she said, if it weren't for my physical condition, I wouldn't want to take this risk. From the moment I got these things, I knew I was being targeted. If you are willing to help me share some of the burden, I will of course give you most of the food, just leave me a few apples. She felt pain all over her body, but she didn't dare to relax at all. Unlike the front desk, she is treated the same by the front desk regardless of her ability. It was like the other party didn't necessarily believe that she had the ability to help him, it was just that she happened to bet the 2 points correctly, and she used her skills. The effect of the flower of lies might be more powerful than she imagined. But she only had one last use left, and she didn't want to waste it on someone like Brother Kai. So she couldn't let herself look too embarrassed. Brother Kai was of course in a bad mood after hearing all she said. It's not like he couldn't hear it. It was this woman who was deliberately rejecting him. But if what she said was true, these fruits were taken from the altar. The altars in the game never offer good things, and the offerings are not edible. At this time, someone bent down and squatted beside Xiao Xiao, picked up an orange, and smelled it. It's Wang Shuming. There's a smell of incense, but what is it like outside? Where is the altar? His words gave Brother Kai a way out, and Brother Kai did not mention the matter of asking for fruit again. Everyone stared at Bai Cha. Bai Cha coughed softly a few times at this time, taking the opportunity to relax his back, which was painful due to excessive stretching. Can you help me up first? Xiao Xiao walked up to her, picked her up, and put her on the sofa while whispering something to her. It's already 7 p.m., and they're hungry. Bai Cha smiled at her. It's 7 o'clock. She'd been out for so long?
Impossible.
The time is different. And they're hungry, which is also very crucial information. It seems that the meat in the kitchen will eventually be put on the table. But compared to all this, Bai Cha asked Xiao Xiao to help her open the water and took ibuprofen first. She actually didn't lie to the receptionist. Ibuprofen was not as effective as acetaminophen in reducing her fever. But it's okay to take 2 more tablets. It's just that all medicines are toxic. If you don't take them in normal dosage, it will definitely harm your body. Compared with the harm caused by fever, it is better to reduce fever. She was taking her medicine slowly in small sips, and she got furious when she saw Brother Kai. White Tea actually saw it with the peripheral vision. She put down the water weakly, patted her chest, and frowned. It's a normal world out there. When Brother Kai heard her speak, the impatience on his face eased a little. Why did you mess up the normal world like this? But he still retorted. Bai Cha pursed her lips and lowered her head embarrassedly. I fell half of it, but it was quite dangerous when I came back. For some reason, a lot of strange people appeared around me. They surrounded me, and I almost didn't make it back. Fortunately, the front desk brought me back. As she spoke, she revealed an innocent expression, glanced towards the stairs with some gratitude, her eyes sparkling, and she looked more energetic. If you don't know, you might think she has a crush on the receptionist. Several players couldn't hold back their expressions. How did this woman survive to C3? Did she rely on NPCs? Wait, it's not impossible. I have heard that some people have skills that can make NPCs have a good impression. But everyone's expressions became even weirder. Duck, little witch. Brother Kai only wanted to hear what was happening outside, not to hear her do these unnecessary things, and cursed. Be more specific. What's so strange about those people? Where is the altar you mentioned? A convenience store. Bai Cha said weakly, I originally wanted to buy water and food, but after entering, I saw an altar behind the open door. I don't know why I went there. When I came to my senses, I had already taken all the food away. Then those strange people appeared around me. I can't describe how strange they were, it's just. She pretended that her head hurt, which it actually did, and rubbed her eyebrows while thinking hard. It's numb. They just stare at me. When it comes to white tea, it's a mixture of truth and falsehood. As for how they judge, that is their own business. She continued innocently and pitifully. Those people were really scary. I fell down while running for my life. Thanks to the receptionist. She repeated the great achievements of the front desk once again, but said she would keep half and half, and lowered her head shyly. Xiao Xiao's expression suddenly became complicated. Cough, cough. Bai Cha started coughing violently again. This time the coughing was more severe. He even retched a few times and spit out some bloody liquid. Xiao Xiao said, "Why don't you go upstairs and rest?" Brother Kai had no objection this time and looked at Bai Cha with a deadly look. In his opinion, this woman who looked like a hindrance must have violated the rules of death. Otherwise, why would she start vomiting blood? Bai Cha was helped upstairs, and the food and drinks she brought back were also saved. She was really tired now and lay down weakly. There was still blood on Bai Cha's face from the previous nosebleed, and Xiao Xiao really didn't know what to say. This girl is really not suitable for this game. It would be even better to just die and be done with it.
I saw you vomited blood just now.
These tributes. Bai Cha made a gesture to keep quiet, reached out his hand, and took out a piece of paper from his chest. This was when she was picked up by the front desk and taken back, and she moved the new flyer and hid it. Xiao Xiao took it and was a little shocked after reading it. She certainly knew what the leaflet meant. But this was paid for with Bai Cha's life. Of course, she didn't think there was anything wrong with Bai Cha hiding the matter just now. It was normal. She didn't want to share the information she got with others because the number of people who can survive in the game is often limited. Many times, it is only possible to pass the level when a certain number of people die. Especially in this kind of rule-based copy, the fewer rules you know, the greater the probability of violating the death rule, and the more people die, the more likely the remaining people will be able to avoid this death rule. Therefore, Bai Cha showed her the rules, which was enough to prove that Bai Cha completely trusted her. She felt a little overwhelmed. She just thought that she should just let Bai Cha fend for himself and didn't want to bother with such a naive person anymore. But if you think about it carefully, after all, she is just a newcomer. It is normal for her to still retain her innocence. Xiao Xiao handed the flyer back to her and said, "Don't take it out again, or just destroy it, and don't show it to anyone else." Also, she warned seriously, don't do this again in other copies. Keep the clues you find to yourself. Even if you want to give them to others, you have to exchange them. Do you understand? Let others take out the same thing. Bai Cha gave her a pure smile. She knew that Xiao Xiao would start to protect her seriously from this moment on. How can this not be an exchange? Okay, she said obediently and hid the flyer back into her clothes. Xiao Xiao felt very unhappy. For a girl like Bai Cha who is physically weak and has such a soft personality, it is really hard for her to enter this kind of game. She didn't know how much she could help her, but she would do what she could to help her survive. I hope she can meet kind-hearted people in future games. This is all Xiao Xiao can think of. She was lost in thought. She was planning to tell Bai Cha what had happened during her absence, but then she saw that Bai Cha had fallen asleep. Thinking that she had just vomited blood, Xiao Xiao sighed again, covered her with the quilt, and sat on the other bed to watch over her. In fact, she misunderstood. The bloody white foam in Bai Cha's mouth was purely due to nosebleed. But she wouldn't explain. Otherwise, she would have been comforted at the beginning. With her frail body, naive personality, and now vomiting blood, no one would consider her a threat. Bai Cha didn't think that she was the only one who realized that perhaps the players needed to be divided into camps. She did fall into a deep sleep. It is difficult for a sick person to sleep well. The body is already aching, especially when the fever goes from a high level to a low level, the head hurts even more, and the body feels even colder. She was woken up by the cold. It was so painful that she didn't open her eyes, but just managed to turn over and curl up. Then, she felt a creepy feeling. There was someone in front of her. It was a very strong feeling of being watched, and something was right next to her, staring at her. Bai Cha reacted quickly and continued to maintain his previous state, breathing steadily and pretending to be asleep. Time is passing slowly. Bai Cha felt someone patted her on the shoulder. Bai Cha, get up. Xiao Zhao's voice. Bai Cha didn't move. She wasn't stupid, and the feeling of being watched never went away. But it seemed like the light outside the window was really bright, and she could feel the light outside. Bai Cha, get up quickly. It's already dawn and Brother Kai is urging you. Xiao Xiao was a little impatient. Although the words were different, the tone was quite similar to when Bai Cha just woke up in the game. Bai Cha was immediately 100% sure that the voice was definitely not Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao would never speak to her in this tone now. Perhaps because she was still asleep, the thing fell directly on top of her. It's so heavy that it makes me breathless. Bai Cha felt a stuffy and painful sensation in his chest. My heart wasn't in good condition to begin with, and the pressure made it difficult for me to breathe. She felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to turn over, but she couldn't. In the end, she gave up and continued to close her eyes and maintain steady breathing. As she began to move, she clearly felt something pressing against her face. But Bai Cha was not panicked at all. What was wrong? People would turn over when they sleep. Isn't that normal? Bai Cha's body was even quickly adapting to this discomfort, and he began to feel a little sleepy again. Perhaps because there was no flaw, the thing left her body.
Bai Cha di mai mo ti on.
He. A shrill child's laughter exploded in her ears. Bai Cha frowned, turned over, and covered his ears with a quilt. The child's laughter became even louder. Bai Cha's head hurt from the noise, but he remained motionless. Finally, all the sounds suddenly stopped and disappeared. Bai Cha closed his eyes and remained motionless. If that thing left, she could continue to sleep. If it didn't leave, so it's better not to move, so she doesn't have to challenge herself to open her eyes and look at anything in the middle of the night. No one can disturb her sleep, because if she doesn't sleep well, she will be in a very bad state for many days in a row. The quality of sleep is already very poor. Once you stay up late or pull an all-nighter, it takes a month to recover. Apparently, she was right. There was something above her head, and liquid was dripping onto her head. It's sticky, slippery, and has a fishy smell. Bai Cha was somewhat thankful that his fever had subsided a lot now. He didn't feel like vomiting as much, and his stomach was empty. She didn't know how long she remained in this state, until she really felt extremely sleepy. But when she felt sleepy, she had a bad feeling and couldn't sleep. This was not a drowsiness caused by her own body. She has very high requirements for the surrounding environment when sleeping and cannot fall asleep under such conditions. But the eyes are closed to begin with, and if they are open they might see things outside. So she finally fell into a coma. Bai Cha felt that he was falling into a dream. She sat up from the bed and could even see herself still lying there. And, hanging above his head, was a female ghost in red clothes. The female ghost lowered her head, her long hair hanging down, and blood was dripping from the ends of her hair. Bai Cha could see that his face was covered in blood. She frowned. It's so dirty. Will there be blood all over her head tomorrow morning? Looking at Xiao Xiao again, she was sleeping on the bed with a child lying on her body. The child looked like he had starved to death. He was skin and bones, his head was very big, his body was blue and black, and he was staring at Xiao Xiao without blinking. White Tea now seems to be in a different world from all of this. She didn't know if this could be considered an out-of-body experience. I don't know when the window opened, and wind blew in, blowing the curtains. Bai Cha saw outside. A huge stone statue is just outside the B&B. The face of the stone statue is exactly the same as that of the Buddha statue. After being magnified hundreds of times, one can more clearly see the evil hidden in its eyes. As Bai Cha looked over, the stone statue's eyes also turned over. Bai Cha's heartbeat quickened, and he tried to look away, but it was too late. White tea, white tea. That whispering sound rang in my ears again. She subconsciously walked towards the window with emptiness in her eyes. The corners of the stone statue's mouth slowly curled up, and it continued to call Bai Cha's name. Bai Cha had already walked to the window and was almost only an arm's length away from the stone statue. She suddenly slammed the window shut and pulled the curtains with her other hand. At the moment when everything was isolated, Bai Cha covered his head in pain. She was indeed almost bewitched just now. But the daughter left at the front desk was like an anchor, able to maintain her last bit of sanity. It's just that my headache feels like my whole body is being torn apart. Her body was shaking, but she still held on to the curtains tightly. There was a sound of something hitting the window outside. Bai Cha took deep breaths to calm down while quickly analyzing the situation. First of all, it's your own skills. Since this is her unique skill, she naturally wants to learn more about it. Now it seems that the parasitism of daughter not only provides her with a chance of survival, but also because she is connected to daughter, facing the current situation is like having an extra shackle, locking up her last bit of sanity. In other words, the daughter seed originally came from her body. We will have to wait until the daughter blooms to learn more. Let's talk about the current situation. If she was forced to go out just now, what about her body? Will I fall into a deep sleep forever, or become like a walking corpse? If it was the former, he would have died immediately. If it was the latter, how will other players react when they see a walking dead? Bai Cha put herself in his shoes and thought that this zombie-like existence would probably just take action to kill her. Can a player without a soul be killed? If it is possible, this is another possibility. The Buddha statue cannot kill them directly, otherwise there is no need to use the rules. But she can call their souls away, leaving only their bodies. Bai Cha suddenly smiled and slowly straightened up. So, the game is bound to the soul? As for the rules of this game, she still doesn't know if she's the only one going through it, or if she's going through it with others. Once it is confirmed tomorrow, we will be able to roughly guess some of the relationships. There was still a knocking sound outside the window, but Bai Cha ignored it. As long as she didn't see it, there would be no voice calling her. So the medium is obviously the eyes, but the problem is how to get back to the body now. Bai Cha thought about it and simply walked towards the door. This state, which is similar to being out of body and in a dream, may help us discover something useful.
And
Bai Cha sensed the location of the daughter seed. Like, just outside the door. Bai Cha stood inside the door with her hand on the handle. After only 3 seconds of hesitation, she opened the door. There was indeed a receptionist standing outside the door. But it's not just the front desk. The receptionist was holding someone in his hand. The man had been pinched so hard that his eyes rolled back, his face was blue and purple, his tongue was sticking out, and white foam was coming out of his mouth.
it's Zhong Man. Wow, interesting.
Everything was just a fleeting scene when the door was pushed open. Bai Cha's expression did not change at all. He passed by them as if he saw nothing. Instead, he looked towards the stairs with hesitation on his face. The receptionist slowly turned her neck and looked at her with an inquiring look. Bai Cha stood there, her face full of confusion. She took a small step forward and then retracted her foot. She glanced inside the house. Finally, a trace of determination flashed across her face. She took a deep breath, gently closed the door, and walked towards the stairs. During the whole process, he didn't even glance at the murder scene in front of him. She didn't know why the receptionist would kill Zhong Man. This scene was indeed beyond her expectations. So she decided to pretend she didn't see it. Of course, this is also a gamble. That was the state she was in at the moment. In this special space, everyone was pulled in, including the front desk. The front desk has no control over this. It's hard to say whether she is familiar with him or not, but as long as he is not the controller of the dream, it is safest for her to pretend that she can't see it. This is another speculation that needs to be confirmed. The receptionist exerted force with his hands, and with a crack, Zhong Man's neck broke, but the skin was still connected. Bai Cha heard it, but she still didn't show any abnormality. She continued to walk towards the stairs cautiously and tentatively, as if she was unaware of everything behind her. Footsteps began to be heard behind me. It was the receptionist following her. Sure enough, this scene should be related to the B&B itself. However, The tapping sound outside the window when I was in the house just now should also be considered as one of the strange sounds, so I can go to the front desk. Assuming that the players have fallen into such a state at this moment, their real bodies will not be able to get up and ask the front desk to deal with the ghost lying on them. So the only time you can call the front desk is at this moment and in this environment. This is another speculation that Bai Cha just thought of. If you have to make a phone call first, the front desk will show up and solve the problem. That's the order. So can the receptionist she meets here kill her directly? So there was no other way except pretending not to see it. Obviously, the bet was right. Bai Cha held the stairs and went down step by step, as if she had not noticed that the person behind her was so close, only one step away from her. The second floor is quite dark. During this section of the road, Bai Cha walked slower, and his body was shaking slightly. She even sniffed, as if she was about to cry out of fear. No, can't retreat. Bai Cha muttered to himself in a low voice. Then she took a deep breath and suddenly closed her eyes and started to speed up. A meal at the front desk. Bai Cha rushed to the first floor in a panic and embarrassment. When she reached the stairs, she even fell. Her ankle was already hurting, and now it was even worse. She wiped her tears fiercely and looked at the quiet first floor, where there was only a night light at the front desk. She gritted her teeth again, struggled to get up from the ground, dragged her legs, and walked towards the front desk with difficulty. She put on such a big show all of a sudden, mainly to prove that she really didn't know the front desk was behind her. After all, how could such a timid, weak, and crying injured girl have the courage to pretend not to see anything? Of course, the front desk might be able to see through her tricks. After all, when she was at the convenience store outside, she was able to make requests and negotiate, so she definitely wouldn't be such a waste. But what Bai Cha was betting on was not that the front desk clerk would not discover that she could see, but that, according to the rules of this world, she perfectly interpreted that if the front desk clerk could not see her, then the front desk clerk could not do anything to her. Standing in front of the phone, Bai Cha began to hesitate again. Do the whole act. She knew that the front desk couldn't be trusted, of course. She didn't trust anyone else, let alone the front desk. She was thinking about two related rules. The B&B asked her not to disturb anyone, and the note at the front desk asked her to call the front desk. By the way, who was the person who answered the phone all this time? Logically, it should be the B&B. Assume it is a B&B. Therefore, even if you call through the front desk, the B&B will know. But if you call the B&B through the phone in the room, the front desk may not know. This once again confirms that the front desk is controlled by the B&B and is of a lower level. But what if it's not a B&B? Bai Cha always felt that there should be other rules behind this so-called game of rules. These thoughts only flashed through his mind, and Bai Cha slowly withdrew his hand that was making the call. She walked over to the sofa and rummaged through the drawers. There's actually a board game in there. But speaking of it, didn't those players check during the day? Or can the board game only be seen in this state? The board game was placed intact inside the cards. The pattern printed on the cards was, of course, the familiar Buddha statue. The handprints of the Buddha statue on the front and back corresponded to the two promotional leaflets respectively. Bai Cha's eyes flickered slightly, and he opened the board game. There was a game board spread out on the table, 8-player identity chess pieces, a dice, a deck of playing cards, an instruction manual, and a flyer. The hand seal of the Buddha statue on the flyer is the Dharma seal. 2. The front desk cannot be trusted. 3. If you experience hallucinations after eating food, don't panic, just get some sleep. 4. Please do not leave the B&B. If you leave for special reasons, please contact the B&B immediately after returning. We will have someone to check your health because the outside world is very dangerous. The last two are exactly the same. The same goes for not being able to trust the front desk. That's really interesting.
What are you looking at?
Why are you here? A voice came from the stairs. Bai Cha looked up and saw the somewhat disheveled ponytail and the man with glasses. The two seemed to be roommates, but when they formed a team, Ponytail and Zhong Man were together. Brother Kai and Zhong Man are roommates. There was a look of surprise on her face. She looked behind them as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, then made a gesture to come closer and waved. As expected, The two of them came over. Bai Cha handed them the printed supplementary statement in his hand directly and generously. Look, I found this and this board game. She lowered her voice very low, almost in a breath, as if she didn't want to alarm someone. The two of them already looked like they had encountered something, and they sat next to her even more nervously, looking at the instruction manual. After reading it, the two looked at each other and then looked at Bai Cha. Your roommate, did something happen to him too? Asked the man with glasses.
Bai Cha shook her head.
She was still sleeping. I heard a noise outside the window and thought of the rule. I was planning to come over and call her. She seemed a little frightened and looked around in the dim light. But I always feel something is weird. When I went downstairs, I felt like someone was following me, but I didn't see anyone. Now I still feel like someone is watching me. The receptionist hiding in the dark. The guy with the ponytail and glasses didn't doubt her words. The B&B is indeed very dangerous now, and Zhong Man is dead, which they told Bai Cha directly. Didn't you see anything? They asked. Bai Cha shook her head. Then. Ponytail was a little anxious and raised her voice subconsciously, but she quickly realized that it was wrong and lowered her voice again. Have you seen Zhong Man's body lying at the door of room 305? Bai Cha saw it, of course, and she also saw the whole process of his neck being strangled. She shook her head, saying that she had done all the acting. I didn't see anything when I came out of the house. The two people nodded. Ponytail said, that could be because your roommate couldn't be woken up after you left? Bai Cha hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I didn't dare to call her. Doesn't the rules say that you shouldn't disturb others easily? The main reason was that under the circumstances at that time, Bai Cha didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to wake Xiao Xiao up. The noise outside was quite loud, and what if Xiao Xiao was attracted over there again? It was so hard to get Xiao Xiao to sincerely decide to protect her as much as possible. It would be a shame if he just died. Because rules are always useful. The rule clearly says don't bother anyone. It's a human. After she finished speaking, the two of them looked at her with some complicated expressions. You did the right thing. This rule should be followed to be safe, to be precise, for the person who is woken up. As the girl with ponytail said this, she glanced at the man with glasses, and the man with glasses smiled apologetically. It goes without saying that the two people's embarrassment was probably caused by the man with glasses lifting up his ponytail. What will happen if I'm woken up? Bai Cha asked curiously. We will be entangled by those things, with a child and a woman. The man with ponytail was still scared, but the man with glasses was also quite strong. Even the ponytail meets the minimum strength requirement of the copy, and it took a lot of effort to get rid of that thing. As to whether this will violate any other conditions, it is not clear yet. Bai Cha patted his chest immediately and said in fear, That's not bad. I didn't call her. I also know what you are talking about. I saw it, and it scared me to death. Ponytail looked at her subtly. Can I ask you a question? Bai Cha had a puzzled look on his face. Are you really C3 and not a newcomer? Bai Cha's performance was too naive, and the ponytail didn't seem to be acted. Maybe her acting skills were just better. She couldn't tell the difference, but she sincerely felt that it was indeed a bit naive. Take this board game for example. Just call people over to share. Although it stands to reason that they would ask if they saw it. But people's reactions are different. When Bai Cha saw them, he was a little surprised, but soon showed surprise. If it weren't for the fact that a newbie could survive in the game until now and still maintain this innocence, it would really be. There are only two possibilities. Play the pig and eat the tiger, and have good luck. No matter which one it is, white tea is worth making friends with. The former represents strong strength. Although the body looks weak, it may not be fake. He may turn around and become a master with explosive martial arts value. The latter is amazing. With that physique and personality, it takes incredible luck to survive to C3. If you team up with such a person, your survival rate will increase. Of course, they also knew very well that the probability of being a newcomer should not be high, because if Bai Cha was a newcomer, then someone among them must have a hidden level and be a high-level player. Bai Cha blinked and said, Of course I'm not a newcomer. She smiled helplessly. Maybe it's because my health isn't good. Many people think I won't live long. Not to mention in the game, everyone who knows me in real life is curious about how I lived to this age. The man with ponytail and glasses nodded secretly. It seemed like he was just lucky. Yes, she did not see Zhou Man's body when she went out. She carefully chose to follow the rules and happened to encounter the right rules, even including vomiting into the pot. By the way, did your roommate tell you? This afternoon, around 5 o'clock, we felt very hungry, and there was a very delicious smell in the kitchen. At that time, they couldn't help but walk towards the kitchen. Xiao Xiao felt that it smelled good, and because he had seen Bai Cha spit out before, the temptation was quickly neutralized and he sobered up. And remind them that there is Bai Cha's vomit in it. Although the food was tempting, it was not so tempting that people could not control themselves, so everyone sobered up all of a sudden. But there was clearly something wrong with the food.
So,
Bai Cha thought. I was very sober the first time, but I may not be so sure the second time. I will be hungry tomorrow morning too. Have you eaten your fruit? Ponytail asked again tentatively. Not yet. I passed out due to a high fever when I got back. But speaking of it, Bai Cha thought carefully about where to store food in the house. I don't think I saw it. No more? The man with ponytail and glasses looked at each other. I'll go check the kitchen. The man with glasses stood up. Let's go together. Ponytail didn't want to stay here alone. If Bai Cha is just lucky, then her strength is really not that good. Although they want to take advantage of luck, they dare not rely on it completely. Of course, another reason is that if there is danger in the kitchen, Bai Cha is lucky, and taking her with you should bring good luck. Bai Cha didn't know what they were thinking. If she knew, she might really feel a little guilty, because good luck has never been her thing. She's been in 4 or 5 car accidents. If I have to say that I'm lucky, it's probably that nothing happened. She had encountered this kind of life and death crisis many times, and was almost struck by lightning. But every time, everything was fine. At most I suffered some minor injuries. But what normal person would always encounter these things? Bai Cha did not refuse. She was also very curious about the situation in the kitchen. The restaurant was completely dark. The man with glasses took out a flashlight. It appeared out of thin air. Bai Cha was thoughtful. Sure enough, there must be a backpack in this game, but hers didn't seem to have one. This may have something to do with the way she entered the game. The 3 of them were very close, cautiously alert to their surroundings. As they approached the kitchen, several people heard slight noises. The man with glasses immediately turned off the flashlight. Ponytail and Bai Cha held hands and approached the man with glasses more carefully. Bai Cha heard clearly how that subtle noise came about. It was the sound of someone gnawing on meat. Although the 3 of them couldn't see each other's expressions in the dark, they were sure that they were all thinking of the same thing. I'm afraid some players came here to eat. I don't know if they came here on their own or... Soon they approached the door. The door was ajar, leaving a gap. The flame on the stove inside was jumping, emitting a faint light. There was a man standing in front of a chopping board, gnawing at the meat on it in big bites. Eaten raw. There was blood on the raw meat itself, and under the faint light of the flame, one could clearly see that the man's face was covered in blood, and from his outline his stomach was bulging. The piece of meat was very big, more than enough for 8 people, but now there was less than one person's portion left. He ate them all. The flame suddenly jumped violently, brightening the room for a moment. The 3 people saw clearly the light reflected from the man's head. Brother Kai is the only bald guy among the 8 people. At this moment, Brother Kai inside seemed to have noticed something, stopped eating meat, and looked outside the door. The 3 of them secretly thought that something was wrong. Without saying a word, the 3 of them stepped back subconsciously. An axe pierced through the kitchen door and flew directly towards the 3 people. The man with glasses threw out a card, and a light golden shield appeared in the air, blocking the axe with a clanging sound.
Go.
The man with glasses let out a low growl and ran outside first, followed by the man with ponytail.
No one cared about Bai Cha.
In this situation, it would be best if someone could hold Brother Kai back, even if it meant risking his life. Bai Cha had already rolled from the ground to under a table by the wall the moment the man with glasses threw out his shield. She knew her fighting ability very well. She couldn't run fast, not even fast enough by rolling on the ground. She didn't care about her image. After hiding inside, she held her breath. Unable to run away, hiding was the only best way out she could choose. She could only bet that Brother Kai would go after the two of them. Unfortunately, her luck is really not that good. Brother Kai came out of the house and picked up the axe. He did take 2 steps outside, but suddenly stopped and sniffed the air twice. Bai Cha secretly thought that something was wrong. There is really nothing we can do now. Bai Cha suddenly opened the barrage. I didn't expect that there was actually someone squatting in the live broadcast room. Hey, you're not going to ask us for help at this time, right? To be honest, it's not impossible. If you have enough points, you can open a store. If you can buy some items in the store, you might be able to save yourself. How could we help you? Bai Cha then turned off the barrage. She originally just wanted to take a look at the comments, hoping to get some information. She wanted to know what the Meet Brother Kai ate was like. She got the information, but it was not what she wanted. Shops and props were not something she could think of right now. After she changed the barrage, it exploded for a while. This woman. To be honest, she is lucky to be alive. Now I still have to die at Brother Kai's hands. She is still a little smart, but too naive. Brother Kai paced slowly in the dark restaurant. From time to time he would stop and sniff the air. Bai Cha didn't know how he judged the location, and she didn't know what smell she had. Even at the critical moment, she was not very anxious. The main thing is that there is no point in being anxious. She had a minor ankle injury. It wasn't seriously sprained, but it did affect her walking. She couldn't run at all because of chronic illness. Not to mention that she had already used up all her energy outside during the day, and her whole body was sore. So Bai Cha just sat here quietly. There's no use. I can only lie down. Oh, neither. The receptionist had been looking at this side the whole time. She didn't know where she was hiding, but from the time she pretended not to see her until now, she could always feel that she was staring at her. Daughter is nearby. Bai Cha's mind was racing. The axe in Brother Kai's hand, and his high fighting power, can directly split the door panel. The table above her head probably couldn't block it, even though it was made of stainless steel. We need to find a way to get the front desk to take action. Bai Cha heard the footsteps getting closer and the friction sound of the axe dragging across the ground. She suddenly took out the flyer from her chest and quickly stuck it on the wall behind her. She couldn't see the barrage, but the barrage was questioning her actions. What else can I do at this point? A newcomer doesn't even have any props. My body is in this state, and I might as well wait for death. Wait, is she making a wish? In the camera, under the pitch-black table, only the outline of white tea can be seen clearly. She was now kneeling on the ground in a posture, as if she were praying.
Please bless me.
I am willing to sacrifice the soul of that bald man in exchange for lifting the seal on the receptionist for a moment. She prayed like this in her heart. To be honest, she didn't know if it would work. Let's try our best to save the dead horse, since there's no hope of saving it anyway. If it really doesn't work, she can only use the rabbit silk in advance when she gets there. The eyes of the Buddha statue on the flyer on the wall moved. The painful call exploded in Bai Cha's ears again. She immediately curled up in pain, trying to hold herself up as much as possible. Any reaction means there is an effect, but we don't know whether it is good or bad. However, it was so painful that a sound finally escaped from Bai Cha's throat. Brother Kai immediately quickened his pace and rushed forward. I found you! He gave a cruel smile. At the same time, another voice appeared in Bai Cha's mind. Follower Bai Cha, the sacrifice failed. Bai Cha's eyes flashed, and he changed his words. Then I can sacrifice a soul for you. Please give me strength. Once I resolve the crisis at hand, I will offer you a soul. She knew she was courting disaster. So what? How can death not be death? It's too unfair to die at the hands of Brother Kai. It's worth it to see these things that I haven't seen in the past 20 years before I die. The moment the voice in her heart fell, she could feel a huge suffocating force instantly surging into her body, but at the same time it also brought extreme pain and coldness. Bai Cha felt like her whole body was being torn apart. At the same time, There was a destructive and chaotic aura that was madly eroding her and trying to pollute her. Brother Kai raised the axe in his hand high. Bai Cha knew that he only had a moment's chance. When those powers were injected into her body, she seemed to be able to overlook the entire restaurant from above. She even saw Brother Kai raise the axe with her own eyes. Bai Cha suddenly jumped up from under the table, lifted it up, and blocked Brother Kai's sight. Brother Kai reacted instinctively and used the axe to split the table, and then he was greeted by a hand that pierced his chest. Bai Cha didn't even hesitate and crushed his heart directly. Everything happened in a flash. White tea poured on the ground. That power was contaminating her. She did get the power she wanted, but the other party did not guarantee that he would not take her life. Or maybe the other party's default rule is to want her soul. That won't do. Bai Cha looked towards the front desk in pain, with madness in his eyes and a hoarse voice. Don't you need my strength? I got it from you with great difficulty. I can't hold on for much longer. You have to protect my life. Almost instantly the receptionist came out of the darkness holding a lamp.
He still looked down at Bai Cha.
Under the reflection of the light, the changes in the white tea are clearly visible. Her body was like ceramic, with dense cracks all over it, as if it would break at any moment. His eyeballs were bulging and bloodshot, and he looked ferocious. Bai Cha's mind was in a mess. Come here. Come here. There was a voice constantly destroying her consciousness. Bai Cha can only hold on tightly to the last anchor of daughter seed. If the front desk really doesn't take action, she will have to bring out the daughter now. But the receptionist looked like he was just standing there watching. The guy with glasses and ponytail is here. The two people sitting on the sofa looked into the dark restaurant from time to time. No one knew what was going on inside, and no screams were heard. Until just now, a loud noise was heard from inside, followed by the sound of flesh being cut. The two looked at each other. It looks like White Tea is dead. They didn't feel any guilt, as that was how it was in the game. Ponytail was a little worried that Brother Kai would run out soon. Do you want to call someone? But calling someone would also violate the rules. While the two were hesitating, a voice came from the stairs. Wang Shuming came down. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the two of them, then glanced at the board game on the table. There were no flyers on the table at the moment. The two men hid the flyers after they came out. They are not naive players like Bai Cha. Why are you here? I heard some noise downstairs. And what about the body of Zhong Man upstairs? Hearing this, Ponytail said, We don't know what happened upstairs. The person was already dead when we came out. Just now it was Brother Kai and Bai Cha who were in the restaurant. Bai Cha must have been killed. There is nothing to hide about this matter, so she gave a brief account of the details. Wang Shuming raised his eyebrows slightly. Is White Tea dead? Not necessarily. She didn't know whether others knew it or not, but he knew very well that he had entered with his identity hidden. His real level is S3. He entered this copy hiding his identity. He came here to check something. So that White Tea is not C3 at all, but a lower grade. It may correspond to him, but it is also very likely to be a newcomer. He could not hide his entry into this copy from the game, but it was in compliance with the rules as long as he suppressed it as much as possible and hid his identity. But in the same way, the game can also comply with the rules and bring in players with lower levels. If there are less than 4 people at the end of this game, you cannot survive. The board games on the table are the key. And a newcomer basically means certain death. The remaining low-level players might not be able to survive. He could understand why the game wanted him to die in it. But if Bai Cha is indeed a newcomer, as a newcomer, her performance is extremely outstanding, mainly because of her excellent abnormalogical quality. Wang Shuming thought about Bai Cha's body and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, although my mental quality is excellent, my body is too weak. If I can survive this game, I may be able to find an opportunity to strengthen my physical fitness. There are many props and rewards in the game that can improve my physical condition. Pity. Then I'll go in and take a look. Wang Shuming still planned to go and take a look. In case the person is not dead yet and can still be saved, it is not impossible to save him. He is not worried about Brother Kai's strength. But before he got close to the restaurant, Wang Xuming felt a very dangerous aura. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at the Buddha statue on the front desk. Who summoned the evil god? The first night isn't even halfway through, and the board game hasn't even started yet. So who summoned me? Wang Xuming was really alert this time. And just at this moment, footsteps were heard from inside. The man with ponytail and glasses on the sofa also stood up and looked over here, ready for a fight at any time. What are you doing here at night, guests? The figure of the receptionist slowly emerged from the restaurant, holding a dim lamp in his hand. The light outside was already quite dim, but the arrival of that lamp not only did not make the space look brighter, but it seemed even more gloomy. Wang Xuming looked at the receptionist calmly. The skin on her face was no different from that of a human. To be honest, this is certainly not normal. There is a branch quest on this reception desk, but this branch quest has little to do with the main quest. As long as it is not triggered, this reception desk is basically safe. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to find the correct rules. If the death rule is violated, the front desk will naturally kill people. In fact, Wang Xuming just realized that the receptionist can actually have other roles such as taking people out. Because no one spoke, the receptionist's face looked a little weird. He has a very outstanding face, which could be seen when he was like a plaster statue before. His lines can be said to be a perfect work of art. But apart from his dark eyes, it is difficult for players to remember his appearance. Why are you all silent? Have you done something bad? Wang Xuming smiled. Nothing, I just couldn't sleep at night, so I walked around. Why is the receptionist here? Oh, I saw someone sneaking into the kitchen to eat. I remembered that a customer complained about the unclean food this afternoon, so I took care of it. By the way, he turned sideways and turned on the light switch on the wall. The bright light instantly illuminated the entire lobby and restaurant of the B&B. Wang Xuming saw the scene inside the restaurant at a glance. There was blood on the ground. There was a tall figure lying there. It was Brother Kai. His chest felt like it was torn open alive, and his heart was broken. His eyes were wide open, but the expression on his face was not normal. It was an indescribable madness, satisfaction, and astonishment. His skin turned grayish-white, which was quite similar to the condition at the front desk before. In addition, there was another figure lying on the other side. It was Bai Cha. She lay weakly on the ground, looking like she was about to faint. Her breathing was very feeble, but obviously not dead. There were no injuries on her body, but the lingering, terrifying aura of the evil god was clearly emanating from her. There was also a leaflet dropped next to her. Wang Xuming thought of a possibility and took a breath. So the evil spirit was summoned by Bai Cha? Is she crazy? No, then how did she survive? Wang Xuming looked towards the front desk. The front desk clerk said, "By the way, I noticed that this guest seems to be very ill. I was just about to ask you to take her back to her room to rest." The man with ponytail and glasses had already walked over. The man with glasses pushed his glasses and looked at the man with ponytail. This Bai Cha is really capable. Brother Kai died, but she didn't. Thank you. Wang Xuming thanked him, walked past the front desk, and went to the restaurant. Are you okay? Wang Xuming didn't even look at Brother Kai, but squatted beside Bai Cha. Bai Cha's eyes moved, and her pupils were a little dilated. The front desk finally took action. As she thought, the front desk needed the power from the unknown Buddha statue to unlock some shackles. But there are two Buddha statues. Believers may be different. So there are two possibilities. Maybe she just stumbled upon it by accident, just like the flyer inserted in the notebook at the front desk corresponds to the Buddha statue of Chi Qian. And the flyers she got outside were also like this. Another possibility is that the front desk needs their strength, but not necessarily their believers. Maybe there is a third party, but these are too complicated, and Bai Cha doesn't have the energy to think about it anymore. Even though the horrifying aura was taken away, the remaining power was still rapidly eroding her body. Wang Xuming picked up the flyer beside her and looked at it. He took a deep look at Bai Cha, took out a white porcelain bottle, and fed Bai Cha a red pill inside. Bai Cha immediately felt much better. The horrible chaotic energy was being dissipated, and his body felt a little soothed. Don't worry, after you exit the game, all your conditions will be restored to the state before you entered the game. Wang Shuming said in a low voice. Bai Cha's eyes flashed, and she looked at him. Wang Shuming made a gesture to keep quiet. Shall I help you back to your room? Bai Cha closed her eyes. The pill was indeed very effective, but unfortunately she still couldn't move. Of course, she didn't know that the screen of her live broadcast room was full of question marks. This newbie's luck is so good, someone actually gave him an A-level purification pill. I don't understand. Isn't this person only A6? This thing is so rare, it can only be obtained in a very small number of dungeons, and the price in the shop is even higher. It can't be, because she's pretty, right? It also looks like she can tell that she's a newcomer, right? Speechless. What good luck. This newbie met a saintly player right after entering the game, and now he has met a second one. What good luck. And the receptionist actually said she would help. Is this new guy's skill some kind of Mary Sue skill?
But
she just performed quite well. She was so bold as to ask the evil god for help. That's not good at all. It's just that the newbies are fearless, and it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. What else is that but good luck? Bai Cha didn't even know that because of this pill, the popularity of her live broadcast room suddenly increased. Wang Shuming picked up Bai Cha from the ground and walked past the front desk again. Bai Cha met his gaze. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to see the receptionist smile. But that smile was anything but friendly. Bai Cha could feel the endless malice hidden in that smile. But she didn't really care, and looked away. After all, she also wanted to kill the receptionist.
Bai Cha?
What's wrong? Xiao Zhao's voice came from the stairs. She came downstairs with a pale face. When she saw Bai Cha, she walked forward anxiously. The concern on her face was not fake. They had only spent an afternoon together, but she actually fell in love with Bai Cha. Bai Cha shook her head and said, "It's okay, are you okay? When I woke up, I saw you sleeping and I didn't dare to call you. It's okay. Me too." When Xiao Xiao woke up, he saw his body still lying on the bed, and so was Bai Cha. And the two ghosts that are haunting them. There was a strange sound outside the window that bewitched her and almost made her open the curtains. Fortunately, I heard some noise coming from downstairs. Only then did she come to her senses, cold sweat breaking out on her back, and she planned to come out and take a look. As a result, when she opened the door, she saw Zhong Man's body lying at the door. She checked Zhong Man's body again before going downstairs. Since the guests don't want to go to bed at night, why not play a board game? Maybe time will pass quickly? The receptionist suddenly spoke. He looked at the people present meaningfully.
There are only 5 of us left.
If we don't hurry up, what will we do? Having said this, he disappeared with the lamp in hand. The people who stayed behind looked at each other. Wait, there are only 5 left? Xiao Xiao took a look and saw that there were exactly 5 of them in the field. Brother Kai is dead too? She was a little surprised. He must have violated the death rule. Wang Shuming said, "Since you let us play the board game,
then you."
The following words were directed to Bai Cha. Bai Cha gestured for him to put her on the sofa, and after a while, she asked 2 questions. How did your roommate die? Did you see your body when you woke up? The first part was said to Wang Shuming, and the second part is said to everyone. She seemed to be showing a little bit of aggression, not as weak and indecisive as before. Since they knew that Brother Kai had most likely died at her hands, even though they didn't know how she did it, the man with the ponytail and the glasses had changed his opinion of her. Therefore, he did not react to her subtle changes, but answered immediately.
Yes.
The man with glasses said, "Because I felt something was wrong, I tried to call her." Of course, although that's what he said, everyone actually knew that he just wanted to test the rules. Although the death rule may be triggered if all rules are not triggered and only followed, it is possible that one of the death rules will be followed. Ponytail didn't dwell on the matter anymore. Teammates didn't trust each other that much to begin with, and they were taking advantage of each other. After he woke me up, I saw a female ghost haunting me and my body lying there. The female ghost did not attack my body, but attacked me instead. What about outside the window? Xiao Xiao asked. I heard a sound outside the window, and I almost opened the curtains. If I had opened them, I dare not imagine what would have happened. I might have died. Well, if you open the curtains and look at the things outside the window, you will definitely die. That's how my roommate died. Wang Xuming then spoke and answered Bai Cha's question just now. We didn't hear any sound outside the window. Ponytail shook her head. Everyone was thoughtful. Then, these are the corresponding 2 rules. Bai Cha coughed a few times and spoke weakly. Her voice was soft but calm, and everyone's eyes were on her. There are several possibilities. The first is that we followed the rules of the B&B and didn't disturb anyone, but we violated the rule of death, which means there will be something outside the window calling us. Bai Cha needs a while to calm down after finishing a sentence. In the second case, we followed the rules of the B&B and did not trigger the death condition, but the front desk rules required us to contact the front desk immediately for processing, which we did not follow, so we violated the rules. The second logic doesn't make sense. Xiao said, if it's the second one, then the sound appeared too quickly, and there was no time to contact the front desk. Bai Cha gave her an encouraging look and said, it could also be because he didn't get up to make the call right away, but checked inside the house first. Xiao nodded. That's possible, but they woke each other up, but nothing happened. Even though they were entangled by those ghosts aren't that difficult to deal with, right? Ponytail nodded. The ghost's strength was indeed not that strong, and not enough to cause death. So we can summarize this rule about sound. If you follow it, you will die. If you stay overnight tomorrow night, you must wake up the people around you, said the man with glasses. Bai Cha listened quietly to their summary. Noticing Wang Xuming's gaze beside him, Bai Cha smiled friendly. Wang Xuming felt more and more that his investment was not a loss. It looked like a group of players gathered here to discuss a rule, but it was Bai Cha who was deliberately guiding them. She showed some abilities but didn't overdo it, and remained in a state that allowed people to relax their vigilance. Such newcomers may not be able to stay in the copy for a long time. Bai Cha leaned on the sofa with a tired look. After discussing a rule, the somewhat excited Xiao noticed her look, grabbed her hand with some heartache, and found that her hands were frighteningly cold. Are you still having a fever? Xiao asked. Bai Cha shook her head. She didn't know what the pill Wang Xuming gave her was, but it was very effective. Although the damaged parts of her body could not be completely repaired, her current condition was actually better than before she went to bed last night. So she was also very clear that the elixir must be worth a lot of money, but Wang Xuming didn't say anything, so she didn't ask for the time being. Since he is willing to give out this elixir, unless the elixir is readily available to him, he must have some ulterior motive. And now she has nothing. Of course Xiao didn't know that Wang Xuming gave her the elixir, but because she asked about Bai Cha, the topic of the man with glasses shifted to Bai Cha. Did you kill Brother Kai? Xiao was stunned. She had just come down, and because of what the front desk said, she knew that Brother Kai was dead, but she didn't know it was related to Bai Cha.
Bai Cha smiled weakly.
I think we should discuss why he went to the kitchen to eat. Can you tell me what happened this afternoon when I was away? She neither denied nor admitted it, and everyone naturally had their own thoughts. In fact, this afternoon, Brother Kai was the first one to feel hungry. There was a strong smell in the kitchen at that time, so he was the first to check. Because he is more domineering, we fell behind. In fact, rather than saying it was overbearing, it would be more accurate to say that everyone felt that the fragrance was abnormal and was very alert. It was rare for Brother Kai not to give orders, so of course no one would come forward. And, of course, everyone also remembers what Bai Cha said about vomiting into the pot in the afternoon. So, even though it smells good, it feels disgusting. But after Brother Kai entered the kitchen, he called them over, and several people went over. The scene they saw was the same as what Xiao and the others saw. Perhaps it was because I felt uncomfortable in my heart, or maybe the fragrance itself was not that tempting. As long as my willpower was a little stronger, I could resist it, but I would feel even hungrier. Brother Kai stared at the meat for a long time, then suddenly picked up an axe and chopped it down, but there was no movement, so everyone went out and found that you were not there. After asking Xiao, he knew that you had gone out, so he waited for you there. Bai Cha frowned slightly. He looks domineering and reckless, but he is actually insidious. He would never go to the kitchen on his own initiative, nor would he rashly touch the meat on the table. As she spoke, a lingering fear seemed to appear on her face. It's very strange, so it's very likely that he has other clues that we don't know about, said Ponytail. Bai Cha smiled and sat aside again, watching their discussion in silence. She would only give guidance at the appropriate time, secretly controlling the situation, but never standing out. The main reason is that Brother Kai died. That guy is such a ticking time bomb. He looks like he can kill all the players at any moment, if there is a chance. What's more, Bai Cha himself has verified that players can kill each other when they are in special states. I'll go see if there are any clues on the body, said the man with glasses. Wang Xuming also stood up. Then I'll go with you. Bai Cha and the other 3 women did not go. Ponytail's eyes flashed with discomfort when she thought about abandoning her and running away. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. She was apologizing, but she didn't feel guilty about it. Instead, she was afraid that Bai Cha would have some tricks up his sleeve, even though she was much higher in rank than Bai Cha. However, being able to kill an A-level player at a critical moment is still frightening. Bai Cha smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? Isn't this normal?" Ponytail thought so too, but felt a little embarrassed when she said it out loud. The man with glasses and Wang Xuming moved quickly and came out soon. I only have this, nothing else. The man with glasses placed a necklace on the table. The necklace was a miniature Buddha statue. Bai Cha looked at it carefully and found that the Buddha statue was holding the preaching seal. It seems that he does have props that we didn't get. Does anyone know where he is mainly looking for clues today? Bai Cha asked.
He.
The man with glasses and the others all had confused looks on their faces. They were assigned very well today, and few people noticed Brother Kai. It seemed like he was in the room the whole time. He went to room 305, Wang Xuming said. At first I thought I was seeing things. I tried to open the door, but it was clearly locked. It shouldn't be opened without the key to the BNB. As he said this, he smiled at Bai Cha. Bai Cha remained calm. Wang Xuming's words were obviously just a casual attempt to make up for it. Brother Kai also asked him to check the faucets in every room. No one knew when Brother Kai noticed it, and the other party hadn't seen it yet. The remaining few people have been diverted. 305? Should we go up and take a look? Asked Ponytail. But I think should we play board games first? The man with glasses pointed to the table. They have been discussing it here for quite a while and haven't started playing yet. The words of the front desk always make people care. You definitely have to play board games, but once you start playing board games, you won't stop easily. Bai Cha sighed worriedly. If it's a game, there has to be a winner. I don't know how the winner of a board game is determined. Her seemingly unintentional sigh made everyone think a lot. Then let's go to 305 first and find the death condition that Brother Kai triggered. Although Brother Kai was killed by Bai Cha, he essentially violated the rules of death, which was why he went to eat meat and became like that. Even if Bai Cha didn't kill him, he probably wouldn't have lived long. Bai Cha didn't mean to scare them on purpose. What she said was actually true. Board games are used to speed up time, and of course it is also possible that they are used to trigger other rules. So far, at least they have not seen the so-called 4th floor and the extra bathroom. Therefore, if we don't find out why these dead players violated the conditions before that, it will be disadvantageous for the next game. These players wouldn't be surprised. But the current situation is that Xiao Xiao now trusts Bai Cha very much, but after what happened with Brother Kai, the man with ponytail and glasses are afraid of Bai Cha. Wang Xuming should be able to see Bai Cha's true identity and strength, but he may have a mentality similar to investment or appreciation towards her. This will allow Bai Cha to take control of the situation. People are naturally inclined to blindly follow others. Except for Wang Xuming, the remaining 3 people have more or less been inclined to obey others' arrangements since Brother Kai's time. Brother Kai was killed by Bai Cha, so of course they subconsciously shifted the object of their obedience. Especially since Bai Cha did not act very strong from the beginning to the end. No matter what she said, she only claimed to be C3. If she was really strong, no one would listen to her. Wang Xuming is obviously hiding his identity and has other purposes. After all, Wang Xuming could tell that she was a newcomer, and Bai Cha could also guess his strength, so he must be at least S. Despite having such strength, he always disguises himself as an ordinary person, which proves that this copy is not as simple as it seems, and there must be some other secrets. In short, all these make Wang Xuming obey others on the surface, although he may not listen to them in his heart. But who will go to 305 is another question. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone should go together. But there is one more thing before that. But Zhong Man, why did the death condition trigger? Bai Cha pretended that she did not see the scene of Zhong Man being killed at the front desk. She had been pretending for so long, and of course, she could not expose her lie at this time. But when Zhong Man died, the front desk clerk killed him at the door of room 305. Of course, it could have been said to be at the door of 306, but the front desk was facing 305 at the back. Combined with the current news that Brother Kai had been to 305 and his inexplicable death, there must be a secret in 305. But she couldn't say it directly, so she had to guide these people. Yes, he was blocking the end of the corridor at the time, and his neck was broken by someone. I don't know who did it. Could it be Brother Kai? Everyone has seen Zhong Man's body. If it was Brother Kai, then it proves that at least one of Brother Kai and Zhong Man was in an abnormal state at that time. Bai Cha asked. It's possible. Everyone nodded. But that's not right. I didn't see any body when I came down. Bai Cha asked again. The man with ponytail and glasses was stunned, and then they remembered that they had asked Bai Cha when they came down, and at that time Bai Cha did say that she did not see Zhong Man's body. Afterwards, they went to the kitchen, where they saw Brother Kai eating meat, which meant that Zhong Man was definitely not killed by Brother Kai. Everyone who came out later saw the body. Assuming that no one was lying, Zhong Man could only have been killed by a non-player. It looks like the front desk. Everyone's expressions became more serious. Bai Cha looked a little surprised and uneasy, and asked, why did the front desk kill Zhong Man at the entrance of 305? Will it be dangerous if we go there? No. The front desk won't kill anyone unless the death rule is triggered. Wang Xuming glanced at Bai Cha and simply said it out for him. Bai Cha pretended not to see his look and looked even more uneasy. So which rule did he break? Did he go to the front desk without calling them? She seemed to be mumbling to herself, speaking casually. Xiao Xiao immediately said, it's very possible that he heard some news or something. Didn't Brother Kai tell us to follow the rules on the flyer at the front desk? Zhong Man seems to be timid, and he also has an identity conflict with Bai Cha. He seems to be very eager to prove that he is useful and not to be abandoned, so he still listens to Brother Kai. Which one should it be? Asked Ponytail. This. Can we rule out the one we just deduced? Generally speaking, there is only one condition for death. We won't add many conditions of death to one rule. If we do that, the game will become unplayable. The man with glasses spoke. Did he see the stairs? Bai Cha asked hesitantly. In Bai Cha's live broadcast room. I give up. This new guy is asking this and that. Is he really capable? I came to see what kind of newcomer is worth saving with an A-level pill, but this is the result. Could it be that he was attracted by her beauty? It's possible. At present, no one has seen the extra floor. So it is very possible for white tea. But this does not allow everyone to determine the new rules. Let's go check out room 305 first, said the man with glasses. Bai Cha didn't say anything more. Everyone went upstairs. In front of the door of 305, Zhong Man's body was still there. Speaking of which, where is his body in the room? Bai Cha asked casually. Zhong Man and Brother Kai are in the same room, room 308. Several players immediately opened the door of 308. The house was empty. Bai Cha seemed thoughtful. For a moment, everyone was confused as to whether the players' bodies would disappear after they died outside, or whether these two were special. But when Bai Cha opened the door of room 307, the body of the man with the ponytail and glasses who should have been inside was not there. Bai Cha's own body in 306 was also gone. Everyone's heart is becoming increasingly heavy, as this special situation often only represents bad implications. They may not be able to go back for a while. Now think about it again. The matter of the front desk letting you play board games is even more delicate. With a click, Everyone looked over and saw that Wang Xuming had somehow managed to open the door of room 305. There was a faint, almost imperceptible smell of incense wafting out from inside, and it was pitch black inside. Wang Xuming pushed the door open with a creaking sound, but it was still pitch dark inside, without any light coming in. He turned around to look at everyone and asked, "Are you going in?" Everyone hesitated for a moment. Something doesn't look right here. And the smell of incense means that there may be offerings. One can imagine what is being worshipped in such an environment. But if there really are some clues in there, it would be a pity not to take a look. We are not teammates who trust each other. Who knows if someone will keep the clue for himself after getting it? So in the end, everyone headed towards 305. Xiao Xiao grabbed Bai Cha and half-blocked her. Bai Cha only felt that it was the smell of incense in the dark air. It was so strong that it even made people want to cough. Xiao Xiao, who had just been holding her, disappeared, and it seemed that she was the only one in the darkness. Bai Cha saw 3 flames. When I walked over to take a look, I saw that the 3 flames were actually 3 incense sticks. The object being offered on the table is covered with a red cloth, most likely the Buddha statue seen outside. If this room is arranged the same as other rooms, this position should now be at the head of the bed. Bai Cha groped carefully in the darkness. Everything around me was unclear, only the smell of incense was getting stronger. Faintly, she seemed to hear the call again. Bai Cha knew that as the sound became clearer, she would only become more dangerous. She felt her way to the bathroom door. The layout of the room is indeed the same style as in the B&B. Bai Cha opened the bathroom door and slipped in. A cold light flew over. Bai Cha leaned against the door, his pupils slightly dilated. There was a pain in the neck.
It's you.
A faint light suddenly appeared in the bathroom. It was a lighter, and the light outlined the silhouette of Wang Xuming. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief and moved closer to the wall. "Why are you here? Do you know where the others are?" She still looked harmless. Wang Xuming chuckled and did not answer her question. Instead, he asked her a question. "You did it on purpose when you were downstairs, didn't you?" Bai Cha blinked, as if she didn't understand what you were talking about. "You guide them to derive the rules, which on the surface seems to be fine, but the premise is that the 2 rules are contradictory." Wang Xuming actually didn't expect Bai Cha to enter the bathroom. It was inconvenient to chat before because there were too many people around, but now is a good opportunity. He wants to see if this newcomer is suitable to join their guild. Bai Cha was leaning against the wall, smiling without saying a word. Yes, no one has ever said that the rules are contradictory. If you follow the rules of the B&B, you don't necessarily have to follow the rules of the front desk. There is no regulation stating that the B&B and the front desk must be in conflict. It's just that everyone will subconsciously think so, and Bai Cha also takes advantage of inertial thinking and guides it a little. To put it bluntly, Zhong Man might have actually triggered the rule after hearing the sound. He went to the front desk and triggered the death condition. Ponytail and the others woke up their companions, so the death rule of the B&B was not triggered. This only proves that the rule of the B&B is best not to follow, but it does not prove what the rules at the front desk are. It also does not mean that the front desk rule conflicts with the B&B rule. What if going downstairs to look for the receptionist could also avoid the death condition? Zhong Man died at the door of 305, so he might not have gone downstairs to look for the receptionist. No matter which rule he broke, he didn't find the front desk by calling, which was his death condition and had nothing to do with other rules. What's more, Bai Cha and Xiao Xiao, who did not wake up their companions, did not die. It's just that they almost died. This is different. If Bai Cha were to face the female ghost, she might also die. So in fact, no real rules were introduced from the beginning to the end. So, you know that everyone is divided into camps? The light from the lighter in Wang Xuming's hand made his face flicker.
What are they saying?
The audience in the live broadcast room of both people were a little confused. What does this guy mean? There can't be something special about this new guy that we haven't seen, right?
Was that a guide? I didn't see it.
I have a fever again. I'm not sure if it's a reinfection so soon. The antigen hasn't been detected yet. Maybe it's just a fever caused by lunation. But the symptoms are much more serious than when I tested positive a week ago. I'll try to update it if anyone is watching. You seem to be very clear about this copy? Bai Cha asked instead of answering. Wang Xuming looked at her with a half-smile for a while. It's very cautious, and this kind of mentality is rare. He doesn't mind giving a helping hand either. Please introduce myself. I am a member of the Yongrui Guild. Since you are a newcomer, it would be best if you can join a guild after you can clear this dungeon. Bai Cha said calmly. What are the benefits? Someone can take you to the next level, and their survival rate is higher than your own. Your body is unlikely to grow much in the short term. Your brain and character are good, but that alone is not enough. You can feel the benefits of the pill I gave you, right? I won't invest in vain. Wang Xuming stopped there and said, this dungeon is indeed not a simple rule-based dungeon. You have guessed it, which is why I've been asking you to explore 305 first instead of playing the board game. Of course, they were not the only ones present who noticed the difference in the Buddha statue. But if we think about the camp, there don't seem to be many people. Once the board game starts, the camps will be officially divided. By then, after a few rounds of games, everyone should know what they should follow. This is also the reason why Bai Cha intentionally confuses people. In fact, the rules are not based on the front desk and the BNB, but on the camps, and each camp follows its own rules. Of course, she had no way of knowing that once the board game started, everyone would be able to tell which side they were in. But she could guess one thing. Maybe after the board game was over, it would be time to complete the game. Before that, try to make everyone agree that the rules apply to everyone. This will be beneficial for her as it will give her the upper hand in controlling the game. Then what's in 305? Wang Xuming obviously intended to guide her, so not only did he not expose Bai Cha, he also cooperated with her. This is another branch line. It's the story behind the entire BNB. Are you interested? Wang Xuming said as he turned on the faucet. Bright red liquid flowed out of it. The female ghost appeared again. But she didn't do anything and looked at Wang Xuming with some fear. Bai Cha opened the door. The female ghost did not disappear, but just watched the two of them leave with her eyes open. The lighter in Wang Xuming's hand seemed to be able to dispel some of the darkness in the room. He found the location of the landline. Bai Cha watched quietly the whole time and asked just before he was about to make the call, aren't the others in the same space as us? Wang Xuming seemed to turn around and smile meaningfully, still dialing the phone number of the BNB in his hand. Bai Cha lowered her eyes. If they were not in the same space, then why did she live with Wang Xuming? Was it arranged by Wang Xuming? He may not have the ability to influence the dungeon, but he is familiar with it, so I'm afraid this is not his first time in this dungeon. Can the dungeon be entered a second time? Although he introduced himself just now, he didn't say his name. He must have hidden his identity. Entering the game twice, just for the story behind it? Or is there something in this game that is worth getting? As these thoughts flashed through her mind, the same voice came from the landline as when the front desk called. How can I help you? I don't know if it's an illusion, but there seems to be a rotten smell and the smell of incense in the house. Bai Cha looked at the small altar at the head of the bed. Wang Xuming beside him said slowly, there's something wrong with the faucet in room 305. Red water is coming out. Can you come and fix it? The smell of decay became more distinct. Are you talking about the faucet in room 305? The voice on the other end of the phone became slow and unreal, with a strange atmosphere.
Yes.
But sir, no one lives in room 305. The voice on the other end began to become excited. Why did you go to room 305? There is a price to pay for entering and leaving other rooms at will. We have sent someone to room 305. Guest, please don't let us catch you. A shrill, busy tone began to come from the phone. Wang Xuming hung up the phone, spread his hands, and said, it's broken. What should I do? Bai Cha ignored him and kept staring at the altar. The smell of decay comes from there. The door of room 305 suddenly opened with a click. A frightening breath came in from the door. Who broke into the room? The figure at the door hunched over and slowly walked into the room. Wang Xuming suddenly covered Bai Cha's mouth and nose with one hand, put his other hand around her waist, and took her into the closet. Bai Cha didn't resist, but just frowned. She didn't know what Wang Xuming was trying to do. He deliberately tried to get her to stay in the same space with him, which seemed like he was trying to recruit her. But she couldn't trust him at all. Even if the other party had previously taken out a pill with extremely effective effects. But really, is there anyone who would casually give such precious medicine to a seemingly good newcomer? Unless he's a good person. But even if Xiao Xiao was a soft-hearted person, there was no way he would have saved her at that time before she had taken the trouble to win him over. But if you want something, it will always be exposed. Bai Cha didn't think any more and just listened to the noise outside. Where are the people? The figure outside made a harsh and slow sound, and it seemed like he was dragging a chain in his hand, making a rubbing sound on the ground. Bai Cha looked at the person next to him, even though the other person might not be able to see his expression in the dark environment. But she really wanted to ask, and then what? After attracting the people from the B&B, what should we do next? We can't just hide here. The space inside the cabinet is small, so Bai Cha is placed as close to the cabinet next to it as possible. She hated this claustrophobic environment. Not to mention that there was another person next to him at the moment, and there was a rotten smell in the space. Wang Shuming suddenly stuffed something into her hand. It looks like a bead. Bai Cha temporarily suppressed his annoyance. In the current situation, it was obvious that Wang Shuming was the one with the initiative. She was particularly prone to anxiety in this environment, but she had to suppress it and wait for Wang Shuming's move. The thing outside circled the room and then walked towards the cabinet. I found you. There was a hint of joy in the unpleasant sound, and the thing even couldn't wait to open the cabinet. After a brief moment of doubt, Bai Cha calmed down and stood there motionless. Although no one knows what Wang Shuming wants to do, he is very strong and familiar with the copy. The current situation cannot be unexpected. What's more, even if he was really discovered, Bai Cha would have no other way. Her strength is her greatest weakness. And just as she thought, even though the cabinet door was opened, they were not discovered. That thing looked like an old man, but it had no hair on its body. Its skin was blue and black, and it emitted a foul odor. His eyes were dim, and he leaned in to look inside the cabinet. His face even passed in front of Bai Cha's face. Bai Cha suppressed the urge to vomit in his stomach and stood there motionless. Where are the people? As soon as that thing opened its mouth, a rotten and bloody smell came out of its mouth. Bai Cha's expression twisted for a moment. This was really unfriendly to her, as she was still very weak and had a bad stomach. Wang Shuming next to him didn't feel well either. He just stood there expressionless. The thing even reached out its hand. Bai Cha could clearly feel his hands passing over her body. Her hair stood on end. The sticky feeling, like the touch of a venomous snake covered in mucus, gave her goosebumps. She clenched the bead in her hand, which felt cool to the touch. Bai Cha could roughly guess that it was this bead that hid their figures. The thing ultimately failed to find the two of them and moved towards the door, dragging its chain in disappointment. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shuming grabbed her wrist and winked at her. Bai Cha frowned, but didn't shake him off and followed him. Wang Shuming's posture clearly showed that he wanted to follow that thing. The thing was also quite alert. It took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. But he still didn't see anyone, even though Wang Shuming and Bai Cha were right behind him. 2 people left 305. There were dim, flickering lights in the corridor, and for some reason the light seemed dark and reddish. Bai Cha looked around and found that the situation was completely different from when they came in. The walls became dilapidated and moldy, and there was even water accumulation in the corners. The air was also filled with the smell of decay and dampness, and the door panels had become shabby. The only thing that was the same as when I came in was that the door was pushed open and not closed properly. Bai Cha even saw his own body and Xiao Zhao's body lying on the bed in room 306. She had a vague idea in her mind, but she was not quite sure. When he reached the stairs and saw the extra floor, Bai Cha didn't feel surprised at all. The thing in front was dragging a long chain and going up the stairs step by step. Wang Shuming let go of her hand and pointed downstairs. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. She could choose to go downstairs according to the rules at this moment. But you can also go up. Wang Xuming walked upstairs. Rather than surviving under the rules, Bai Cha certainly wants to know what is behind it. After all, she had told a lot of lies in order to survive. Just as for the front desk clerk, she had to kill him. It is unknown whether Cascuda can kill the receptionist. She cannot bet everything on a skill that she has never used. So, she just took a look downstairs and followed Wang Xuming upstairs. After turning the corner and going up to the 4th floor, what appears is a place with the same layout as the 1st floor. The only difference is that the handprint of the Buddha statue at the front desk is different. Apart from that, even the board games spread out on the table are the same as those on the 1st floor. The thing dragged its heavy steps towards the dining room and finally into the kitchen. Bai Cha even saw Brother Kai's body lying on the floor of the restaurant. She looked at Wang Xuming, who did not move forward, with a questioning look in her eyes. Wang Xuming made a gesture to keep quiet and pointed in the direction of the stairs behind him. At this moment, there were no stairs going down, only stairs going up, as if this was really the 1st floor. Wang Xuming walked to the sofa and sat down.
You should be able to talk now.
Bai Cha frowned and walked to his side, still looking around vigilantly. So, what's the situation now? Wang Xuming glanced at her and said, theoretically, you can see the 4th floor from any room. As for the other people, the room itself is special. After entering, you'll be randomly assigned to different spaces. Of course, it does not mean that I cannot make an impact. For example, I have a prop that can lock you and find you. This is an explanation of Bai Cha's previous problems, but Bai Cha feels that there are still some issues that don't make sense. But she didn't care too much about it. For many things, it's enough as long as they look acceptable on the surface. As long as they don't make rash phone calls and don't touch the statue on the table, they will most likely be fine. They can just come out. But after coming out, whether they choose to go upstairs or downstairs is up to them. Bai Cha glanced in the direction of the gate. There seemed to be a faint noisy sound outside, just like what she heard when she went out today. Bai Cha asked, so, what is the situation on this level? It's just the outer world and the inner world. One is real and the other is fake. Wang Xuming said this and spread his hands. That's all I can tell you. You can guess for yourself. Bai Cha looked at him, but did not doubt what he said. Now that things have come to this, there should be no need to hide anything anymore. At most, you can say something misleading or hide key information. But it's still vague now. Maybe it's as limited as she thought. The real and fake world. If the world they are in at this moment is real, that is to say, the world their bodies are in is real, and the real world has a 4th layer. No, it's not even necessarily the 4th layer. If the 4th layer is the 1st layer, the real 1st layer, then reality and falsehood are a Mobius strip. The two are interconnected. If one could enter another world after leaving the room, then when they left their bodies and walked out in an unknown state, they might have entered another world. But if it is still divided into 2 forms, body and consciousness, the world where consciousness exists, let's say it is a false world. In that state, is everything around it illusory? But death is obviously real death.
And about the camp.
In this case, the role of the camp seems to be not very important. No, not necessarily. She is not sure what the content of the board game is, but if there are camps, there will definitely be confrontations. If there are camps and confrontations, players will die. So, when a certain number of players die, maybe the game cannot be completed. Bai Cha put the only clues he had together and found that there was still a key clue missing, a clue that could connect everything together. She simply stopped thinking about it, quickly changed her state, and looked at Wang Xuming.
So what do we do next?
If the game is about ensuring the number of people who survive, then she wouldn't worry about what Wang Xuming would do to her in this game. So, she naturally changed her attitude to obey the other party, even though she might not feel that way in her heart. But she has a very clear understanding of her own strength, and she believes that assessing the situation is the best way to survive. Wang Xuming smiled. He pointed to the board game. Of course, we have to wait until after the game starts. We haven't seen the separate bathroom yet. Indeed, so far, several of the weird things in the rules have been implemented accordingly, except for the separate bathroom. Do we need to wait for them to start playing? Bai Cha sat down next to him and looked at the board game on the table. If the two worlds themselves are also interconnected, then if the board game on their side is spread out, the same should be true on the other side. Wang Xuming did exactly that. He set up the board game. Yeah, wait, hopefully a third person will come up. Wang Xuming sighed. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if all three people in the other world died. Bai Cha nodded and said no more. The air was quiet for a long time, and Bai Cha suddenly asked, "So has Brother Kai ever been to 305? Wang Xuming glanced at her with a half-smile. "Is that even a question?" "Of course not. He just wanted everyone to enter a new space and see another world." "Where is that statue?" Bai Cha pointed to the small statue on the table. "That should be the token he got." Wang Xuming sneered. "Don't you see how confident he is? He probably thinks that he can do whatever he wants in this game just because he got the token." "Oh yeah, you're new here. You don't know what this means." Wang Xuming explained. "Some copies will leave some tokens in other copies, because some copies may be slightly related. In this case, there may be an advantage when entering the copy."
Bai Cha Suden Li Di Lit, she said.
"So, even after you get through those 7 days, you still need to be careful.
Because you can still get relapsed."
It was very quiet around, and Bai Cha was starting to feel a little sleepy. She didn't get enough rest to begin with, and was woken up by sleep paralysis. She then experienced a life and death crisis, and her body was damaged. So, just from this point of view, Wang Xuming saved her life. She hates owing favors to others, and will find a way to repay them. As for whether the other party has other purposes, we will tell when the time comes. She rubbed her forehead and felt the location of the daughter. It's amazing upstairs. Perhaps, just like the Moss Ubi ring, both worlds are actually on the same plane. Kaskuta has grown a lot, and the connection she has established with her is stronger than before. As long as she thought about it, the daughter would burst out of the receptionist's body. But it may not be possible to kill him, so we have to think about it. The lies she told would not be easily fooled. Bai Cha knew her own vulnerability, and anyone here could kill her. She glanced at Wang Xuming beside her. Although it's not fair, there's no doubt about this man's strength. Wang Xuming noticed her gaze, looked over, and smiled his usual smile. Bai Cha once again responded with a friendly smile, and even lowered her head half-shyly. Wang Xuming. Logically speaking, if he didn't know that she dared to summon the evil god at the critical moment just to protect herself, and that she was crazy and bold but calm and self-controlled, and could really survive, he would have really believed that she was like this now. Just now I was asking for news in a cold voice. "TSK, why does this woman look like she's trying to seduce me? I thought she was pretty powerful just now." "It's quite amazing. I think it's quite delicious. It seems a little clever, but it's a pity that it's not used in the right way. Ha ha ha, I have a pretty face. Can I use it to my advantage?" Bai Cha was naturally unaware of the malicious intent in the barrage.
Da-da.
There were footsteps slowly approaching upwards. Bai Cha and Wang Xuming both looked towards the stairs. Without seeing the downward staircase, and even without being able to tell whether the footsteps were going up or down, it was definitely close to here. The lights in the room began to flicker. In an instant, the entire space suddenly turned dark. When it came light again, Ponytail was already standing at the stairs. With a hint of surprise on her face, she looked at Bai Cha and Wang Xuming, then looked at the surrounding facilities, and even looked back. "What's going on? Where are the others?" she said as she walked towards the two of them. "I don't know." Wang Xuming shrugged. "We want to know too." Bai Cha stretched out his hand very naturally and motioned her to sit next to him. "You're not in any danger, are you?" she asked softly. Ponytail shook her head, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Bai Cha looked at her with some envy and said, "That's great. I encountered something strange and almost lost my life. I chose to go upstairs in a panic because I didn't dare to go back downstairs." Wang Xuming looked at Bai Cha with great interest. This woman lied without blinking an eye. Her skills definitely include something related to lying, and lying is also a talent. And she knows exactly what to say, and when. For example, Ponytail is obviously hiding something, but Bai Cha pretends not to notice it, and even shows envy. She then says that she is in danger, making it seem as if she is given the information first. For someone like Ponytail, who has been alone for a long time and sees someone for the first time, and the other person tells her information, she will basically tell her own story as well. Sure enough, Ponytail asked nervously, "What is that strange thing you saw?" Char called it with some fear and shook his head. "I didn't dare to look, but I vaguely remember a hunched figure dragging something with chains, probably a human, and it smelled very bad, like a corpse." Ponytail frowned. "Then what we saw was different. I saw a man standing at the stairs. That man was very strange. I couldn't describe it. It was too dark and I couldn't see clearly. He just stood there motionless. It was because that person was standing at the stairs on the 3rd floor, and Ponytail saw that there was one more floor, so she hesitated for a long time whether to go down or up. The rule is to let them go down, but going down doesn't mean they can survive, especially walking down the stairs backwards. But if you go up, you will most likely be trapped on that floor and unable to get out." The surrounding environment became very dilapidated. She was not a newcomer like Bai Cha, so she certainly knew that this situation might be divided into the inner and outer worlds. She had a life-saving prop in her hand, and after hesitating for a long time, she decided to go up and take a look. This place is actually the same as the 1st floor. Logically, this should be the 4th floor, but we are indeed back to the 1st floor. What about going up there? Have you been up there before?
No.
Bai Cha shook her head and said timidly, "I don't dare to go, and there are only 2 of us, so I decided to wait for you here." The rules only mentioned an extra 4th level, but what did it mean now? Ponytail can understand it. If it were her, she wouldn't go up so easily. The current situation requires more caution than before. "So are we going to wait for the rest of the group now?" After Ponytail finished speaking, Wang Xuming suddenly pointed at the board game. "Maybe we don't have to wait." The 2 men looked towards the table and saw that a chess piece on the board had been moved out of thin air, as if it had been picked up and put back in its place. Ponytail subconsciously became alert. "This is... maybe it's them. Maybe we are on the 1st floor of a different space." As Wang Xuming spoke, he also picked up a chess piece and tapped it lightly on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Xiao and the man with glasses looked at the chess piece on the table, which symbolized the identity of a game player, and was tapping regularly on the table. The 2 looked at each other. The man with glasses pushed up his glasses. "Is it Morse code?" After entering this game, players will learn a lot of things that they would not learn in daily life. Xiao Xiao also knows a little about Morse code. The transmission on the desktop uses a basic password, but there is no need to compare the decryption password. The 3 of us are on the 4th floor. This is the first sentence of Wang Xuming's biography. This one sentence is enough to express a lot of things. They actually went up to the 4th floor. Neither of them chose to go up. Xiao Xiao was a little worried about Bai Cha, but this was not a good time to check the news. The board games on both sides are interconnected, and the layout of the 4th floor is the same as that of the 1st floor. Wang Xuming quickly sent the 2nd sentence. Giving the 2 people there some time to guess, Wang Xuming sent the 3rd sentence. "We can't go down, 2 worlds, maybe board games are the key." Xiao Xiao and the man with glasses finally responded. "Stay in touch." After all, Morse code cannot be used to transmit long messages, and it is also impossible to communicate the messages to each other immediately, which really puts some difficulties on both sides. Right now, board games seem to be the only solution. The man with glasses and Xiao Xiao each picked up a chess piece. The 3 people on Bai Cha's side also picked up chess pieces. At the same time, she heard the mechanical sound of the system. A hint of surprise flashed through her mind. Since she entered the game, she has not heard any prompts from the system related to the game. There are obviously only 2 possibilities. One is that the way she entered the game was special, and the other is that the game gave a prompt. It is probably something closely related to the entire copy game, so there will be few prompts. It's just like when playing a game, a pop-up window will be triggered for some task. The number of players participating in this board game: 5. Introduction to board game rules. Players are divided into 5 colors: red, yellow, blue, green, and white, in the order of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The player with the red chess piece starts by rolling the dice, and after getting the points, he moves forward on the board according to the points. Whether the mission fails or not, the player cannot refuse to perform the mission, otherwise the player will be eliminated as a failure. Note: once the board game starts, it cannot be stopped until the winner is determined, until all 4 players have passed the level and the remaining player is eliminated voluntarily. The game's mechanical sound is cold and has a strange accent. After the rules of the game were announced to be over, players from both worlds fell silent. What will be the consequences of elimination? Obviously, no one wants to know, but one of the 5 people will definitely be eliminated. Now look at the color of the chess piece in your hand. Wang Shuming, red. White tea, white. Ponytail, blue. Man with glasses, green. Xiao Xiao, yellow. No one thought about the order of colors when picking up the chess pieces, so there is no need to change it now, and it doesn't mean that it was necessarily better in the beginning. Wang Shuming shrugged. Then let's start with me. This board game is actually the simplest flying chess, and it can be said that there are no rules. However, the most difficult part of this game is actually the poker task next to it. Wang Shuming picked up the dice on the table, which felt heavy and cold, and threw it down. People on both sides watched the dice spin around, and then stop at a point. Oh no! Wang Shuming was not upset. He picked up the chess piece and placed it in the first position. The first position is to draw tasks. Wang Shuming was about to pick up the playing cards when the cards on the table suddenly moved by themselves. It was as if someone was standing there picking up the cards, shuffling them, and laying them back on the table. He raised his eyebrows. Is it the receptionist? Bai Chao was very sure that it was the front desk because she felt the location of daughter there, but she couldn't see the front desk. From this perspective, the 2 worlds seemed to be in different time and space. Wang Shuming reached out and drew a card. TSK. Wang Shuming threw the cards in his hand onto the table and stood up. Then I'll go to the kitchen first. Ponytail and Bai Chao watched him leave, and the scene fell into silence. It was always quiet in the direction of the kitchen, and no movement could be heard. Logically speaking, the kitchen door is actually broken. Bai Chao was thinking about the thing that entered the kitchen. If he went into the kitchen to pack the meat, he would probably clash with that thing, right? About 10 minutes later, a smell of meat suddenly wafted over. Wang Shuming came out with a plate of meat, looking normal. But the plate of meat was a human palm that was still dripping with blood. Yet it exudes an alluring aroma, like perfectly roasted pork belly just grilled over charcoal. Let alone white tea this time. Even the ponytail feels a bit disgusting. But the disgusting thing about white tea is purely because the taste of meat is a bit greasy. She seemed to have never had any special feelings about corpses since she was a child. Whether it was when she was a child and saw others killing chickens and fish, or later when she saw her father being run over by a car with her own eyes. Everyone around her was worried that she would have some abnormalogical trauma. During that time, even the meals her aunt served her were very green, but in fact, she didn't have any. The plate of so-called meat was placed on the table.
Bai Chao went lie.
I started to feel hungry in my stomach. What's in the kitchen? Ponytail asked. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like something that can be taken out safely. Wang Shuming did not hide anything. There was a moving corpse that looked a lot like Brother Kai. It might be the part he ate. I looked carefully when I came out. A large part of the corpse in the restaurant was missing. Ponytail's face suddenly looked extremely bad. She had seen through the crack in the door that Brother Kai's stomach was bloated with food. So, did it eat itself? Bai Chao was even more curious about why Brother Kai triggered the death condition. Was it because of the small statue on the table? While they were talking, the yellow chess piece had already moved. Xiao Xiao threw the dice nervously. 3 o'clock. She breathed a sigh of relief. Of the first 6 squares, only the third one is a safe blank square. She is lucky. At least he is not like Wang Shuming, who invested a little and still has to complete tasks. It's time for a ponytail. She threw the dice and it came up 4. You need to draw a mission card. The cards have been shuffled and laid out again at the reception desk on the other side. Ponytail took a deep breath, placed her hand on a few cards, hesitated for a moment, and finally closed her eyes and picked one at random. Go to the bathroom in your room and look at the mirror for 10 minutes without looking away. Ponytail cursed on the spot. Who doesn't know there's something in that bathroom? You have to stare at it in the mirror for 10 minutes without looking away. The most important thing is that they have already reached the 4th floor. What's the point of going up further now? Ponytail knew very well that if she didn't complete the mission, the consequences would be even more dire, so she had no choice but to stand up and walk towards the dark stairs. Her departure meant that those who stayed behind didn't necessarily have to wait here. Bai Cha couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed the plate and threw the meat directly into the trash can. Then he closed his mouth and put it in the corner at the door. But the smell of meat still lingered in the house, just much better. Wang Xuming was looking at her with a very strange look. Maybe I didn't expect her to do that.
I'm scared. Bai Cha et lai per phun ko ti.
Wang Xuming. She said she was scared? She just used a layer of paper to block it and then pushed it into the trash can, right? Wang Xuming coughed lightly. I didn't see that thing in the kitchen just now. There was only a creature that was not in human form. It was probably Brother Kai. Its fighting power was half as strong as his. This is something that wasn't said when Ponytail was here just now.
Bai Cha da wen se lai.
The hunger in her stomach and the strange nausea that accompanied it made her feel very bad. So without the ponytail, she wasn't that serious about acting and just nodded faintly when she heard it. When Wang Xuming saw her touching her stomach, he actually felt very hungry too, perhaps even more hungry than Bai Cha. After all, he had been to the kitchen himself. If you are assigned a kitchen mission later, in addition to your own fighting ability. After a pause, Wang Xuming said, if you don't have fighting ability, then try to protect yourself. Maintaining willpower is the most important thing. Bai Cha. Yes, she is a weakling and she knows it. If today's game had been changed to a survival game that required the use of physical strength, she would have been dead. But who doesn't want to have a strong body? Perhaps because the displeasure on her face was obvious. Wang Xuming chuckled. There was a girl in our guild who was in the same situation as you. She had a terminal illness. Bai Cha wasn't very interested in this topic and didn't respond. A hint of emotion flashed across Wang Xuming's face. Combat capability is indeed a major flaw. No matter how hard we try in other aspects, it's useless. She died before reaching a level. Bai Cha raised her eyelids.
Yeah?
This is how the game is. It's cruel here, and the weak will have no way out. But you have a good IQ and a good character. If you find someone to lead you, you can cooperate well. Wang Xuming said earnestly. Bai Cha chuckled. Perhaps. She used to argue with people. For example, all her new friends who met her since she was a child would be surprised at how she had lived to such an age. She would indeed feel resentment, pain, and unwillingness. But she never thought that she was just born with less luck than others, so she had to be inferior to others. Of course, she was weak at the moment, and she admitted that it was not something that she couldn't admit openly. But she would find a way. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and a loud noise was heard from the stairs. Bai Cha looked and saw the ponytail rolling down from above. Ponytail fell to the ground covered in blood.
Bai Cha stood up so loud.
This person won't just die like this. Before she could go over to take a look, Ponytail struggled to sit up from the ground. But at this moment, her ponytail was disheveled, and there were horrible bloodstains on her face, as if she had been scratched by someone. She took a while to calm down before sitting back down again. It seemed that there was no major problem. In response to Bai Cha's concerned inquiries, she just shook her head, closed her eyes, and said nothing. Bai Cha didn't ask anymore. The chess piece of the man with glasses moved. What a coincidence, he is also 4. But the playing cards they drew were different. His was the 5 of diamonds. Go to the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor and light a candle. They had no idea what the situation was like over there. All I know is that when it was Bai Cha's turn, Bai Cha was clear and heard a prompt sound saying it was her turn. No wonder the man with glasses was able to take action immediately after the girl with ponytail came back. Bai Cha never had much hope for his luck, so he threw the dice casually. The dice started rolling and stopped at 6. The largest one here is also the only one among the first 6 squares that can jump directly from 6 to 26. But this is not a good thing either. She has two tasks to do. One determines whether she can jump to 26, and the other determines whether she can stay at 6. The latter obviously means that both missions have failed. If you can survive, you will probably just have to start from the beginning. Not being able to survive is another matter. Ponytail looked at her with sympathy and didn't think it was a good thing that she could jump to 26. Although you cannot be the last loser in this board game, as long as you are not the last one, the best luck is to play decently. Bai Cha looked at the poker cards that had been spread out, stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and directly drew two cards that were next to each other. Find the front desk room and take his key. Very good. At least one thing about white tea is confirmed. The difficulty of the tasks on the playing cards should be the lowest at 3, and it is hard to say whether there are small ghosts or big ghosts. Wang Xuming watched her stand up with a look of regret, feeling that he might not be able to get his pill back. Any last words? Wang Xuming asked, as he was originally trying to win him over.
By just my, no.
She didn't need any last words. Is there anything good to write? Is there anyone who can inherit her loan installment plan? Okay, I'll lend you this. Wang Xuming threw a dagger at her. Good luck to you. Thank you. Bai Cha's smile was much more sincere. As a newcomer, besides her limited physical ability, she also has problems with not having weapons and props. She went upstairs first. Although the first floor is the same, the upper floors are all dilapidated and show signs of corrosion by time. The staircase itself is made of wood with carpet on it, and now the carpet is almost rotten, and the wooden floor is making creaking sounds under the weight. When he reached the second floor, Bai Cha vaguely felt that there was someone in the corridor. Some people even saw her. She continued walking towards the third floor without looking around, not speeding up her pace, as if she was oblivious to everything. She actually suspected that this situation was related to the candles lit by the man with glasses on the second floor. The mission of the board game is unpredictable. Fortunately, the people on the second floor currently have no intention of getting closer. Arrived on the third floor. The door of room 306 was ajar, and Bai Cha had not closed it before. After pushing it open, his body and Xiao Zhao's body were lying there. Bai Cha first stretched out his hand curiously and touched his body, but found that he could not touch it, as if there was a layer of light film separating the two.
She seemed to be thinking about something.
If you want to leave the game in the end, you have to return to your body first, right? But the most urgent task is to complete one of the tasks first. Open the windows. The curtains in the room were still closed as she had previously done. Bai Cha held the curtain tightly with one hand and reached out through the gap in the curtain with the other hand to feel for the window. She wasn't going to look out the window. However, when she touched the window, it should have felt cold, but what she felt was something sticky, wet, and soft. Bai Cha's hands stiffened slightly. Sure enough, this task is not that simple. According to what Wang Xuming said before, what he saw in the kitchen was Brother Kai's body. What about the window? Bai Cha then remembered that when he walked to the door of 306, he did not see Zhong Man's body, who was supposed to be lying at 305. She reached up again, and according to her memory of the window's location, the window switch should be here. She did touch it, through a layer of flesh. But if you want to open the window through the skin, you have to cut the skin. And she inevitably thought of another thing. Brother Kai ate herself. Bai Cha sighed. It seems that trying to please others is not a good idea. Bai Cha had no choice but to open the curtains. With a swish, behind the opened curtains, a person was revealed. His bones were pulled out, his body was cut in half and stuck to the window, blocking it. But it is really Zhong Man. His pinched-off head was hanging above Bai Cha's head. After the curtains were opened, tears of blood began to fall from his eyes. Why didn't you save me? You clearly saw me. In the dim and dilapidated room, a man with his spine pulled out was pressed against the window. Even his hands and feet were broken, and he was stuck to the edge of the window in a square shape. The head that was about to fall off was shedding blood and tears, and every word was an accusation. The girl with long black hair had a look of astonishment, grievance, and confusion on her face. She shook her head, her tears falling faster than the one above. I didn't see you. If I saw you, How could I not see you? Her tone contained 3 parts of pain, 3 parts of regret, 3 parts of stubbornness, and a hint of sadness of being misunderstood. Every word was like a tearful complaint, and the head above, with tears and blood flowing, was dazed for a moment. Bai Cha took the opportunity to look at his body. I don't know who put it here. It looks like he can't get down now, but if she opens the window, the clock stuck on it is bound to fall down. It is almost predictable what the fallen Zhong Man would do. TSK. You just pretended not to see it. Zhong Man took a long time to react and looked very excited. His head fell on his neck and banged against the window with a bang. As long as I die, there will be no one to prove that you are not C3 at all. I heard you. You are a newcomer. You are a newcomer. You killed me. Why didn't you save me? Bai Cha's eardrums hurt from his noise. It's really unscientific. I don't know where the internal organs have gone. How can it still speak without lungs and trachea? Forget it, this isn't the place to talk about science. Her body was still lying on the bed. I really didn't see you, she said sincerely. If you lie, tell it to the end. Even if I really saw you, how could I save you? It was the receptionist who killed you, right? I can't beat him. Zhong Man was no longer a human being. His expression was full of hatred and ferocity. Then you should die with me. You see, the negotiation has failed.
Bai Cha sighed for phun.
In fact, one good thing about her 2 tasks was that there was no time limit. But based on the situation on the 2nd floor, she didn't dare to delay. There is no rule on how to open the window, right? Bai Cha picked up a chair in the room and smashed it hard against one side. Because of the layer of skin and flesh between them, the glass naturally remained motionless. Zhong Man let out a shrill scream in pain. Bai Cha used the base of the chair to hammer the same spot over and over again until the skin and flesh there became thinner. Zhong Man's continuous screams gave Bai Cha a terrible headache. She started crying too. Don't cry anymore. I can't do anything.
I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry.
I don't want to hurt you with a knife.
I just want to open a crack in the window. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'm really sorry. Bai Cha spoke with more force every time he spoke a word. There was only a crisp sound, and the glass shattered. Spade 9 mission completed. You can successfully stay at 6 o'clock. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief, put the chair on the ground panting, sat down on the bed, looked at Zhong Man who was glaring at her resentfully through the window, and smiled apologetically again.
I'm sorry for the hard work, she said.
Zhong Man let out an ear-piercing scream, and his head pounded even harder. Of course, he wanted to break free from the constraints of the window, but Bai Cha chose to open the window by smashing it. Even though the broken piece of glass had been separated from his body, the large area of glass still stuck him there. Bai Cha didn't want to hear him yelling anymore. She took off the pillowcase, then stepped on a stool, put the dagger against Zhong Man's mouth, and stuffed the pillowcase in. Then draw the curtains. When she was done, she clasped her hands together.
I'm really sorry.
I know you are no longer the same person you were back then. I believe that the kind-hearted you, who is still alive, can understand what I did. I hope you can be reborn soon.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I admit that I cursed a little too loudly before. Luckily, she didn't read the comments. Isn't she afraid at all? Don't tell me. It's hard to say about other dungeons, but the ghosts in this dungeon can't hurt you in this state as long as you are not scared. She is indeed lucky. But I don't think this can be called good luck. This is called being skilled and daring. Bai Cha stayed in the house for a while and saw the tribute she had brought back. It was indeed in this world, so the situation that she didn't see at the time should have already shown the difference between the worlds. However, the situation at that time was most likely that they were 2 worlds that had not yet been completely separated. Perhaps if they can find the opportunity to merge the 2 worlds, they should be able to return to their own bodies. Bai Cha always felt that it was not right for his body to lie there. She took an apple to replenish her energy, took 2 bites, and suddenly realized that this thing had a taste. After hesitating for a moment, she took the apple with her. Since it has inevitably been tainted with the aroma of apples, just take it. She was really hungry too. My arms were sore from the exertion just now, and I even felt a little weak. Bai Cha simply stretched her hands and opened the barrage. She hadn't looked at the barrage for a long time. Heko, she greeted in her usual friendly manner. The anchor is amazing as a newcomer. Bai Cha's eyes flashed with surprise, and he seemed to be thinking about this difference in treatment. She immediately looked back and saw Zhong Man, who was still making noise over there. You don't think I'm fierce, do you? She lowered her head in grievance and sadness. I don't want it either. Yes, that's right, he is no longer a human, he is a ghost and an enemy. No, why are you so scared? She can't do anything to us through the screen. She's just a little brave. What's the big deal?
But
the way she kept apologizing while crying was quite scary. Bai Cha chuckled in his heart. As expected, these viewers were all players. They were probably afraid that they might meet each other in the future, even though the comments were all anonymous. I was actually wondering if any of you have any clues as to where the front desk room is? It's not that we didn't tell you. Even if we told you, you wouldn't be able to see it. The system would block it. Yes, we can't tell you directly what we see from other players' live broadcast rooms. The system will block it to ensure the fairness of the game. Bai Cha seemed thoughtful. She quickly smiled. I see. I said Brother Kai was never sure if I was a newcomer.
That I didn't complain.
It doesn't matter. We don't know each other anyway. Bai Cha smiled and turned off the barrage. She has recovered some strength and certainly won't waste time here for long. Where to stay at the front desk is a problem. But whether the front desk saw her card drawing mission is another question. White Tea can sense the location of daughter. It seems to be still on the first floor. It was too difficult for her to find the front desk clerk everywhere, so it would be better for her to let the front desk clerk go back to the room by herself. As for taking his keys, I can't even find the room. Where do I get the key? Bai Cha then opened the door, and when she reached the stairs, she discovered that there was another floor above. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Cha touched the handrail of the stairs and began to walk backwards down the stairs. When going down to the second floor, Bai Cha felt that he almost bumped into someone. She did not dare to stop, just like when she went upstairs, but because she was going downstairs backwards, she saw a lot of people gathered at the stairs. There are about 7 or 8 of them. Bai Cha felt that he was being watched. Fortunately, after turning a corner, I reached the first floor. White Tea. Xiao Zhao's voice came over with some surprise. Bai Cha looked back and found that he had indeed arrived on this side of the world. The stairs are like a door. She didn't go over immediately, but looked at the receptionist who was standing there and also staring at her. The receptionist changed his attire. He was now dressed like a lobby manager in a black tuxedo and even wore white gloves on his hands to look more formal. The plaster texture on his face returned a little, but not as strong as at the beginning. He gave Bai Cha a fake smile. Have you completed your mission? If not, why did you come back? There was a sense of danger in the air. I can't find a room, can you tell me? Bai Cha asked innocently, but in fact his hands were holding the handrail all the time and his feet never completely left the stairs. The other hand, which was behind his back, was tightly holding a dagger. The dark eyes of the receptionist stared at her with a sinister smile. Guest, are you sure you want me to tell you? Xiao Xiao swallowed nervously. Bai Cha seemed unaware and looked at him innocently. Can you tell me what the consequences will be? You'll understand once I tell you. The receptionist slowly began to walk towards the stairs. Xiao Xiao gritted his teeth and suddenly threw a card at Bai Cha. Bai Cha subconsciously reached out to take it. Congratulations! You have obtained an item card Lightning Strike, remaining number of uses. She looked at Xiao Xiao with some surprise. Xiao Xiao looked at her apologetically. This was all she could do. Bai Cha smiled brightly. Thank you very much. The receptionist had already approached, and an oppressive and cold atmosphere hit me in the face. Guest, come with me? Bai Cha licked his cracked lips, and cold sweat had already soaked his back. It seemed as if the other party could reach out and break her neck at any moment. And she had no intention of stopping Xiao Xiao from giving her the prop card. Usually in this situation, there is only one possibility, that the other party is absolutely sure to kill her. Of course, she might not be able to survive. But do you want to take a gamble? Bai Cha felt excited and the smile he had just given Xiao Xiao, which he had not yet had time to retract, widened. Of course it would be better if you are willing to take me there in person. The receptionist took a step forward, only a fist's distance away from Bai Cha. Bai Cha got goosebumps all over her body, but her face showed no flaws at all. The front desk clerk extended his hand. Bai Cha stared at him closely, and at the same time was ready to attract the daughter flowers at any time to give herself a chance to buy time. Fortunately, he just made an invitation.
Come with me.
He lifted his legs from Bai Cha's side and went upstairs. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief with barely perceptible intensity. Because just a moment ago, the adrenaline secretion was excessive, which consumed a lot of energy, and she felt a little hungry again. Bai Cha took out the uneaten apple and took a bite. There was a crisp sound. The receptionist paused and turned around.
Bai Cha, my innocenti. I'm hungry.
Please continue to lead the way. The receptionist's eyes became even gloomier. The front desk is located on the corner platform between the first and second floors. The wall where the murals were originally hung now seemed to have blood flowing on it, and it also seemed like there were living things wriggling. Then slowly open a hole. The receptionist leaned aside and motioned for her to go in. Bai Cha had a premonition that once he went in, it would be unknown whether he could come out. Aren't you going in? She smiled ingratiatingly. No, aren't you still looking for my key? I'm over there, it might be inconvenient for you. The receptionist also gave a fake smile. Grass, a kind of plant. Bai Cha didn't want to go, but he had to complete the mission. If she were to look for it on her own, it would be difficult for her to find the road in front of her. Sighing, Bai Cha could only endure the discomfort emanating from his body and walked towards the opening. The walls really seemed like living things, soft, fishy, slippery like fish, and covered with a layer of mucus. After squeezing in, the hole disappeared almost immediately, replaced by a solid wall. In front of this wall is a corridor. There were several rooms on both sides of the corridor and a public toilet in front of her left. Great. Is this the private bathroom? Is it okay for her to go back and call now? The wall behind her told her that this road was probably blocked, but after seeing the public toilet, Bai Cha felt relieved and thought that there must be a way out. Otherwise, there is no way to try out what the rules are right and wrong. Although, the rules on both sides don't state that you should call when you see an extra bathroom. There was a strong sense of being watched, as if there were many people standing around her. Bai Cha thought about the changes in the wall just now, and tried her best not to stick to the wall and pass by the bathroom door first. Mirrors in public toilets usually face outside. The design here is no exception. When Bai Cha passed by, although he lowered his head deliberately, his peripheral vision inevitably glanced into the mirror. Then she knew where the feeling of being watched came from. In the mirror, the wall behind her was not a wall at all, but a crowd of people. These people were twisted into various shapes, filling the walls, their eyes all rolling around and staring at her. One of them met her peripheral vision in the mirror. Bai Cha withdrew his gaze without changing his expression and continued to look around with curiosity and fear. The eyes stared at her for a while, but found no flaws. Bai Cha had already walked through the bathroom and past the first room. The door was ajar. When Bai Cha looked at the half-open door, he met a scarlet eye. Someone was lying there watching her. When he saw Bai Cha saw him, that eye was filled with excitement. Bai Cha ignored it and walked towards the next room as if he didn't see it. It is also a staff lounge. The length of this corridor is roughly the same as the length of the B&B. A completely enclosed corridor. There are 7 rooms and 1 bathroom in total. At the end of the corridor is the reception lounge. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief, but was also worried. So far, no danger had occurred, and the front desk lounge was clearly written there. This means danger may be behind. There was no one at the front desk, and the door was ajar. When I opened the door, the already dim lights in the corridor suddenly went dark. Bai Cha felt a chill behind him, and without thinking, he quickly rushed into the door and closed it. The moment she closed the door, a huge force hit it. She almost failed to close the door. There was only a loud noise outside the door for a moment, and then it quickly returned to silence. Bai Cha inevitably got goosebumps again because there seemed to be someone behind her. And just stick to her. The room was pitch black, and there was an indescribable smell, like the smell of blood, but mixed with some chemicals. Bai Cha held the dagger and suddenly turned around and stabbed backwards. The sound of the dagger cutting through the air was very clear in the silent room. No one. Bai Cha's expression was slightly cold. She stretched out her hand and groped for the place where the light switch should be. There is indeed a switch. But at the same time, she felt a cold hand. Bai Cha pressed the switch calmly. The harsh white light almost instantly forced her to squint her eyes slightly. She didn't dare close her eyes completely, but at the same time looked in the direction of the hand she had just touched. No one. The house was also very clean, incredibly clean. It was a pure white room, without even a window, except for the pure white lamp above and the pure white door behind. The house is a square rectangular block. Like a coffin. Even the smell I just smelled was gone. It's like a pure white space. What kind of front desk key was she looking for here? Bai Cha walked around the room and tried to scratch the wall with the dagger. The white powder fell down like plaster. Bai Cha finally returned to the door and realized that if he didn't turn off the lights, he would probably not be able to find his key. It is indeed very clean in here. There is nothing, but when you turn off the lights, there is something. A ghost. Bai Cha turned off the lights. A hand was placed on the shoulder. She turned on the light, and the man was gone. Bai Cha pondered, then quickly turned off and on the light. This time, half of the thing's body should be hanging over. Next time I turn off the lights, I should lie on top of her. Very good. She, the poor newcomer, was helpless in the current situation. The prop Xiao Xiao gave her was probably very rare, and it should be a weapon with large-scale destructive power. If used in this room, Bai Cha felt that he might be struck to death first. And she didn't know how to leave this closed corridor. After hesitating for a while, Bai Cha sighed. It's unclear what the situation is outside, so the best thing to do is to find the key first, complete the task, and then rush out. But think about what will happen after you go out. The corridor outside is long and deep. The walls of the corridor were filled with ghosts. If those things came out, how far could she run? Bathroom. Bai Cha made up his mind and turned off the lights again. Her body sank suddenly, and something cold that chilled her to the bones lay on top of her. Bai Cha held back, keeping one hand on the lamp, even though the ghost hand had grabbed her wrist and was pulling it down hard. Her other hand groped the other person's body. It was freezing cold, like sticking your hand into ice in the middle of winter. The other person also hugged her tightly, with such strength that it seemed as if he wanted to break her. She even heard the other person laughing. Bai Cha gritted his teeth, his hands still searching the ghost. Her hands were so cold that she had lost all feeling. When she touched something hard, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and pressed the switch. Perhaps because the other party was hugging him very tightly, the ghost did not disappear immediately when the switch turned on, and Bai Cha saw its appearance. Looks like me. The ghost disappeared. Bai Cha sat on the ground leaning against the wall and looked at the item in his hand. It was indeed a key, but he didn't know which key it was. As for the ghost that looked like me just now, thank you, I wish she could have that much strength after she dies. She looked at her arm. Because the other party was forcibly pulling it, trying to make her release her hand on the switch, there was a purple and black handprint on it. My arm also became swollen. His body was entangled by the other party, leaving a circle of marks. Congratulations on completing the Ace of Clubs mission. Please go back and continue playing the board game now. Bai Cha sneered. Doesn't she want to? This prompt sound is more like some kind of signal. The lights in the house began to flicker. The figure of the female ghost was already looming. Bai Cha had to take a deep breath and open the door. She was very cautious and was leaning against the wall, pressing the door handle with a dagger. A pale hand with black nails quickly stretched in through the crack in the door. Bai Cha stabbed with the dagger, then suddenly opened the door, and a lightning strike came out. The white-purple lightning penetrated to the other end of the corridor almost instantly, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were daytime. Countless evil spirits screamed at that moment. Bai Cha also felt his scalp tingling. The entire corridor was filled with those things. But she didn't dare to stop at all, because the crisis behind her reminded her that if she didn't run, the thing behind her would also attack her. The moment she ran out of the room, the light inside the door behind her completely dimmed. Bai Cha used almost the fastest speed he had ever used in his life. The road that had just been torn open by lightning magic was now closing. The ghosts on both sides stretched out their hands, trying to get closer again. To be honest, this corridor is not that long.
But there are too many of these things.
Bai Cha wanted to rush into the bathroom. They probably also saw her intention and stretched out their hands to block her way. Bai Cha was grabbed and fell heavily. She didn't dare to stop and kept crawling forward. The fact that no ghosts would enter the bathroom for the time being proves that it is indeed safe there, because that is one of the rules. She was only 2 steps away from the bathroom. But the ghosts around her had already grabbed her hands and feet and were trying to drag her backwards, and she was powerless to resist. Bai Cha made the decision almost instantly. They can't see me. Skill used successfully. Lie, they can't see me. Target, imprison souls. The lie has taken effect. The moment the skill took effect, the force on her body instantly disappeared. These ghosts stretched out their hands in a daze and grabbed everywhere, but they seemed not to see Bai Cha. Bai Cha stumbled into the bathroom. She looked in the mirror. She wasn't in the mirror. Bai Cha immediately understood that she should be in a state similar to invisibility at this moment. The ghosts couldn't see her. She ignored the pain in her body and took the opportunity to go into the bathroom. It looks normal inside. Bai Cha just took a glance, picked up the mop, walked out, and smashed the mirror hard. The mirror broke into pieces and fell. Bai Cha picked it up and took it inside to look inside. It's indeed different. Oh my God, it's been 16 days since I had a fever and recovered from the disease. I haven't gotten better yet, but it's not serious enough to go to the hospital. I have one buff after another. They don't come together, but one after another. But they don't wait for the previous buff to heal before coming. I am getting weaker and weaker. The main reason is that I live alone and really don't want to go to the hospital. I went to the hospital by myself for appendicitis before, which was so sad. I have to upload a new book for promotion tomorrow. The editor told me to update it earlier. Thank you. I think I will just go with the flow. Thank you for your support. As long as someone reads it, that's enough. In the mirror and inside the bathroom, there was scarlet blood everywhere. Even the walls were bleeding inwardly. Bai Cha observed the wall carefully, and it indeed had the texture of a living thing. The mirror turned, and there was a woman in red hanging in the open door of the bathroom. Bai Cha took another look. Is this woman the same female ghost in the bathroom? Or are they all dressed the same? Do ghosts have to dress this way? The time for lies is limited, so Bai Cha ignored her and picked up the dagger and stabbed it against the wall. A sharp whine came to her ears. There was a small cut in the wall, with flesh squirming in the cut and blood oozing out.
Bai Cha Vawen Salai.
This won't work. The wound is healing. If you can't force a huge hole open, you can only look for another place. She suddenly pointed the mirror at the female ghost hanging in the bathroom. She moved closer and looked at the other person carefully. It's definitely the same one as the one in her room. When I got close to him, I was deeply impressed by Bai Cha. For a female ghost to appear in so many bathrooms at the same time, there must be a passage. Although it may not be useful, we should try it out. Bai Cha took advantage of the last 30 seconds of the countdown, walked into the bathroom, stepped on the toilet, stood behind the female ghost, put the dagger on her neck, and placed the skill card on top of her head. The countdown is over. The female ghost's figure can be seen without the use of a mirror. Of course, she immediately noticed the presence of a living person behind her. So she was obviously stunned. Then she lowered her head, looked at the dagger on her neck, and looked up at the skill card above her head that said Lightning Strike. For the first time in her muddled life, she felt so lost she didn't know where to go. I ask you questions, and you answer them. You can talk, right? If you can't, just nod and shake your head. The living person behind him said so. The female ghost fell silent, and then the skill card above her head was pressed down. Although I am weak, I will let you feel the feeling of being struck by lightning before I die. the living person said softly. The female ghost simply turned her head 180 degrees. She saw clearly that it was the female player who almost vomited on her. The other person still looked pale and pitiful, but there was no fear in his eyes. Even some surprised admiration.
Sharp.
Female ghost. Bai Cha was facing her. His voice was gentle, but his speech was fast. Can you go into any bathroom at will? The female ghost had a ferocious look on her face, and blood was flowing from her eyes. Bai Cha suppressed his skills impatiently. Don't waste your time with me. Answer quickly, or I'm going to die anyway. I'll kill you first. Oh my god, how dares she? Wouldn't the female ghost kill her by just digging out her heart? The focus of this book is not on ghosts. Ghosts only attack people who are afraid. But isn't she afraid at all? Bai Cha is not afraid, but not completely. She is a bit strange. In fact, she had encountered supernatural events when she was a child, but she was slow to realize it and only started to feel scared 3 months later. Moreover, she only dared to do this after she was sure that the female ghost in front of her wanted to take action to meet her conditions after several attempts. If it was the one in the front desk room, she would have had to run for her life. But this female ghost didn't look like she wanted to communicate. When Bai Cha was hesitating whether to give up, the female ghost really spoke. You want me to take you back? Bai Cha's eyes lit up, with an innocent look of joy on her face. Yes, can I, sister? I was only 16 when I died. Okay, sister, can you take me back? Bai Cha changed her words readily. No. Sister, please stay and play with me. The female ghost smiled grimly. Bai Cha looked around hesitantly, then looked at the toilet at his feet. The ghost girl understood what she meant. What are you doing in the bathroom? Do you want to get out, unless you make a deal with me and give me your body? She said coldly. Bai Cha was actually feeling uncomfortable at this moment, as he was sticking to the other person and was shivering from the cold. From what she said, it seems that there is still a lot that can be communicated with this female ghost. Being able to communicate means having opportunities. My health is not good. I get sick at least once a month, and my fever is always 39.9 degrees. I have various chronic diseases such as gastroenteritis, arthritis, bone hyperplasia, heart reflux, etc. Bai Cha sighed, and under the other party's unfriendly eyes, he said, Of course I know that if you want to possess someone, then it will definitely be better to use someone with a poor health, but you can't call this possession. It's just a trade between you and me, so it's definitely more worthwhile to trade a healthy body.
So?
The female ghost looked at her coldly. In fact, she could also feel that the person in front of her was getting weaker under the influence of her ghost energy. That's why she didn't want to make any deal with this living person. So you take me out, and I'll find you a healthy body. Bai Cha looked at her seriously. Do you think I look like a fool? The female ghost moved closer to Bai Cha. Bai Cha felt dizzy from the ghost's aura. She smiled and said, Of course you can refuse, but this is your only chance to get out of here. You don't want to be trapped here and keep working. Oh, workers still get paid. How about you? The ghost girl's eyes were filled with blood and tears, and her aura began to become chaotic. Bai Cha's hands were raised, and she was almost exhausted. She still said slowly, But with this healthy body I gave you, you don't have to stay in the toilet all the time. What if you can't do it? The female ghost had already reached out and grabbed her neck. Bai Cha gave a friendly smile. Then you can eat me up and do whatever you want with me. Are you really not going to try? I'm in the B&B, and there's no way I wouldn't go to the bathroom. You're the ghost here. You know better than me. She really couldn't hold on any longer, so she leaned against the wall behind her, even though the wall was soft and disgusting. How would you know if you don't try? Just like I promised to help the front desk get out of the confinement, hasn't he unlocked a little bit of a seal now? Bai Cha's voice was gentle, encouraging, and bewitching. The ghost girl's hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pushed her back hard. Bai Cha just felt like he was squeezed into the mud and couldn't even breathe. The feeling of suffocation and oppression made her feel as if she saw her great-grandmother, whom she had never met. She could only relax her body as much as possible, until the front suddenly loosened up. Bai Cha was pushed out of the mirror and smashed to the ground. She suddenly started coughing violently. The female ghost popped her head out from the mirror and stared at her coldly. Body. Bai Cha made an okay gesture and said, I can't give it to you right now, and you don't have to be angry. Look at what I can do in my current state. But I can promise you that I will give you a useful body before 11:59 a.m. on the 8th. The female ghost agreed, but left a mark on Bai Cha. If you dare to lie to me, I will tear you to pieces immediately. Duck, she really did it, just wait, she can only live for a little while, where can she find a body? Living for a while is still living, and it's pretty cool. Bai Cha curled up on the ground, looking miserable and defenseless. But she survived. Bai Cha lay on the ground for a long time before he used his hands and feet to hold on to the wall and stood up. After pushing open the door, Bai Cha paused. This is not room 306, and there is someone in the room. Bai Cha closed the door again almost immediately. A dark hand tried to reach through the crack in the door before it closed. Bai Cha looked at the mirror. The female ghost had long disappeared. TSK, trouble. The bathroom door was slamming loudly. Bai Cha didn't know how long she could hold out at this level. To be honest, her body had really reached its limit. But I have to find a way to leave. What's outside? Bai Cha sensed where Cuscuta was. It was a bit far away, which meant she should be on the 3rd floor, but she didn't know which room she was in. It would be nice if we could call someone over. White tea opens the tap. The clear and clean water proved that the female ghost didn't want to come here again. Bai Cha's attempt to create a nesting doll failed. There is no way. Apart from fighting hard, I really can't think of any other good way. This game is not only unfriendly to newcomers, but it is extremely unfriendly to people like her with poor physical conditions. Bai Cha picked up the dagger and leaned against the wall near the door. The door was shaking violently due to the slam. Finally, the hinges on the side of the door broke under the weight. A pitch-black creature suddenly rushed in, and Bai Cha ran out quickly along the side the moment the door was opened. The bathroom was next to the door, so as long as he was fast enough, he could open the door and leave immediately. But she was a sickly woman, and a sickly woman who had almost exhausted all her physical strength. The door opened, but it was too late to close it. She rolled on the ground almost instinctively, and the dark figure passed behind her and hit the wall. Bai Cha also saw clearly that the room she was in just now was 304. The figure bared his teeth and almost immediately jumped up from the ground. Bai Cha originally wanted to hide in room 307. The door was right next to her and was ajar. That was the player's room, so there shouldn't be anything like this there. But she was too slow. Bai Cha used a dagger to block the other party's teeth, and the stench of rotting corpse hit him in the face. The dark figure's nails were very long, and they were firmly grasping her shoulders, completely digging into them. Bai Cha didn't have enough strength to begin with, and she could only watch his mouth getting closer and closer to her, completely unable to resist. You can only use that skill card. Bai Cha gritted her teeth, holding the skill card in her hand. Just when she was about to use it, she heard a gunshot, and the monster on her body suddenly fell backwards. Then 2 more gunshots were heard, and the monster screamed and retreated quickly, shrinking back into room 304. Bai Cha lay on the ground exhausted. Thank you very much. Wang Shuming shook his head and stared at her with a complicated expression. Do you know that the board game has started again now? Bai Cha raised an eyebrow. About 10 minutes ago? We received a notification saying you completed the mission, but unfortunately you didn't come back, so we started over again. This is my 2nd round of missions. His mission was not on the 3rd floor, but he heard some noise upstairs when he was going upstairs. I took a look out of curiosity, and I didn't expect it to be white tea.
Bai Cha Logetan Brili. What?
According to the rules of the game, she has to come back the moment she completes her mission, or else she will be deemed dead. Wang Shuming picked her up. I'm going to the 2nd floor to complete a mission. Wang Shuming didn't ask her what was going on. Now was not the time to talk. He only took her to the 2nd floor stairs. Bai Cha thanked him weakly again, then rolled down the stairs. Thank goodness for the carpet on the stairs. Wang Shuming. She really doesn't care about her image. Shaking his head, Wang Shuming went to do his task. The white tea rolled from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. The ponytail on the 1st floor is still there. She had suffered several serious injuries. When she saw someone rolling down from above and saw clearly who it was, she immediately sat up in shock in her dying state. White tea. She looked at this person who they had assumed was dead with some shock. Bai Cha looked up, forced a smile on his pale face, and continued rolling in this direction. The corners of Ponytail's mouth twitched, and she propped herself up and stood up. Although she was seriously injured, she could still walk compared to Bai Cha lying on the ground. She helped Bai Cha up from the ground, and the two of them fell on the sofa together, looked at each other. After a while, Bai Cha suddenly laughed. "It's great to see you again, Ponytail." She propped herself up somewhat uncomfortably, took a look at her swollen shoulder that was bleeding black, and took out a bottle of medicine. "Here's a sample of this for you. I wonder if it will work." Ponytail sprayed the powder on her wound, and Bai Cha felt the pain was relieved a lot, but the nails of the figure might be poisonous. Golden wound medicine cannot detoxify, and a ponytail can't help. "If you can still move your hands, please help me cut out that piece of meat." Bai Cha handed her the dagger. Ponytail hesitated for a moment, then picked up the dagger and acted quickly. Bai Cha's already pale face looked even whiter than gold paper. After the rotten flesh was cut off, bright red blood flowed out, but this did not mean that the toxins were eliminated. Some of the toxins must have entered her body through the blood. But it's always better. Ponytail used the golden wound medicine to stop her bleeding again, and then looked at her with some admiration. "Without making a sound. That's amazing. How did you survive? We all thought you." Bai Cha closed his eyes weakly. "Tell me first why you thought I was dead." Ponytail nodded. "Not long after you left, the system prompted that your mission was completed, but then it said that you were trapped in the gateless land and were eliminated. The remaining players can restart the board game." Bai Cha looked at the chessboard. Red is now 4 o'clock, yellow 10 o'clock, blue 12 o'clock, and green 9 o'clock. At once. The girl with Ponytail also noticed her gaze, and her mouth twitched slightly, because the white chess piece was still at 26. None of them was so lucky that the numbers on the board could jump all at once. Moreover, once the white tea is gone, it will never come back, so of course no one wants this luck. "Then what am I now?" Bai Cha raised his eyebrows. If she was eliminated, she wouldn't have to continue playing the board game. Could she just lie here and rest for a while? Ponytail couldn't answer her question. It might depend on the system. "You've already rolled the dice twice since I left. Red's the 3rd time, right?" Bai Cha asked weakly. Ponytail nodded. She looked at Hongzi, and her lips twitched slightly. If Bai Cha is the lucky guy whose step was too slow, then this guy is the lucky guy whose luck was too bad. A little at a time, not a single point more. Bai Cha knew what was going on. When Bai Cha waited for Wang Xuming to come back, he looked like he was asleep with his eyes closed. The ponytail didn't bother her either. But Bai Cha is actually thinking. This copy is so weird. Although she had never entered other copies and didn't know what they were like, from a gaming perspective, if she wanted to build a copy, it should at least have a set of logic. In other words, there must be at least a basic code on which to construct the rules of the game. But this copy seems to be a mess with many rules. On the surface, it looks like a weird dungeon, but in fact the rules are not that important. The players seem to be divided into camps to fight against each other, but it was not stated explicitly. So far, it was unclear what the purpose of the camps was, in addition to the possibility of causing fighting between players. Of course, it is not ruled out that some players have received separate prompts and have done some tricks when completing tasks. There are monsters in the room. Special space. The entire space was filled with ghosts. It is not certain what the greatest use of the two inexplicably separated inner and outer worlds is. It is very likely that it is just to prevent them from returning to their own bodies. The specific function may not be known until tomorrow morning. There is also a statue of the evil god, whose figure has not been clearly identified so far. Before, Bai Cha always felt that something was missing to connect these things together, but now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe there is no need for concatenation from the beginning to the end. Because as things stand now, this copy does not lack core code. Confusion. White tea has this sense of déjà vu from the very beginning. Logically speaking, the title of a copy should represent the core of the copy. This is only from the perspective of a game creator. What is out there? It's such a big world. If the entire world is not included, then the name of this instance would be more reasonable, but the outside world is also a place that can be explored and also contains clues. Then, it can't be called a ghost story B&B. It's more like a ghost story world. The same goes for inside the B&B. The inner and outer worlds have already been divided, so why do we need to create another separate space? And she was eliminated. In that solitary space, she did have some luck. But in Bai Cha's opinion, the public toilet was originally left there, and it was a gap that was incompatible with the space. It's like a ghost story, where a rule is deliberately left in that space. Yes, that's the deliberate feeling. And the board game they are currently playing in front of them. From what we have seen so far, every part of the game seems to be controlled by a separate department. The front desk is the front desk, the B&B is the B&B, the employees in the B&B are employees, the ghosts in the B&B are ghosts, the B&B and the outside world are also separate, the two statues seem to be independent, and the board game is a board game. It's messy and disorganized, and is twisted together by the four words ghost story B&B. It is very difficult to unravel the threads involved and sort them out. The sense of déjà vu is like a dream. Dreams are just dreams. The logic is confusing only when we are dreaming, but it seems that there is a very clear worldview. Only when we wake up will we realize the indescribable confusion. Bai Cha opened her eyes and looked at the ponytail. Ponytail immediately noticed her gaze and looked over. What did you see in the mirror when you entered the bathroom? Besides that female ghost. Ponytail didn't expect her to ask this question, so she answered anyway. Blood. There was blood everywhere, and the whole room became very strange, like something alive, soft. It took me a lot of effort to break the door and run out. Bai Cha's eyes flickered slightly. What about your second mission? Since I have already mentioned one ponytail, there is no need to hide the other one. I also went to the second floor, and they asked me to light 3 incense sticks next to the already lit white candles. Ponytail still feels scared when she mentions this incident. You don't know, those shadows on the second floor are so strange. They are strange and powerful, not like ordinary ghosts. They have their own thoughts and combat consciousness. Unfortunately, our attacks are difficult to work on them.
I almost lost my life.
Bai Cha took a look at the injuries on her body. Is this a knife wound on your body? Ponytail nodded. There was a shadowy figure using a knife, and it was mainly responsible for cutting me. You can also use weapons. Bai Cha's eyes moved slightly.
Well,
have you thought of something? What have you experienced? Ponytail couldn't help but ask when he saw her look. I went to a special space. I told you when I entered that the walls moved like they were alive. Bai Cha had already vaguely figured out what this game was all about, so he didn't hide it. Because if it was as she guessed, then this game would probably require players to survive as long as possible. I have a few life-saving cards. Oh, yes, I saw a separate bathroom there.
Bai Cha said.
Ponytail's eyes lit up. This was the only bathroom she hadn't seen yet. What's in it? I didn't dare to look closely, but I did come out from there and return to the room. Ponytail was not disappointed. The system directly prompted that Bai Cha was eliminated, which meant that her situation at the time was indeed very critical, and she should not have survived at least.
These are not important for now.
What's important is that we can no longer play this board game to complete tasks. Bai Cha propped herself up and sat up. In other words, apart from things related to ghost stories, I can't do anything else. The most urgent thing is to find a way to return to my body. Ponytail looked at her in confusion. Bai Cha's expression was serious.
This copy is simply...
Bang! A gunshot came from the second floor, interrupting Bai Cha's words. Then a figure slid down from the stair railing, then turned around and fired several shots at the stairs. A dark shadow stood on the platform at the corner of the first floor of the stairs. He dodged the shots but stayed there, watching the people downstairs. Bai Cha felt a little depressed. Why don't you just run down? Why do you have to fight with him? You can't beat him, right? As she spoke, she stared at Wang Xuming with unprecedented vigilance. She had just figured out the situation of the copy. But Wang Xuming had not given any hints before, and some of his previous answers even misled Bai Cha, although those answers were indeed true. This person is very familiar with the dungeon, and he has other purposes for the dungeon. His purpose is definitely not simply to pass the level and survive. But Bai Cha is different. As a newcomer, this copy is too difficult for her. Moreover, if it was really as she thought, the real difficulty of this copy had not yet begun. White tea has lost most of its life. She couldn't always rely on others to save her life. The first time Wang Xuming saved her was a coincidence. Was the second time really because he happened to be on a mission? Bai Cha hated the feeling of not being in control. It was rare for Bai Cha to be aggressive in her words, and Wang Xuming was a little surprised. You know that shadow? Bai Cha stopped talking. She snorted coldly. This guy was playing dumb with her. So he really knew that the shadows on the second floor might be the players who were trapped here. The registration form at the front desk records the information of former players. Ponytail, who was standing by, listened to their conversation and found it very strange. Isn't it normal to attack when encountering danger?
How can you not attack?
Wang Xuming's answer was also very strange. Any normal person would scold Bai Cha and ask if she was a sick saint, not anything else. What did you want to tell me just now? Ponytail realized that these two people might know much more information than he did, so he looked at Bai Cha again.
Bai Cha the my si len.
She looked at Wang Xuming with obvious fear and just shook her head. Wang Xuming smiled immediately. He found it very interesting. Bai Cha is not a person who expresses his emotions openly, and this attitude clearly tells Ponytail to take side. I saved you twice after all. Is it necessary to be like this? Just say whatever you want to say. Bai Cha. The most troublesome part is here. Her current situation does seem very ungrateful, and she even wants to be even more ungrateful. The life-saving grace is real. Even if she was a player of Wang Xuming's level, she would go and save a newcomer who looked good but relatively weak. It's not that I'm kind-hearted. A newcomer with decent abilities, but not enough strength means lack of control. Especially for many newcomers, if someone helps them, they will inevitably feel admiration. What is the most important thing in a dungeon? Besides your own strength, it is humanity. Saving someone is just a piece of cake, so why not? But even though Bai Cha knew very well what Wang Xuming was thinking, she could not deny the fact that he saved her life. She likes to calculate everything very clearly, and this is also true in real life. Due to physical reasons, she often encounters things that she cannot do. In fact, if she can't do it, she won't do it. She can think of other ways, but there will always be someone to help her. Is it wrong for others to help her? There is nothing wrong with accepting other people's kindness. But perhaps it was because she was too delicate, sensitive, anxious, and inferior. She really didn't like the feeling of powerlessness that she couldn't control her life and could only rely on others for help. In today's games, this feeling of powerlessness is further magnified and evolves into a lack of control over one's life. Bai Cha didn't respond, but he felt annoyed. She wants to become stronger. Must become stronger. She glanced at the chess pieces that had started moving again. Now it should be Xiao Xiao. Bai Cha closed his eyes and decided to take a rest for a while. Only after Ponytail got the task did she open her eyes and look at Wang Xuming. Wang Xuming raised an eyebrow at her. What's up? What do you want? Bai Cha said straight to the point, I just want to survive. There was something wrong with the way she entered the copy in the first place. If she couldn't leave the copy alive, everything would be in vain. But Wang Xuming's purpose is completely different from others. It's just a prop. It will be almost done after this board game is over. Don't worry, I will take you out. Wang Xuming said with a smile, I also want to recruit you into the guild. Bai Cha looked at him coldly. This was why she was almost led astray before. The other party seemed to be really sincere. Maybe I appreciate it, but if it requires sacrifice, I will never hesitate. When the board game is over, all the rules of this world will be in complete chaos. Can you protect me from beginning to end, but can you still resolve all the dangers and ensure that I won't get hurt once I leave this copy? Wang Xuming looked at her with some surprise. No wonder you're so angry. It's not like I'm the only one plotting against you.
Bai Cha.
Yes, I came here to look for something. Logically, it's not too late for you to realize the problem and start cutting losses in time, but unfortunately, I have to watch the whole world mix together. Wang Xuming turned the gun in his hand and looked at her with a smile. I can't guarantee that you will be able to leave alive. I can only say that I can keep you alive until you pass the level. He has nothing to hide or be reluctant to admit. After all, his strength is obvious. Bai Cha could guess that the opponent's level was definitely above us. Even if his strength might be suppressed in this copy, he would definitely have plenty of life-saving items in his hands. There is no good outcome if you go against this person, but it is really unpleasant. She survived several times by making deals with the god of death, and each time, she only managed to save her current life. Be it the front desk clerk, the evil god, or even the female ghost in the bathroom, none of them will let her leave this copy. This world is a place where many forces intersect, and they all covet the lives of players. The game puts each rule above these forces and constructs it into a superficial copy, which is the ghost story rule copy. However, as players come into contact with ghosts from all sides during the exploration of the game, these forces will invade, causing ghost stories to be gradually marginalized and serve only as a connection. On the other hand, those forces and monsters outside of ghost stories will gradually become stronger and then start to kill people wantonly. For players like them, death does not mean relief. It is very likely that they will end up like those figures on the second floor. Dead players are trapped in the dungeon forever, becoming knives in the hands of ghosts directly or indirectly. What is the evil god? Bai Cha no longer bothered about Wang Xuming's question. There is no point in worrying about things you can't do. I don't know. It's an indescribable thing. Generally speaking, you can avoid it as long as you don't go out. Oh, you can avoid it. You've been targeted. Wang Xuming glanced at Bai Cha and saw that there were marks of at least 3 things on her body. It's really not easy to live. What is the relationship between the 2 statues? It's just a different form of the same thing. It can also help to divide the players. The 2 downstairs should have received the message and told them their faction. Wang Xuming exudes a very strong aura of watching the fun. This person is very confident in his own abilities. So, what you're looking for is related to the evil god. Wang Xuming's hand paused as he turned the gun, but he did not hide his surprise. Tell me about it? Bai Cha only took out the key he found, shook it for a while, and then kept it close to his body. What do you think this key opens? She also gave a half-smile. Wang Xuming restrained his cynical smile and stared at her expressionlessly for a while. After a while, he smiled again. Well, how can you give me the key? What are they talking about? What's going on? I always feel like I missed a lot of plots. How come I suddenly jumped to the key? And what exactly is this copy? I'm just a poor newcomer. Bai Cha sighed, but his eyes were fixed on the gun in Wang Xuming's hand. Wang Xuming finally stopped turning the gun. That won't work. But he was not embarrassed at all and took out an exquisite dagger. This one is more suitable for you. When Wang Xuming gave the dagger to Bai Cha, a trace of pain appeared on his face. Bai Cha could clearly see that he was pretending. But this dagger is really sharp, and it broke the skin when I put my finger on it. This can be used against ghosts. Generally speaking, ghosts can be harmed by this, not just ordinary ghosts. With your fighting power. Wang Xuming didn't finish the rest of his words. Bai Cha didn't care about his sarcasm and took a closer look at the dagger. It was light and didn't require much effort on her part. However, the other party has not given her the sword yet because she has not received the prompt to obtain the props, just like when Wang Xuming gave her the dagger or the bead before, he just lent it to her. Thanks to the prop card Xiao gave her, she knew that if the other party really wanted to give her the props, she would receive a prompt. If you think it's okay, then we can make a deal and pay for the goods? Upon hearing this, Bai Cha remained silent, his eyes still on his gun. Compared to cold weapons like daggers, weapons like guns are of course more tempting. Most importantly, guns allow for long-range attacks. This gun is really not as suitable for you as the sword. Wang Xuming was a little helpless, although there was also an element of unwillingness on his part to give the gun. I got this sword in a dungeon before. It's an A-level weapon, which is a high-level weapon in the game, but it's more suitable for women. I was planning to sell it, but I couldn't find a suitable trade partner. A level? Yes, this weapon can absorb the power of ghosts and can cause great damage to them, but of course there are side effects. While absorbing the power of ghosts, these powers will also enter the user's body. If you are affected by ghosts for a long time, then even if you leave the game, it will be difficult to return to your original state. Since Wang Xuming had already taken out the sword, there was no need for him to cheat her with such a thing. Another side effect is that there is a resentful spirit living here. It is currently still sleeping, but there is no guarantee that it will wake up and retaliate in the future after absorbing too much power from ghosts. Bai Cha narrowed her eyes. The sword is silver-white all over, and the hilt has an extremely beautiful vine pattern. There is also a red gem inlaid on each side, and the whole thing looks more like a gorgeous decoration. It feels very cold to the touch. It sounds like the side effects are quite serious. Bai Cha said this, but he also felt that Wang Xuming was very sincere. Wang Xuming smiled and said, "But it is easy to use. It is more suitable for you. Your physical strength is not good to begin with. It is better to use a sword than a gun. Most of the time, you still have to fight close combat to deal with ghosts and monsters. How is it? Are you satisfied? If you are, give me the key." Okay. Bai Cha took out the key readily. When she gave the key to Wang Xuming, she received a prompt. "Do you want to give this item to player Wang Xuming?" No wonder Wang Xuming didn't think of robbing it directly. The two looked at each other again. Wang Xuming smiled helplessly and let go first. "Congratulations on obtaining the permanent item, Fu Hansan. This is a sword with a sleeping evil spirit. Perhaps at some point in the future, it will bite you back." Bai Cha put away his sword and gave the key to Wang Xuming. She didn't bother to ask what the key was for. She obviously didn't have the fighting ability to participate. Bai Cha is very self-aware, so her purpose is also very clear. As Wang Xuming was determined to stir up all the forces together, she had to find a chance to return to her body and find a way to survive the final attacks from the receptionist and the female ghost. Oh, and the evil god. After all, I am now considered a half-believer. TSK. When Bai Cha was sighing about herself, she suddenly heard the news that Ponytail was being eliminated. She was stunned for a moment. The task that Ponytail drew was to go into room 303 and light incense. 10 of clubs. The mission level is not low, but Ponytail should also be able to protect itself. Of course, maybe the other person is not dead like himself, but is just temporarily trapped somewhere and unable to get out. Next is the man with glasses. The dice started moving and then stopped. The man with glasses arrived at a safe zone at 2 p.m. The player with the white flag has returned and will rejoin the game from this round. Bai Cha's expression was a little subtle. "I don't want to join the game. Can't you just let me be eliminated quietly?" The man with glasses and Xiao Xiao on the other side were also a little surprised. Xiao Xiao was mainly relieved. Although I don't know how Bai Cha came back. But Bai Cha received a ruthless rejection. Before the game is decided, all players must play the game white. Please roll the dice. Bai Cha was speechless. She thought she could relax, but it turned out she was overthinking. She had no choice but to accept her fate and pick up the dice. Even though there was a gap of 3 rounds in between, her points were still the highest. Bai Cha threw the dice. 5 o'clock. 31. You don't need to complete any tasks in this area at 31 o'clock, but you have to go down to 11. 11. You need to draw tasks.
Bai Cha.
She looked at her hands in silence. Wang Xuming laughed out loud. "I thought I had bad luck." Bai Cha glanced at him coldly. "A little at a time kind of sucks." Wang Xuming shrugged. "If you want to enter a place you shouldn't enter, you must pay some price. Bad luck is one of them." But as a newcomer, Bai Cha was able to come to this high-level copy at the beginning, which obviously meant her luck was even worse. Bai Cha drew a card. With mixed feelings, she turned the cards over. Light the incense in room 206 and kowtow 3 times after drawing the card. She also had a lighter Bai Cha in her hand. In other words, if you want her to die directly, just give her a suicide mission. The pain in Bai Cha's body had not yet subsided, but He had to drag his tired body to stand up again. Good luck to you. If you unfortunately drop an A-level item, I will pick it up, Wang Xuming said sympathetically. Bai Cha paused. So people drop items when they die? Yes, but not necessarily. The probability is random. If you are unlucky, you may use a substitute like prop to replace yourself and lose the prop even if you die once. If you are so unlucky,
Bai Cha.
Thank you for your reminder. If she has props like a stand-in in the future, she will remember not to leave the scene immediately and remember to pick up the props. Bai Cha went upstairs. When Bai Cha went up to the second floor, he saw those dark shadows. If, as she thought, these shadows were players who had died here, then after death, would the players trapped here know that they were the dead people trapped here? Someone had discovered the shadows. Bai Cha suddenly tilted his head. The shadows' movements were more alert. Bai Cha slowly raised the dagger and tried to carve something on the wall.
No harm.
But the shadows seemed to be unable to see clearly.
Bai Cha sighed.
In fact, she could also guess that this copy was probably like being mixed together by a powerful force. There were several monsters placed inside. One is a homestay. It is a monster in itself, and all of them are now in the body of the B&B. There are countless ghosts in the body of the B&B. Are these ghosts affiliated with the B&B? Maybe. It may be related to the manner of death. It belongs to whoever killed it. These ghosts have not been released yet, and the homestay itself has not yet shown its very clear horror. It is also possible that she did not see it because she did not choose to complain to the B&B. Sooner or later I'll have to call the B&B, so I have to deal with the front desk. The B&B and the front desk are not part of the same company, and the second monster thrown in is the front desk. It is trapped here to work. The third one is the evil god. The evil god is more interesting. It split itself into two, causing her to initially think that they were two evil gods. Actually, just one. But she might not be the only player who thinks there are two, others might think so too. This results in people getting the wrong information. Even when you think you have divided yourself into camps, you still seem to get wrong prompts. At this point, I have to talk about the game itself. As a hint prop to remind them of the board game, the role played by the game itself in the entire copy seems to be very much looking forward to them exploring the secrets of the game. Therefore, they will actively cooperate with the monsters inside and take it as a hint. Oh, it's not necessarily cooperation. Maybe these monsters are treated as NPCs. They, the players, are just players, and only the game is superior. In short, the evil god is watching people kill each other. It can be responded to, and Bai Cha gives it Brother Kai's soul. But at that time, when he was on the verge of death, Bai Cha actually felt another force besides the evil god. Assuming that power is the B&B, and the players who die in the B&B are considered the B&B's spoils of victory, then is Bai Cha's giving his soul to the evil god. A provocation? The evil god makes people kill each other, and the souls of those who die in this way belong to it? What about the front desk? Bai Cha initially thought that the front desk believed in the evil god. Now, it seems not to be the case. As for the board game, it is more like a means of using the abnormal so-called board game to strengthen the abilities of these monsters one by one and pour them all into the B&B, because they have to go on one mission after another. Some things will be released in the process of completing the task, such as the black shadows on the second floor now. That guy Wang Xuming is full of secrets again.
Bai Cha so not only.
After he was sure that the shadows remained indifferent after he wrote the words, and he could not communicate, so he had no choice but to walk upstairs with his sword. She walks very slowly. He even bent his back intentionally. Those dark shadows were indeed extremely tense, facing her as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But Bai Cha did not attack. First of all, she might not be able to win, and secondly, according to what Ponytail and Wang Xuming said, these shadows themselves should still have consciousness. It's just that everyone seems to be in a different dimension, and perhaps all they can see of each other is a dark shadow. As long as people have consciousness, it's fine. Although they cannot communicate, they can think. Bai Cha imitated the walking pace of the monsters he saw, walking slowly past them, and even deliberately looked at one of the black shadows. As expected, These shadows did not attack her immediately. They looked at Bai Cha together, walked slowly in the dark corridor, and then stopped at 206. Bai Cha knocked on the door gently. She even knocked 3 times. When she knocked on the door, she was wondering who had lived in room 206. If I remember correctly, in 206, there were originally 2 players, but one of them was drawn black. So it is possible that there is a person inside, the player who has not been crossed out. The premise is that blacking out means leaving the B&B. The reason why she felt this way was because there were very few people who painted black, and this copy was said to have a high mortality rate. After waiting for a while, and seeing no one open the door, she knocked 3 more times, still that slow, ghost-like knocking on the door. This time, no one opened the door. Bai Cha had no choice but to hold the dagger vigilantly while putting his left hand on the door handle and turning it. Crunch, the door opened a crack, and it was pitch black inside. She slowly pushed the door open, and no one took the opportunity to attack. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief. She started walking inside. Before leaving, she looked back at the figures in the corridor. Those figures gathered together about 6 or 7 in number, and were also looking over here. Bai Cha walked in, touched the lamp next to him, and turned it on. This light was flickering, and the dimness was probably not even as bright as the lighter in her hand. It was light after all. There is no one in the room. Bai Cha didn't close the door, leaving it wide open, and walked to the head of the bed. There was a statue covered with a red cloth. 3 unlit incense sticks were placed there. The white tea did not burn immediately. Incense can communicate with gods. Of course, there are no real gods in such a place. Before, she could make wishes even without lighting incense, and her wishes would come true. Now, after lighting incense and kowtowing, her wishes must be truly effective. So, that statue cannot be left there. Bai Cha picked up the dagger, pointed it at the statue, made 2 gestures, and then stabbed the sword into the statue's chest. At the same time, the feeling of being watched was particularly clear. Bai Cha didn't care either. She picked up the statue, opened the cabinet next to it, and was about to throw the thing inside. As a result, there was actually a dark shadow inside. Are you hiding here? It's very embarrassing. The shadow was obviously frightened as well, and the atmosphere was quite strange. Bai Cha had no choice. The statue in the institute started to move, so she had to get rid of it quickly. She had no choice but to put it in the corner of the cabinet. From beginning to end, the black shadow stuck to a corner in fear. Bai Cha considerately helped him close the door and locked it. As the saying goes, a friend's death is not the end of me. Anyway, we are all trapped here after death, so it doesn't matter if we die again. She quickly took out the incense burner, ran to the bathroom, pulled out 3 incense sticks, and lit them with a lighter. Then she kowtowed 3 times in front of the mirror. Sister, don't worry. I still remember to find a body for you. I already have an idea. Let me burn some incense for you first. A female ghost with blood coming out of all 7 orifices suddenly appeared in the mirror and looked at her with resentment. She tried to get out of the mirror and strangle Bai Cha, but a statue also appeared in the mirror, standing behind the female ghost. Everyone should also pay attention to protection after they recover. I realized belatedly that what I called reinfection was actually the second infection. The first time was Omicron. I recovered in 7 days, but was infected again in less than 3 days. The second time was Delta. My body was very weak, and I haven't recovered yet. Repeated infections in a short period of time are too harmful. Bai Cha ran out without thinking. There was a feeling of entanglement on the neck. Bai Cha touched it and found it was a strand of hair that was tightening rapidly. This should be the mark of the female ghost. Bai Cha directly picked up the sword and wiped it across his neck. The skin on his neck was scratched and blood flowed out instantly, but his hair also fell to the ground. She had already rushed into the corridor. The terrifying aura behind him was spreading rapidly. As Bai Cha was running, he felt the sky and the earth shaking, and the entire ground collapsed completely. She fell into an endless abyss. Are you awake? Bai Cha opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. She subconsciously looked around. It's a hospital. She looked at the person who was speaking. It was her roommate Li Mengyao. What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Your fever doesn't seem to have gone down yet. Can I call a doctor for you? Li Mengyao reached out her hand and touched her forehead with concern, then stood up. Bai Cha watched her get up and leave. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, as if something was wrong. Why was she in the hospital? Oh, because she went to pick up a package. What package did she pick up? Bai Cha frowned, unable to think of what package she had bought recently. Li Mengyao quickly brought a doctor over. After the doctor examined her and asked her some simple questions, he said it's okay. She may have just woken up and her reaction is a little slow. You should stay with her and let her rest well. Okay, thank you, doctor. After sending the doctor away, Li Mengyao sat down beside the bed. Bai Cha, you were sick yourself. Why didn't you tell me and ran out to get a package? You fainted at the delivery point and scared people to death. It was a boy from our school who brought you here and contacted me and Zhao. Zhao went to get you food. It's time for dinner now. Bai Cha nodded, her brows still furrowed. She sat up and suddenly touched something cold with her hand. Li Mengyao supported her and helped her lift the hospital bed behind her, while advising, if you feel uncomfortable again in the future, you must tell me, understand? Where's the express? Bai Cha touched the cold object, and the strange feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. She did not show it, but just asked calmly. It's a courier. It's on the table. What courier is that? If you had told me earlier, Zhao and I could have helped you get it when we came back. Bai Cha looked at the express box on the table, took it, opened it, and revealed a pure white statue. The plaster statue is of herself and is very lifelike. Why her? Bai Cha felt more and more that something was strange. Li Mengyao already screamed out. Which store did you buy this from? It looks very similar to the sculpture. Did you buy it yourself or was it given to you by someone? Are you being chased by another boy? Bai Cha saw her pick up the statue, and suddenly he quickly snatched the statue away. Li Mengyao was stunned. Bai Cha suddenly threw the statue to the ground. Snap! The plaster statue shattered into pieces in an instant. Li Mengyao was stunned, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Bai Cha, your body. Bai Cha already felt the pain of being broken. She looked down and saw that her body was also rapidly breaking into pieces. A hand under the quilt suddenly clenched the cold object. The pain was so real that Bai Cha thought he was going to die. But the intense pain finally made her remember what was wrong. This is simply not the real world. She wasn't picking up her own delivery. Bai Cha suddenly opened his eyes and saw himself hanging on the window. She was startled and fell out of the window. She subconsciously raised her hand and stabbed the wall with her sword. The wall suddenly began to squirm wildly, struggling to expel the sword. Bai Cha pressed the sword down hard until they were almost at the same distance. Then he pulled out the sword and dropped it to the ground, rolling around on the ground. She looked up and saw the Buddha statue standing outside the tall buildings, staring at her. At the same time, figures appeared one after another on the quiet street. They were like ghosts trapped here, waiting together for fresh flesh and blood to arrive and devour them. Bai Cha ran towards the B&B without thinking. But the door of the B&B was locked. Open the door. Bai Cha knocked on the door, but there was no movement from inside. And those figures have surrounded her. The one closest to her had already pounced on her. Bai Cha stabbed forward with a sword. A dark light flashed across Fu Hanshan's sword, absorbing the ghost soul almost instantly. At the same time, Bai Cha also felt a force surging into his body. It was cold and carried the breath of death, but it made all 5 of her senses sharp. This is obviously the side effect that Wang Xuming mentioned. Bai Cha continued to knock on the door while fighting. If she could find a gap, she would try to break the lock of the door. These ghosts cannot be killed. If no one opened the door, she might die. Bai Cha pursed her lips and looked at the statue again. When she lit incense, she tried her best to avoid lighting it for the statue, but she didn't expect that even if she ran to the bathroom, she would trap the female ghost in there as well, and she couldn't run away. Bai Cha originally had no intention of exploring the relationship between these monsters, because it was obviously meaningless to explore this with her strength.
But now she was sent out by the board game mission.
Statue and BNB, Bai Cha suddenly jumped up and killed all the ghosts around him. Even more powerful force merged into her body, but she began to feel that her body was about to shatter, like the broken statue. She took advantage of this short gap, ran to the wall, and slashed at the wall of the BNB. After piercing the wall, there was still that squirming, bleeding creature, which was different from the door. Bai Cha began to attack the wall frantically at an extremely high frequency. The price of doing so was that the ghost energy on her body became increasingly strong, so strong that the ghosts attacking her stopped. The ghosts stared at her hesitantly and blankly, as if unsure whether this person was of the same kind. Bai Cha's sword stirred inside the wall. "Let me in, or else when you get hurt, I'd like to see if you'll be swallowed by that Buddha statue." Bai Cha threatened in a low voice. Strange changes occurred in her body. Large patches of blue-gray color appeared on her skin, and her eyes turned red. Plus, the black hair and white dress at this moment are indeed no different from the ghost outside. "Don't force me to take you down with me." Bai Cha thrust the sword into the wall again. More and more blood was seeping out of the wall, and the statue behind him exuded an even more terrifying aura, as if something was waking up. The wall of the BNB finally, reluctantly, opened a hole in the process of squirming. Bai Cha quickly went in. Bai Cha fell to the ground, looking horrible. But the interior of the BNB is obviously not that safe. The surrounding walls were all replaced with red flesh walls. The first floor has long been unrecognizable. No wonder no one opened the door. No one knew where they were. Bai Cha didn't know how long she had been out. She didn't regret having to come in. If she didn't, the statue would have killed her. She didn't know what level of existence it was, but just based on the aura she felt before coming in, she felt her whole body trembling subconsciously. That is an instinctive tremor of the body. Although the BNB is not necessarily safe, it is at least in this dungeon game. Perhaps because she had just threatened the BNB, Bai Cha just managed to stand up and saw the flesh beside her squirming a few times, spitting out twisted ghosts. The ghosts almost immediately rushed towards her to bite her. Bai Cha did not use the sword again. If she continued, she might turn into a ghost. She already felt negative things such as irritability, murderous intent, and anger growing in her heart. The strength in her body now was enough for her to deal with these things. Bai Cha dodged these ghosts and walked towards the direction of the original stairs. It was no longer a staircase now, but more like intestines hanging there. Bai Cha could only take a step back and move to the front desk. The phone is still on the table. But Bai Cha didn't call again. She didn't know what happened in the BNB while she was away that caused it to become like this. Putting aside the Buddha statue, from a rules perspective, there is not a friendly relationship between the BNB and the front desk. There is also the possibility of mutual devouring between the BNB and the Buddha statues. The ghosts inside the BNB and the ghosts outside controlled by the Buddha statues should belong to two different forces. It seems that only the front desk seems to be fighting alone. If this is true, the danger level at the front desk will be greatly increased. The fighting power of the BNB may not be that strong, but it can hold off the Buddha statue. Therefore, the Buddha statue can only kill the players inside by invading. The front desk was trapped in the BNB, but there was a rule that if you found a front desk, you could contact the BNB to handle it. At present, the rules are under the power of the entire game app, so the BNB may be able to use the power of the game to deal with the front desk. The front desk was sealed again. So, at this juncture, she should not hire the front desk again. It's a pity that the mountain doesn't come to me, but I come to the mountain. Suddenly, an elegant figure holding a lantern emerged from the wall. Bai Cha wanted to curse immediately. So she ignored the intestine and started running upwards. The receptionist's eyes moved along with her movements, revealing a terrifying smile. "Guest, why are you running around? You don't look very well." Bai Cha felt it was okay, except that he was constantly feeling irritated. She used her hands and feet to run to the second floor and pushed open a room. She didn't know where the dark shadows on the second floor had gone, but she didn't care. She picked up the phone on the table and called. Guest. The receptionist came to the door and looked at her coldly. Didn't you say you would help me? What are you doing? Bai Cha listened to the busy tone on the other end of the phone and looked at the receptionist walking towards him. He could only tighten the sword in his hand again. Welcome to call. I want to complain. Didn't your B&B say there was no front desk? I see a front desk now. Bai Cha said quickly. Okay. We have reported the issue to you. We will have someone resolve it soon. Please wait. Bai Cha hung up the phone and ran towards a window. The receptionist walked towards her slowly. You want the B&B to kill me? That's really cruel. Bai Cha forced a forced smile and smashed the window. A terrifying aura seeped in from the window, and Bai Cha was the first to be hit. He felt his hair stand on end. The Buddha statue in the room suddenly moved. The front desk was unmoved. They can't kill me, the receptionist said regretfully. I feel that you have great power in your body now. Why don't you give me this power again? His figure suddenly squeezed out from the wall beside Bai Cha, and his pale hand clasped Bai Cha's right wrist. Bai Cha quickly took the sword in his other hand and stabbed at him. The receptionist raised the lamp in her hand to block her sword.
Duck. Bai Cha said.
A glass lamp collided with the sword, making a metallic sound and producing sparks. The Buddha statue in the house stood up shakily and became bigger and bigger, finally becoming about the height of a person. But the Buddha statue took one look at the two people fighting and turned away.
Bai Cha sợ hết chăng?
She really has no fighting skills to speak of and relies entirely on instinct. Every attack from the front desk could steal the power from her body. But her sword couldn't pierce the opponent at all. Bai Cha hesitated for less than half a second about using daughter and the item card before she stabbed the wall with a sword and began to absorb the power of the B&B. The receptionist did not stop her, but simply used her body as a filter, taking the power she had absorbed and then absorbing it into his own body. Just for this reason, he will not kill Bai Cha for the time being. Bai Cha also knew that this was not a big deal at all. The grayish-white plaster texture of the reception desk is rapidly weakening. As time goes by, he will definitely be able to break the seal. When the time comes, Bai Cha will be the first to die. Bai Cha just stabbed the wall of the B&B even harder. If the B&B had known better, it would have separated the two of them right now. Apparently the B&B also had a temper. It was really intolerable and suddenly squirmed violently, shrinking the entire room. Bai Cha felt the hands holding her separate, but B&B also wanted to use the power of the wall to crush her to death. But she still had the sword in her hand. I have to thank Wang Xuming here. Although the current situation is almost certain that he did it. The sword kept cutting open holes around her, and she angrily spit her out again. Before Bai Cha could stand firmly, he felt a terrifying force approaching his face. Obviously, the B&B sent her to her death maliciously. Clang, a shield blocked her way, and then she was pulled aside. Only then did Bai Cha see clearly that there was a Buddha statue in front of her, and the person pulling her was Wang Xuming. You're still alive. That's great. Hurry and find your body. We have to get out now. Wang Xuming did not explain to her why the place had become like this. He just sent her to room 306. But there is something else in room 306. The clock is full. He had fallen from the window, and his peeled skin was tightly wrapped around Bai Cha's body. Seeing Bai Cha coming back, Zhong Man showed a ferocious smile on his face.
Idiot.
Bai Cha cursed, rushed over, and stabbed his brain with a sword. Zhong Man was completely unable to resist, and his body turned into ashes, but Bai Cha had no way to return to his body. Where are the others?
How did you get back?
Bai Cha looked at Wang Xuming, who was fighting. Your sword can break the barrier between you and your body. Wang Xuming said. As for the others, I have severe brain fog and it feels painful to write this, but my brain is like a paste and they say there are no sequelae. I have had brain fog since the beginning, and now the time I am clear-headed is very short. Every day Bai Cha had pierced the membrane in her body with a sword, and she felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she was sitting up. I didn't feel anything when I separated from my body, but after I returned to my body I felt a heavy feeling, as if I had fallen to the ground. But she found it difficult to control her body. For example, when she tried to pick up the sword, her body twisted strangely a few times. You have absorbed too much ghost energy. It will be fine after you get out. Wang Shuming saw it. He urged again, try to catch up first, the others are on the 4th floor. 4th floor?
Bai Cha Flawen.
This feeling of not being in control was indeed so annoying. But there was no way, she was just a newcomer and had no real ability. Wang Shuming is indeed very strong in fighting ability. Bai Cha saw it very clearly. If Brother Kai was still alive, his fighting ability would probably not be low, and he might not be able to fight back. It was just that the situation at that time was special. But in fact, Bai Cha has always been doubtful as to why Brother Kai stepped on a rule of death. As they ran towards the corridor, Bai Cha suddenly asked, "Did you kill Brother Kai?" Wang Shuming looked back at her in surprise. "Didn't you kill him?" he said exaggeratedly.
Bai Cha.
Oh, this kind of person. What is the current situation? In fact, it was quite tiring for Wang Shuming to protect her while fighting so many things. But this difficulty refers to the situation where he has suppressed his strength. He had gotten what he wanted faster than expected, and was in a good mood. So, I explained it. There are generally several ways to clear a dungeon. One is to complete the plot of a story dungeon and survive. Another is to find the correct rules and survive in a rule dungeon. Similar to these two types of dungeons, other competitive dungeons and so on, all require you to meet the dungeon's survival requirements. Xiao Xiao actually talked a little bit about these with Bai Cha. However, what Wang Shuming said next was what Xiao Xiao had not said. But there is a situation in all dungeons where you can clear the dungeon without completing the entire process. He looked at Bai Cha and gave a wanton smile. That is what destroyed the core of this book. However, your current strength is too weak, but you have a good character and brain. If you can survive to rank A, you can also try to pass the level in this way. Bai Cha took note of his words and asked, "What are the benefits of this way of passing the customs?" Of course.
No.
As they were talking, they had already reached the staircase to the 4th floor, but the entire so-called staircase was closed with flesh walls. Wang Shuming took the gun and started to blast at the flesh wall, creating a path. It was obvious that the flesh wall could not heal in a short period of time. The two took the opportunity to run inside. Not only that, but the game will also hate you, and you'll die faster. Bai Cha glanced at Wang Shuming's profile. So, what's the point of doing this? Going against the game? Once you enter the game, can you never get out? Bai Cha asked. Clever. Destroying a copy is essentially just fighting against the game. There is only one reason for the struggle. They see no hope of getting out. One day I will die in the dungeon, so why not destroy it as much as possible? Bai Cha understood the logic, and his eyes gradually brightened. As expected of an old man, there are many things that are worth learning from him as a newcomer. Wang Shuming no longer had time to look at her expression, but the barrage saw it. Help! What is this person teaching her? Can you destroy the copy just by saying it? Miss, open the barrage and look at us. Don't listen to this person. Newbies should just go through the game honestly, okay? Survive first. This person has extremely sinister intentions. If you can tell me what the core is? How to destroy it? No. One dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. What abnormal. Unfortunately, Bai Cha doesn't open the barrage. They came to the so-called 4th floor, and this time the 4th floor was the real 4th floor. This floor is full of ghosts. It is a space made up of a huge flesh arm, and ghosts keep popping out of the walls. In the middle, there are two people who are struggling to resist. It's Xiao Xiao and the man with glasses. So is Ponytail really dead? Bai Cha felt it was a pity, as the golden wound medicine in the other party's hand was quite useful. She now has a cut on her neck that she caused herself. It was the female ghost who attacked back before dying. To be honest, you can't blame her. Bai Cha actually killed the female ghost. But Bai Cha did not expect that the Buddha statue could actually appear directly in that space and kill the female ghost. Therefore, Buddha statues are the most hateful. Sister Xiao. When he got to the two of them, Bai Cha called out. Xiao Xiao had become numb from the constant attacks from ghosts and monsters, and when he heard the voice he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Bai Cha, you're not dead? That's great. The man with glasses looked at Wang Xuming with an unfriendly look. You said we should wait here, so that you can pass the level, but how can we pass the level in this state? Wang Xuming smiled indifferently and killed one monster with one shot. Wait a moment. I've been waiting for 30 minutes. The man with glasses felt that he had really believed Wang Xuming's lies. Even if he could pass the level, it would probably be just the other person who could pass it. Ding dong, a pleasant sound suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Force majeure has been detected in this instance, causing it to collapse prematurely. All players will leave this instance after a 30-second countdown. As this voice appeared, the surrounding monsters began to become more crazy. Baicha's body didn't fit well to begin with, and she felt an inexplicable attraction. White tea, white tea. There was a voice calling her urgently in her ear. Baicha felt the world spinning around her, as if she was being pulled into the illusion again. Baicha bit her tongue hard to wake herself up. It was only after this moment of distraction that she realized she was not the only one who was bewitched. Xiao Xiao was already walking towards the stairs, where a crack had appeared at some point, waiting for her to jump down. Baicha hesitated for less than half a second before rushing forward and pulling the person back. But Xiao Xiao was unconscious. Baicha felt as if his soul was being sucked away. The countdown in my ears is so slow. Baicha gritted her teeth and pressed Xiao Xiao with her body. She didn't like to owe favors to anyone, and the prop card Xiao Xiao gave her could be said to have saved her life. And it was beyond her expectations. She plotted against Xiao Xiao just so that when she encountered a situation like the one now, Xiao Xiao would definitely help her.
But the situation was different then.
A cold hand grabbed Baicha's ankle and dragged her back violently. Baicha let go of Xiao Xiao and stabbed the flesh beneath him with a sword. A hand came forward and grasped her hand. It's Wang Xuming. Take Xiao Xiao away,
Baicha said calmly.
As she said this, countless terrifying auras were already rushing towards them from the crack. Baicha's body fell down another inch, and Xiao Xiao was still trying to jump into the middle of the crack. Wang Xuming raised his eyebrows, then really let go of her hand and took Xiao Xiao to the safe zone they had opened up at the back. When he looked back, Baicha had already been pulled away. Baicha was pierced through the abdomen by a hand. She turned back with difficulty. It's really the front desk. But he looked very different now. Its height had increased to at least 3 meters, its skin was red, and it was a humanoid monster. Only its face could still reveal its original appearance. Its pupils were pure black, with no whites. He looked at her with the purest malice, stirring her abdomen fiercely. At the same time, another prompt sound rang in Baicha's ears. Baicha stretched out her hand.
Daughter, come back.
On the huge body at the front desk, large patches of slender yellow vines suddenly exploded. A hint of surprise flashed across his black pupils. Countless small tender yellow flowers flocked to the white tea. The evil spirit in her body was instantly expelled and her vitality was restored. She raised her hands, exerted force, kicked the receptionist hard, and jumped upwards. The wildly growing daughter vines instantly spread throughout the space as she moved, and at an even faster speed, took root throughout the entire first floor of the homestay. They cheered and embraced Baicha, building a bridge of support for her and sending her countless strength. Current number of surviving players, 4. The slender and delicate stems of the daughter were suddenly cut off. A red figure quickly approached Baicha. Baicha's mind moved slightly, and yellow silk nets opened up in front of him again. As all the silk screens were torn into pieces, Baicha's figure completely disappeared from the copy. The monster that was left standing there was only roaring with unwillingness. Baicha sat in a pure white space. There was still pain in her abdomen from being pierced, but there was no wound there anymore. The pain in the soul also disappeared. Just as Wang Xuming said, as long as he came back, everything would return to the state before entering the copy. Oh, she had a fever before entering the dungeon, and now her head is starting to hurt. She didn't care, and looked curiously at the ghost face mask that was jumping up and down like a bunch of pixels. Not very good. Tell me, how are you going to deal with my situation? Do I have to stay in the game from now on? The ghost face stopped jumping for a moment, and then jumped around the space again. I'm so sorry, dear. It's a management loophole on our side. But don't worry, dear. We have already corrected your game account. You will be the owner of this account from now on, and all the skills are tailor-made for you. Bai Cha narrowed her eyes. That meant she would have to stay in the game forever. So domineering. Where is the original owner of the account? The pixelated ghost face flipped several times in the air, showing that it was in a good mood. Destroy. Bai Cha isn't sure about the meaning behind this for now, but Yu Xinjin is probably in danger. But I'm curious how she did it, letting me come in for her. Props? No comment, dear. As the pixel mask spoke, it suddenly moved close to Bai Cha's face. But dear, I advise you not to have such crooked thoughts, unless you can guarantee that you will never be discovered by this game. It smiled like a most evil child, as if it had succeeded in playing a prank. But Bai Cha was not frightened at all by its sudden approach. But this should also be considered as your negligence. Since it is your negligence, is there no compensation? The pixel mask froze for a moment, then suddenly wilted and fell quietly in front of Bai Cha. Dear, we didn't do it on purpose, so why don't we just give up the compensation? It suddenly jumped up and down again, and its tone became excited. You may not be able to afford the compensation, It's okay. It's my business whether I can afford it or not, and it's your business whether to give it or not. Bai Cha sat on the ground, bent one leg, put his elbow on his leg to support his chin, and looked at it with a smile. The ghost face on its pixel mask turned into an angry face. In that case, let's start the settlement. Congratulations on successfully surviving the A3 level dungeon. Based on your performance in the game, your evaluation score for this game is B level. Bonus points, 400 points. As a new player, it is great to be able to get a B level achievement right from the start. I hope you will keep up the good work in the next game. Congratulations on your successful promotion to F9. Wow, you have made the leap from a newcomer to F9. The game is very optimistic about you. In addition, in this game, you also receive the favor of the evil god, the praise of the front desk, the compliments of the B&B, and the blessing of the ghost girl. The rewards they gave you have been distributed to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Cha felt a chill all over his body. She didn't know what happened to the first three, but she heard the ghost girl's blessing.
Bai Cha.
I curse you to die a miserable death.
Bai Cha.
You see, she really didn't intend to lie to her, and what she was thinking at the time was to give her body to the young lady at the front desk. But man proposes, God disposes, and he accidentally gave her to the evil god. The rewards they give you will have unexpected benefits in some dungeons. That's obviously not a good thing. But Bai Cha doesn't care, as long as he can survive. Since your entry into the game this time is too special, the game will give you compensation, which will also be sent to your backpack. You can check it yourself. Do you have any questions, dear? Yes. What are the rules for promotion, and what are the points corresponding to the rating levels? Dear, your questions have been sorted into a beginner's manual and sent to your backpack. Do you have any other questions? Wait for me to take a look. Bai Cha opened the backpack on his panel, which now contained 4 items. Newbie gift pack compensation version. There is no doubt that the last one is the so-called compensation. Bai Cha first clicked on the beginner's guide. The grades were exactly as she had guessed, from F to S. From F1 to F9, the points used for upgrading are added in batches of 50:50, but when it comes to E1, it becomes 100, 200 for D1, and 400 for C1. In short, if you want to upgrade to S9, the points will become 57,100 later. A very scary number. There are only 7 levels of dungeon scoring, SAPDEF. The lowest F reward point is 0, E50, D100, C200, all of which are multiplied upwards. The highest S is 1600. The level of the copy itself is the same as the level at which the player upgrades. The beginner's guide also includes information about the game lobby and watching live broadcasts. It's quite detailed. Bai Cha put it away for the time being and opened his own gift bag. A light card fell into her hand. This copy is over. As a newcomer, I don't want to give her such a big cheat code, so there is no such thing as a perfect first copy. The level and strength are there. It's just the beginning to see the world, and the goal is just to survive. This copy originated from a dream in which I was deeply impressed by the Buddha statue, and then I was frightened by a female ghost and couldn't sleep. Bai Cha looked at the card in his hand silently, then looked at the pixelated ghost face, jumping up and down. Can you explain to me what this is? Is this the so-called gift package compensation? As the name suggests, this is a double card. After using it, you can double everything you get in the dungeon. For example, if you use it now, you can increase your points from 400 to 800. Do you want to use it, dear? No, keep it for now. Bai Cha put away the card. Although he felt like he was cheated, if he could really reap a rich harvest in a copy, then maybe he would make a profit. Okay, dear, do you have any questions? The other party's urging was very obvious. Bai Cha ignored her and opened her panel again to observe carefully. This panel is much clearer than when you first enter the game. Age 20. Click on the level of the skill, and the upgrade conditions will pop up. It will not be displayed later. Flower of Lies LV0, LV1. Use this skill 3 times. Flower of Lies LV1, LV2. Use this skill 9 times. The latter part has not been shown yet, but you can probably guess it. It should be about the same as those doubled in the game. The pixelated ghost face suddenly flashed in front of Bai Cha, turned into countless fragments that surrounded her, and then reassembled into an angry ghost face. Almost. Let me take another look at them all. A new function appeared on her interface, the mall. When you click it, it is similar to the mall interface in many games. It is also possible that the game was copied by someone else. There are a lot of props inside, all kinds of strange things, but they all need to be exchanged with points. In the lower right corner is her current balance of 400 points. The points used won't affect the level assessment, right? Bai Cha ignored it. Can players trade points with each other? Can points only be obtained by completing each copy of the game? Players can trade with each other. The game neither encourages nor prohibits it. Points can only be obtained through playing the game. If you want a lot of points, it is recommended that you play a dungeon. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Can you teleport me to the game lobby? Bai Cha finally stood up. Yes, don't worry. After every player leaves the settlement interface, they must go to the game lobby before returning to reality. I wish you a happy life, dear. Pixel Face couldn't wait to send her away. Bai Cha felt a slight dizziness, and the surrounding environment turned into a magnificent hall. There were quite a lot of people coming and going. The door to the hall was open, and you could see rows of buildings outside. That is the game town. Players can live here. This is written in the beginner's guide. When the player enters the dungeon, the game will actively help the player cover up the disappearance in reality. However, if the player stays in the game town, the game will not help explain the disappearance in reality. The live broadcast can be directly connected through the game lobby, randomly connected or actively connected to the live broadcast room of a player who is participating in the game. However, although the copy can be viewed, if the audience enters the same copy, some memories of having viewed this copy will be erased. In other words, it is not advisable to try to clear a dungeon by watching live broadcasts. There are some things like guild recruitment in the game lobby, but Bai Cha is not very interested in it. White tea. Xiao came over. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Bai Cha. Thank you so much before the copy is released. Often the last 30 seconds is when the player's probability of death is highest, because the ghosts in the game will fight back. She lost her mind at that time, but that doesn't mean she has no memory after she recovered. You're welcome. This is what I should do. After all, you gave me a prop card. She saw the lightning strike card in the store, and it required 200 points to redeem it. This should not be a small number. Xiao shook his head and said, no matter what in the game, it's always hard to help someone in need. Let's not talk about that. Let's exchange contact information, both in the game and in reality. Bai Cha is a little hesitant. Of course, there is no problem with the in-game contact method, but in reality, if you're scared, I can give you my contact information. Xiao realized what she might be worried about, and instead of being angry, he felt somewhat relieved. I was abrupt. You are right to be cautious. You can't easily tell others about your real-life affairs. Some players have gone crazy.
Bài trà sợ mai Apoletia.
The two added each other as friends in the game, and Xiao Xiao gave her a note with her cell phone number on it. After Bai Cha memorized it, the note turned into ashes. Then I'll go first, you can find me if you need anything. Xiao Xiao left. Bai Cha thought about it and decided to leave. After all, she fainted in real life and we don't know what her current situation is. And she also wanted to know what happened to Yu Xinjin. Bai Cha only felt his side shaking again. A familiar smell of disinfectant hit me. Bai Cha opened his eyes and saw the ward. You're awake? Li Mengyao said in surprise. Bai Cha was alert for a moment. This scene was so similar to the illusion. Even when Li Mengyao stood up and spoke, her movements and expressions were exactly the same. What's wrong? Seeing that Bai Cha didn't say anything, Li Mengyao reached out and touched her forehead. It seems that I still have a slight fever. Wait a moment, I will go call the doctor. Bai Cha sat on the hospital bed and felt around himself, but the sword was not there. She found her cell phone. Then she discovered that there was an app called Ghost Domain app in her phone. That familiar pixelated ghost face actually made her feel relieved. It shouldn't be an illusion. It should be the previous illusion, which was created by some kind of illusion to reality. But that should be considered as foresight, right? Then he looked at the express delivery on the table. Bai Cha reached out and took it, opened it, and found it was empty, with nothing inside. She looked at the recipient again and paused slightly. The original recipient should have been Yu Xinjin's name and her contact information, but now it has become Bai Cha. Bai Cha had already realized something in his mind, so he picked up his phone and looked through his list and groups. No, there is no Yu Xinjin. The original dormitory for 4 people has become a dormitory for 3 people.
Witatea. Lia Shao. Limang Yo.
The class group also changed from 52 to 51. There is no Yu Xinjin anymore. Bai Cha didn't know how to describe his mood. To be honest, it's complicated. Of course, she would not let go of the fact that Yu Xinjin had cheated her. But the other parties seemed to have been truly destroyed and wiped out and no longer existed. Yu Xinjin is guilty, but her crime does not deserve the death penalty. At least that's what Bai Cha thinks. People will always do something when they are afraid. It is an instinctive thing for many people to drag the people around them into the water. Oh, of course, this doesn't mean she will forgive Yu Xinjin. But Yu Xinjin's previous level was definitely not high. Perhaps she should go find Wang Xuming and ask about his real level. In this way, she can infer Yu Xinjin's real level. But it definitely wouldn't be high, she was sure. So where did she get the advanced item? Was she lucky enough to get an item that allowed someone to enter the game for her? Even though she had only played this game once, Bai Cha's feeling of powerlessness from beginning to end made her realize clearly that behind the game was an extremely powerful behemoth, perhaps a god-like existence. Perhaps even the so-called real world they live in is just a copy in the game, a safe copy. That's why Yu Xinjin could be wiped out so easily and completely erased from this world like data. So, what level of props can be used to deceive the game? Can Yu Xinjin get it? And the missing express delivery. Bai Cha lowered his head and looked carefully at the address of the express delivery and took a photo of the address with his mobile phone. I don't know whether the other party's information is true or false, but I can go and check it out if I have the chance. The doctor came in at this time and asked the same questions as in the illusion. She's fine now. She can be discharged. She just had malnutrition and low blood sugar, and she had a fever, so she fainted. She just needs to rest and get enough nutrition. Li Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. We were shocked when we received the call. It was a boy who delivered you. You said that if you are sick, don't pick up the express delivery anymore. Just tell us. Li Mengyao said angrily.
Bai Cha my helper.
I didn't expect that I would faint. It was my first time fainting, too. That's right. When you were a freshman, your fever reached 41 degrees, and you were still directing us to get you towels and medicine. Zhao was so scared that he cried. He kept holding his phone and saying he wanted to call 120 for you. We had never seen anyone with a fever that high. Li Mengyao shook her head. Oh, yes. Zhao has gone to get you some food. Let's go through the discharge procedures after we finish eating. Bai Cha nodded, stroking the phone gently with her fingers. During her freshman year, she had a high fever at the beginning of the school year, probably due to the unfamiliar climate. She was young and went to college at the age of 16. Several people in the dormitory took good care of her. It was late at night that day and the dormitory was in chaos. She felt dizzy from the fever, so she comforted them and told them not to worry. She wiped her body with warm water, and her temperature soon came down. Of course, she also remembered that one of her roommates was crying very sadly that day and kept asking whether to call 120. She was very scared and kept searching on Baidu what to do if the fever reached 41 degrees. But not Zhao. It's Yu Xinjin. Yu Xinjin also ran to the dormitory manager, asked for a kettle to boil some hot water, and brought it up for her to soak her feet. Zhao and Meng Yao have been with her all the time. Both of them were silent, as if facing a great enemy, and they also had to comfort the frightened Yu Xinjin. Only when her temperature dropped to 38 and she took some medicine and went to sleep did Yu Xinjin rest. But Zhao and Meng Yao took turns to rest and kept checking her temperature. They were all very nice to her. Bai Cha explained to them that she was used to having frequent high fevers and that it was actually nothing serious. She would not pass out like in novels or on TV, nor would she need to go to the hospital. But they still took good care of her afterwards. Bai Cha was feeling uncontrollably depressed. Did she ever think about asking Yu Xinjin after she survived, whether she had considered whether her body could survive the game? But Yu Xinjin is gone. An unknown anger arose in her heart. I can't say, but she felt that everything shouldn't end like this. Your body should find someone to take care of you. The boy who sent you here is very good. He seemed to be interested in you before. Oh, do you know who sent you here? Li Mengyao was still shaking her head and sighing when the door of the ward was pushed open while she was speaking. A Zhao and a boy walked over. Oh, speak of the devil. Li Mengyao gave Bai Cha a wink. Bai Cha looked at the boy. He was a handsome and sunny type of boy, and he was tall. She knows him too. The student from the next class is called Lin Jinyang. Did you bring me here? Bai Cha asked. Li Mengyao and Li Azhao exchanged glances. You guys chat, we'll go out for dinner. When Lin Jinyang heard this, his face turned slightly red. He scratched his head and stood there a little embarrassed. He nodded only after the door was closed. I happened to be picking up a package, and when I saw you fainted, I sent you to the hospital, and then I contacted your roommate. I originally wanted to find your family, but your roommate said IT didn't seem convenient. I'm glad you're okay. I was shocked. Lin Jinyang said this, then suddenly stopped the topic, seeming to be hesitant to continue. What's wrong? Bai Cha looked at him. She actually wanted to ask him if he had seen the things in the express delivery. Lin Jinyang mustered up his courage and said, Can you give me a chance to take care of you? That is. I actually liked you since freshman year, but you were younger then and I thought. Anyway, is it okay? After he finished speaking, his heart started beating like thunder, his ears turned red, and he even didn't dare to look at Bai Cha.
Bai Cha sighed silently.
She felt quite annoyed, but it wasn't that she hated Lin Jinyang. She just hates this so-called love. What kind of protection and care? Of course. Bai Cha looked at him with a smile, and when he looked over in surprise, she said, Then do you know how to take care of a patient with a high fever? Lin Jinyang was stunned. If I get sick in the middle of the night and my fever reaches 40 degrees, but I go to the hospital too late, in this case, the high fever will continue and there may be a series of problems such as high fever convulsions. Do you know how to reduce the fever quickly? Lin Jinyang opened his mouth. How many times have you caught a cold? Do you take medicine on time when you have a cold? Do you know which medicines are suitable for wind-heat colds and wind-cold colds? Which ones will not make you sleepy after taking them? Which ones will make you sleepy after taking them? The blush on Lin Jinyang's face has faded. Bai Cha's tone was still very gentle, as if he was not questioning. She sighed helplessly again. You said that you have liked me since freshman year, and you wanted a chance to take care of me. But from freshman year to senior year, you should know that my health has always been poor. You have never learned how to take care of a patient, right? Lin Jinyang said anxiously. I'm sorry, but I can learn these. Are you learning for me? Bai Cha felt that her patience was really low because of Yu Xinjin's matter, so she interrupted him. You can learn how to take care of a patient for me today, but tomorrow you will tell me that if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to learn these things so hard? You want to say you can't, but have you ever taken care of a patient? Have you taken good care of yourself? Do you know that you need to put on more clothes when it's cold, pay attention to the weather forecast, always carry an umbrella, eat on time every day, go to bed early and get up early, don't stay up late, don't smoke or drink?
Can you do it?
Bai Cha's voice was somewhat aggressive, and she stared at him sharply. If you can't even take care of yourself, who do you want to take care of? The two roommates who were eavesdropping at the door smiled awkwardly when they saw Lin Jinyang coming out. But Lin Jinyang didn't have time to care about them, and he left feeling disappointed. Li Mengyao entered the ward and coughed lightly. In fact, they can indeed change. I don't need anyone to change for me, and I don't want to change myself for anyone. Bai Cha really didn't want to continue this topic. Who can protect and take care of anyone for a lifetime? That is not love at all. Rather than words like this, what she would rather hear is someone telling her that he is willing to accompany her to learn how to become a better person. Unfortunately not.
This is how society is.
Boys are taught to protect and care for girls, and girls are domesticated to be flowers in a greenhouse, looking for a master who can take care of them. She never believed that one could take care of another for a lifetime, as human energy is limited. Even if this person is really consistent from beginning to end, life is long and full of surprises. Just take the absurd thing of her entering the game as an example. Maybe she will die in the next moment. The people who protected and cared for her died, and the flower, which had no ability to survive on its own, was exposed to the air. How long could it survive? That would truly become dependence and blood-sucking. She hated that kind of talk very much. But she was too lazy to say anything because her friends were indeed taking care of her. Bai Cha held the phone in silence, with countless ambitions and unwillingness growing in his heart. Like a spreading weed, it grows rapidly. She wants to become stronger. In every sense. However, Bai Cha still found an opportunity to ask about the express delivery. Lin Jinyang said that what she was holding was an empty express package. After being discharged from the hospital in the afternoon, Bai Cha returned to the dormitory to rest. This sleep was not a restful one. She had a dream. In the dream, she lived in an old, somewhat shabby apartment building. The apartment building has only 7 floors and no elevator. She ran quickly up the stairs, and it seemed like someone was chasing her. After she finally took out her key, opened her door, and ran in, someone suddenly knocked hard on the door. Bai Cha was awakened by the shock. The fear of the woman in the dream was too great. She frowned. This dream is wrong. It's already past 5 o'clock and both roommates are not at home. Yu Xinjin's bed was really empty and was filled with the miscellaneous items of the 3 of them. Bai Cha has tried it out and found that no one knows Yu Xinjin. Some important memories of their dormitory, including some things Yu Xinjin had done, have been divided among the 3 people. Yu Xinjin was not in the class photo. Bai Cha even dialed Yu Xinjin's home phone number based on his memory. There is no daughter in their family. There is only one boy, named Yu Haohao. Yu Haohao is Yu Xinjin's 3-year younger brother, and is also going to college this year. Bai Cha remembered that Yu Xinjin once said that her and her brother's names had really good meanings. Bai Cha rubbed his eyebrows. Her fever has gone down, and she is a little hungry. She was planning to go get something to eat, but she found a message from her roommate on her phone saying that the 2 of them had gone to get food, and if she woke up, she could just wait for them in the dormitory. Bai Cha didn't move then. After hesitating for a moment, she sent a message to Xiao Zhao's phone number. Is it convenient to chat now? Xiao Xiao called quickly.
Hecko.
Xiao Zhao's voice came from the other end, with a bit of crispness. How are you feeling now? Were you sick when you entered the dungeon? Are you feeling better? Bai Cha smiled and said, It's okay now, but I just had a dream. She gave a brief description of the dream. Is this the information for my next copy? Xiao Xiao pondered and said, Yes, generally speaking, there will be a 7-day rest period after the previous instance is completed. During these 7 days, you will not have these dreams. Only after that will you start to dream about the preview of the instance. Do you have the Ghost Domain app on your phone now? Open it and take a look. There will be a countdown for you to enter the dungeon. Bai Cha has indeed not opened the software yet. After opening the software, a strange laugh and an enlarged ghost face were heard from the phone. It's really hard not to feel like I've been infected with a virus. What a bad taste. Fortunately, the interface loaded quickly and the sections were very simple with only 2 areas, Forum and My. In the My interface, there is a large horizontal bar when you click on it. 7 days. Bai Cha said. Xiao Xiao was a little puzzled and asked, "Why is your time so short? It shouldn't be possible. Normally, it would take a month for a new player to enter the dungeon next time." Bai Cha thinks it's still related to the account problem. Maybe I should ask about the game later. It's hard to say about this kind of thing. It's not that there aren't people who are really short. There are also people who are willing to spend every day in the dungeon.
Xiao Xiao quickly comfort Bai Cha.
You can search the forum for relevant dream hints to see what copy it is. Okay, I'll search it later. Bai Cha hesitated and said, "Actually, Sister Xiao, I mainly want to ask you something. You say, after dying in the game, will you disappear in reality?" Xiao Xiao was silent for a while. Well, it will disappear. Completely disappear. No one will remember it anymore. It's like it's been erased. She sighed. Who told you this? Bai Cha clenched the phone in her hand. I asked the guy named Wang Shuming in the game, so. Those who disappeared will never appear again? Xiao Xiao uttered a heavy It's not that no one has thought about resurrecting these people. Those of us who enter the game will remember these players. Some of them may have deep feelings for the game, or they may be friends or relatives. In fact, compared to death, being forgotten is the most terrifying thing. From the moment they enter the game, almost all players are ready to die at any time, and perhaps death is even a relief. But it will be forgotten, and its nature will be different. Except for the friends you meet in the game, all your friends and relatives in real life will no longer remember that you ever existed in this world. The parents will not know that they once had a child. The teacher will not remember that there was such a student in the class. A good friend will not remember that he once had a very good friend. The partner will not remember that he or she once had a loving lover. No one knew this person existed. Resurrection is impossible, unless perhaps one day someone can solve the game. Besides, we can't tell people in real life about things related to the game. Xiao Xiao sighed. That is to say, even if the people in the game remember their companions, they have no one to talk to and cannot tell their companions' parents, friends, and lovers. That is complete death from this world. These chapters are just transitions. Next, we will start to enter the game. In addition, there are still many unclear places in the first copy, which will be written later. The first copy is not really over. Bai Cha didn't ask any other questions, because my roommate just happened to be back. In the next few days, Bai Cha browsed the game forums and looked for clues related to his dreams, and continued to write his thesis. There was no way out. We were about to graduate. In fact, both of my roommates had already started their internships, but she took a day off because she was sick. She has to go for an internship soon, otherwise she won't be able to graduate. But the current situation. Bai Cha can only take one step at a time and enter the game again to see what the situation is. After entering the game, it is obvious that life in the real world will be disrupted. However, the day before entering the game, she went to the game town first. The guilds are all in the town. I saw this on the forum. Yongrui Guild, ranked 10th. President Su Mingwang, S3 level boss, ranked 10th on the list.
Su Minwang, Wan Su Ming.
Bai Cha came directly to the gate of Yongrui Guild. The luxurious palace-like setting of the guild did not make people feel very noble. On the contrary, it is a bit too exaggerated. The guild actually has a front desk. It was a boy, sitting there watching the live broadcast using a panel. Seeing someone walk in, he looked up and his eyes lit up slightly. Hey, beautiful lady, what's up? Bai Cha nodded slightly and said, I'm looking for Su Mingwang. The boy was stunned, then looked at Bai Cha carefully. You are Bai Cha, right? Wait a moment. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. President, the girl I'm looking for is the one you mentioned. After hanging up the phone, the boy made a gesture of invitation and took her to a room. Wait here for a moment. He'll be here soon. I'll pour you a cup of tea. What would you like to drink? Boiled water. The boy smiled and said, What a coincidence. This is the only one in our guild. You really have a keen eye for finding a gem. Baija. Isn't that how the word is used? A cup of steaming boiled water was placed on the table. The boy went out, and soon the door was pushed open again. A young man dressed in jewels and looking very eye-catching walked in. I knew you could guess who I am, but I didn't expect you to come to see me today. I've been waiting for you here every day. Wang Shuming, or Suming Wang, pulled out a chair and sat in front of Bai Cha, looking much more unrestrained than in the game. Maybe it's because of the appearance. He was born with an aggressive and particularly dazzling face, even a little frivolous. Bai Cha wasn't interested in his appearance, but still looked at him seriously, which had nothing to do with the game. Can I hide my appearance in the game? That shouldn't be a simple hiding. Even the panel information is hidden. Yes, the mall sells face customization, 200 points each time, but if you want to hide the panel information, you need to spend an extra 500 to exchange for hidden props. Baija. Sorry, it was beyond her personal tolerance. You are S3. Bai Cha actually already knew his level, but still wanted to confirm it one last time. Yes, so you're indeed a newcomer. What level are you at now? Su Mingwang crossed his hands on the table, leaning forward, his peach blossom eyes shining with light. Bai Cha frowned calmly and leaned back in the chair behind him. F9. There's nothing to hide. Hey, it's your first time entering a dungeon. Not bad. If I weren't there, you might have gotten a higher score. Bai Cha wasn't here to discuss this sort of thing with him. Why did you decide that I was a rookie? Your level should not correspond to that of a rookie. It's just my intuition. Su Mingwang leaned back lazily and said carelessly, Look, you admitted it as soon as I said it, so it's confirmed.
Lie.
Bai Cha took a sip of water. But to be precise, I entered the game for someone else. I came to you to ask this question. What level of props do I need to cheat the game and pull someone into the game instead of myself? Su Mingwang's eyes suddenly became sharp. He finally took a serious look at Bai Cha. Don't tell anyone about this when you go out. Secondly, I told you that I felt something was wrong with you when I was in the game. So that's how it is. No wonder. Su Mingwang thought for a while, pulled Bai Cha up, walked to the window, and pointed to a Chinese-style building outside the window. That guild, the Voodoo Guild, is ranked 17th, not as high as ours, but their guild leader has been devoted to various sorcery techniques, and his own body substitution technique is exquisite. Generally, if players in the game want to buy body substitution items, they will ask him to make them. In the situation you described, other than the people in their guild, I can't think of anyone else who can replace real people into the game. Bai Cha remembered his words, but at the same time looked at him suspiciously. Are you so sure? No, I didn't say it must be someone from their guild. I just said what I could think of.
I don't understand this aspect.
If you want to know more, you can go to them. But the people in their guild are particularly insidious. You might get tricked once you go in, and then you'll have to take the blame for them later. Su Mingwang spread his hands and moved closer to Bai Cha, putting a hand on her shoulder. But our guild won't. Our guild is very friendly. Would you like to consider joining our guild? Are you going to enter a dungeon next? We can find someone to take you. Bai Cha. There is no need to praise others for what they have done. I haven't decided whether to join the guild yet. I want to officially enter the dungeon and take a look first. Su Mingwang was not disappointed either. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come out. Oh, do you know which copy you're going to enter? Spying in the Dark. It will be released tomorrow. Su Mingwang paused and looked at her with some surprise. I'll go in tomorrow. Today is only the 6th day, and tomorrow will be the 7th day. He counted on his fingers in a serious manner. There's a problem with your game account, dear, he said, imitating the voice of the game. So this is my second question. How long is the time interval between players entering the game? Is my situation special? Not really. Su Mingwang scratched his head. I also go in once every 7 days. Generally speaking, when you reach S level, you will go in once every 7 days. But white tea is just F. Wait a moment, let me check your notebook. Do you know what level it is? He took out a computer from his backpack. C9.
Su Min Wang Pao said. Wow.
Sister, you're not still acting as a substitute for someone else, are you? As he spoke, he turned the computer screen around. This is indeed a C9 instance. There is very little information on the forum, but we have also collected information. The clearance rate is only 10%, which is quite rare in C-level instances. Unless there is a high-level player in your dungeon, you were chosen to enter this dungeon. Plus, considering the time you entered the dungeon, and the fact that you said you entered here for someone else, I can only think of this one possibility. Help others pass customs. So the ones that enter are all seemingly fatal, and the frequency is high. Su Mingwang sent another sincere invitation. After you clear the level this time, if you find that you enter the dungeon every 7 days again, it means that my guess is correct. You really need a guild. This high frequency of entering the dungeon will really kill newcomers.
Bai Cha note that.
I'll think about it. Good luck to you then, bye. Su Mingwang sent Bai Cha out of the guild gate, watched her teleport back to reality, and then turned around. The boy on duty at the front desk came over curiously. President, who deserves your treatment like this? What do you know? Su Mingwang pushed him away. She has a lot of secrets. Dinger game time is up. White tea is a reminder to hear while sleeping at night. As soon as he woke up a little, he felt that the environment around him had changed. This instance is a C9 instance with 10 participants. The mode of this instance is single-player mode. Players are requested to play their respective roles well, do not reveal their identities, and try their best to survive for 7 days. Players who are still alive after 7 days can complete the game. Along with the sounds in his ears, Bai Cha has also taken in the surrounding environment. She was sitting in an office, probably in a company in an office building. It was already dark outside, but one could still see the bright lights of the tall buildings outside. It seemed like she was the only one left in the office, and only the light above her head was still on. Bai Cha was sitting in front of the computer typing. When she arrived, there was still a line of words left to be typed on the computer. This stupid ducking supervisor is so annoying. It is the WeChat chat interface with people. Bai Cha typed calmly and clicked send. The other party's chat note is Dear Yuchi, so they should be good friends. Right? When the other party showed that he was typing, Bai Cha scrolled up to browse the chat history. At the same time, she also saw her own appearance on the reflective screen of the computer, which was different from her own appearance. It was a bald image of a corporate captive who looked haggard and sallow, and was obviously tortured by life. His facial features were fairly delicate, but their appearance was greatly diminished due to his poor complexion. He also wore a pair of round framed glasses on his nose. Playing a role. Since the system hasn't given any hints yet, players can only find clues on their own. The role she was going to play was probably to clear the chat history once a day. At least the chat history on the computer only showed up to 7:30 this morning when she came to work. I also sent a message to Yuchi at that time. GBX, I'm at the company now, and I want to tell you that I'm really annoyed lately. Someone threw garbage at my door again. It's a box of rotten meat. Darn it. Chin Yuchi, huh? Did someone do this on purpose? Do you want to call the police? GBX, I would like to, but the problem is that it is too troublesome. I work overtime every day and don't have the time. Dear Yuchi, then you can buy a surveillance camera to find out who did it. You can also ask the property management, but your shabby little place. GBX, oh, don't mention it, my supervisor is here and I have to go to a meeting. Then the time jumped to 11:42 noon when the message was sent. GBX, darn, my supervisor kept me here for 10 minutes at noon today, and I'm just going to eat now. Dear Yuchi, you are so miserable. Go and eat quickly. You have to start work again at 12:30. GBX. Ah, annoying. Then the time jumped to 7:30, 1 p.m. GBX. Darn, a girl in my group didn't show up today for some reason. I was supposed to be on duty with her today, but my supervisor told me to take her place. Chin Yuchi, huh? Then you won't be able to go home until 11:30 again? GBX. Yes, I was planning to buy a surveillance camera after work today, but I'll just place the order online and hope it arrives tomorrow. Dear Yuchi, you have to be careful when you go back. The place you live is quite remote. I think you should move to a safer place. GBX. I think I need to have money. Kiss Yuchi. Pat on the head. JPG. And then it's now 11:01 p.m. GBX. Grass.
Kishukui?
GBX. Darn, this stupid supervisor is so annoying. Dear Yuchi, what's the matter? Do you need another temporary job? Baicha has not responded yet. She looked at the list and found the account of the notes supervisor. 10:49 p.m. Supervisor 12.3. Are you still in the company? Please print this document. Supervisor 12.3. Then put it on my desk and I want to see it tomorrow morning. Supervisor 12.3. Promotional plan .57.34 KB. Downloaded GBX. Okay, got it. Baicha just quickly browsed through it and typed a reply on the computer. Kiss Yuchi. GBX. Suddenly someone sent me a file and asked me to print it. I just finished it and it was so annoying. After sending the message, Baicha looked at his work desk again. The publicity plan was at hand, but it probably had not been placed on the supervisor's desk in time. After all, only 10 minutes had passed. So the point where she came now was when she had just finished printing a document and was going to put it on the supervisor's desk. Great. Where does the supervisor sit? She was not in a hurry and looked at the computer desktop again. The character she plays works as an e-commerce customer service representative. The background is full of chat interfaces. Several of them are still pressing for a reply. Baicha did not reply immediately, but got a general understanding of the overall situation. Then I urged one of them and asked when the fireworks could be shipped, and then I sent back the message. Customer service Xiao AI. Honey, we don't know either. The fireworks factory exploded. Buyer? Customer service Xiao AI. But don't worry, dear. We have contacted other fireworks factories for you, and we'll tell you when the goods can be shipped tomorrow. Buyer. Okay, if it really doesn't work, I will refund it tomorrow. Customer service Xiao AI. Okay, dear. After solving the problem of one customer, Baicha looked at other screens and found one who wanted a refund. Buyer. I've only used this thing for half a year and it's already broken. Please replace it with a new one. Your quality is not good. Be careful, or I will complain to you. Baicha hesitated for a moment. In fact, she couldn't see what the other party bought from this interface, probably because the purchase took a long time. Customer service boy. Dear, please send me the order. Baicha raised her eyebrows. The accounts are different? She carefully looked at the backends of several accounts and found that they were indeed different. Each account was connected to a mobile phone, which was equivalent to connecting to several mobile phones at the same time using the remote control software. Is this what it means to be on duty? Replying to messages from other customer service representatives? Then, she just said that the fireworks factory exploded. So it should be okay, right? The buyer quickly sent the order, but this time it was not fireworks, but a toy. Retail price. 5.9 yuan. Baicha. I played with this $6 toy for half a year, and it broke. I came here to exchange it for a new one. By the way, I want to ask everyone, have any of you experienced half of your face getting hot and red after infection? To be honest, it's already been 15 days since my second infection. It may be a short-term infection that caused the illness to be very long this time. I don't know if this condition is caused by the virus. It's just that kind of hot and a little swollen like being punched, which is hard to ignore. The other half of my face is not. Baicha had never worked as a customer service representative, so it was difficult for her to judge how to deal with the current situation, but she still responded quickly. Customer service boy. Dear, I have sent your request to the after-sales department. Since the after-sales department has gone off work today, I will reply to you tomorrow. Seller. You'd better hurry up. My kids are waiting to play. Customer service boy. Okay, honey. She then replied to a few more messages before opening the chat box with Yuchi again. Dear Yuchi, that's too pitiful for you, but you will be off work soon, so just hold on a little longer. Dear Yuchi, by the way, can you finally have a day off this Saturday? Let's go out for a barbecue? This is the message the other party just sent, and Baicha hasn't read it yet. GBX. There was a customer just now. It was so annoying. Let me tell you, there was an idiot. Baicha has naturally entered into the role and sent messages imitating her tone. GBX. How can someone buy a 5.9 yuan toy, play with it for half a year and then break it and ask for a new one? Played with it for half a year. Gingin Yugi? Chin Yuchi. This is outrageous. I was wondering why you didn't reply to the message. It's too miserable to meet such a person. Dear Yuchi, are you taking a day off this Saturday? How would Bai-cha know whether to take a rest or not? But she replied quickly. GBX. I can't really say. Didn't a girl from our group miss the show today? I don't know what's going on yet. Kiss Yuchi. Well, too bad for you. GBX. Never mind. There's still 10 minutes left before the end of the get-off work day, and I still have to hand over some documents to my supervisor. Dear Yuchi. Okay, be careful on the way back. At this point, Bai-cha finally calmed down a little. Several messages from sellers popped up in the background, but Bai-cha did not reply. Although she has never worked as a customer service representative, she has indeed purchased things in the middle of the night, and not every customer service representative will respond in the middle of the night. In this case, the seller will assume that the customer service is on vacation and will not care about replying tonight. Besides, maybe he just sent a message before going to bed. Bai-cha still remembers what his supervisor said, that he must see the document before tomorrow morning. It is not difficult to see from the chat with Yuchi that the character she is going to play seems to complain and curse the company to her friends every day, but she should be the kind of person who can only work honestly while cursing. And since I'm short of money, it's even more impossible for me to resign, so I can only swallow my anger. Oh, of course, that's how she works most of the time. It could even be worse because she also has a poor health. Working overtime until 11:30 at night could send her off from this world. Bai-cha was flipping through the promotional plan. The content is probably about product promotion because the Chinese New Year is coming soon, and e-commerce can make a lot of money during the New Year Goods Festival. The company's business model is probably that of a middleman making a profit from the price difference. First, find the link of the manufacturer's direct sales, then put it on your own store and increase the price by 1.5 to 3 times. After the other party takes the photo, go to the manufacturer's direct sales link to purchase it and fill in the customer's address directly. So these employees are called customer service staff, but they are also the owners of their own shops. The company allocates a shop to each employee, and they can get commissions when things are sold in the shop. At the same time, they also work part-time as customer service staff. The purpose of this publicity plan is to carry out live broadcast publicity because live broadcasting is very popular for selling goods. Several employees are mentioned in it. Maybe we can try to let them sell the goods. Among them is a name, Gu Baishua GBX. Bai-cha paused on the name, finished reading the rest of the content, put down the promotional plan, and glanced at the pile of mobile phones next to his right hand. That's why she didn't pick up her phone immediately. There are 5 mobile phones in total. The white T's lit up one by one. 4 of them should be the company's mobile phones. The cover of each of them had the same capitalized words, "Only those who endure hardship can become the best." The remaining cover is an Instagram-style web picture. Bai-cha tried to open it and tried his fingerprint first. Okay, can't open. After trying several commonly used fingers, the phone popped up asking for a password. Bai-cha seemed thoughtful. This shouldn't happen if it's her phone. But then again, if this was indeed her phone and she couldn't open it, there was only one possibility. There was something wrong with her identity. Although her appearance has changed, you can tell by looking down that her figure has also changed a little. But it was still her body. Bai-cha opened the chat box on the computer again and looked at the list carefully. In addition to Yuchi, there is another group of 4 people who we chat with frequently. I don't know if it is a group of 4 college roommates. But dear Yuchi is not in it. The character she is going to play is someone who is considerate and caring about other people's emotions, and even has a people-pleasing personality. She has noted the birthdays of almost everyone she knows in real life. The only thing without any remarks is the online name, so it should be an internet friend, so there is no remarks. Dear Yuchi. Bai-cha opened the circle of friends again. There was quite a lot of content in the circle of friends. While browsing, Bai-cha quickly found the information she wanted most. Birthday. The birthday of the character I'm going to play is December 28th. She glanced at the date on her computer. Today is December 27th, 2021. It's different from the real time. Bai Cha entered the password using his birthday and opened it. After opening it, you can find more information, such as real name authentication and ID number from the payment information. All the information can be found. Gu Baixue, female, born on December 28, 1997, a local, graduated from college, has been working for 3 years. This is City A. Gu Baixue studied product design and also worked in a similar company. He returned to City A around March of this year and found a job in e-commerce customer service. He's been working there until now and owes a lot of money. The monthly installment bill for the credit card is 1980, which is nearly 2,000 yuan. The payment password is also her birthday. After entering it, she can view more bill information. But Bai Cha didn't continue reading. After getting some general information, such as her current home address, she got up and went to find her supervisor's location. It was almost 11:30, and there were only 3 minutes left. So far, I haven't seen anything strange about this copy, but I can tell from the chat records with my dear Yuchi. Gu Baixue has been receiving some strange things recently, some things that are called garbage, such as rotten meat. The name of the copy is actually quite straightforward. It is possible that Gu Baixue was being followed and monitored. In short, this means danger. Bai Cha walked around the room. According to the plan just now, it can be seen that this company is not big, and it is probably just this one room. In fact, the room is quite large, and there are 3 separate compartments. One should be the old version, and one is for the manager. Another high-probability person is the supervisor. After pushing open the door, there were 2 tables placed side by side, with 2 identical computers, and the tables were very tidy. Bai Cha casually turned on 2 computers. Then I clicked on WeChat. You definitely can't log in, but there is an avatar. So it's good. The one inside is the same as the supervisor's avatar. Bai Cha put the document on it. At the same time, an alarm on her cell phone rang at 11:30, reminding her that it was time to get off work. As the alarm clock rang, the entire company suddenly became dark. I have never worked in e-commerce, so I don't know the details. I just wrote this based on some of my understanding. It's not important. I hope you don't mind some details. Darkness amplifies senses other than vision. Bai Cha expressionlessly turned on his phone and turned on the flashlight. She touched the backpack she had specially carried on her back when she went to drop off the documents for her supervisor. Because it was almost 11:30, she was afraid that something might go wrong, so she packed her things before getting up. Since the power is out, let's go home. According to the delivery address found in the mobile shopping software, it is not difficult to figure out where Gu Baixue lives now. She felt inside her bag and found the key. There was a lock outside the company's glass door. Bai Cha pointed at the keyhole, found the key, locked it, and then walked towards the elevator. The corridor in the middle of the office building is quite long. It may also be because the company is located at this end and there should be elevators at both ends. But there is only one staircase for a fire escape at this end. And the floor she was on at the moment was the 19th floor. Bai Cha chose to take the elevator without much hesitation. Although elevators generally mean danger in horror movies, stairs are not much better. The danger level of both is the same. The difference is that the latter may get you trapped in the stairs and have to run up and down non-stop. It makes me tired just thinking about it. She would rather have a quick and easy experience, so a direct elevator up and down was naturally her only option. Only the emergency lights were on in the corridor now. It's very dark. Gu Baixue also wore a pair of heels. They were not high, only 3 centimeters, but they made noises when she walked.
Da-da-da.
There was even a slight echo in the silent corridor. When passing by the public toilet, Bai Cha suddenly heard the sound of something heavy mopping the floor. It was as if someone accidentally bumped into something and dragged it across the ground. Bai Cha was originally going to pretend she didn't hear it, but then she thought, given Gu Baixue's personality, maybe she would take a look? So she pretended to hesitate and stopped, looking into the toilet. "Is anyone there?" she asked quietly. No one answered, and even the emergency light flashed twice for no apparent reason. Bai Cha touched his arm, as if he had goosebumps all over his body. He quickly looked away, stopped talking, and jogged towards the elevator. The emergency light behind me flashed twice again. There were 5 emergency lights in the corridor, and 3 of them suddenly went out. This made the corridor seem even more eerie and far-reaching. Looking back, it seemed as if there was something invisible in the darkness, waiting to devour its prey. Bai Cha is not someone who likes to look back in the dark and scare herself, but judging from Gu Baishua's emotional expression, she is a girl with very strong emotions. Full of emotions, but also nervous. Sensitive, but not suspicious. So I will scare myself for no reason, but when something really happens, it is difficult to think of anything else. So she had no choice but to look back again. When I turned around, I seemed to see a figure standing there in the dark. Bai Cha looked even more flustered and started to press the down button of the elevator. Although he looked flustered, Bai Cha was actually thinking about another thing while waiting for the elevator. Some buildings are very superstitious about the 18th floor. After all, the 18th floor sounds like the 18th level of heck. Therefore, this layer is usually crossed out and written as 19 layers. Or, if it is a commercial building, since the first and second floors will be used as shops for sales, they will be merged into the first floor, so the original 18th floor is actually the 17th floor. She is on the 19th floor. While Bai Cha was thinking this, the elevator door opened with a ding. The bright elevator lights illuminated the area in front of her. It also seemed safer than the dimly lit corridor. Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief and even patted his chest before walking in. She pressed one layer. Then she touched her keys. Generally speaking, there is 1 key on the door, 1 key on the company's door, and 2 keys. One of them looks like an electric car, and the other may be the lock of the electric car, or it may be something else. It's hard to say. Anyway, she still has to find her own electric car. While I was thinking about all this, only a dozen seconds had passed before the elevator stopped with a ding. Stopped on the 17th floor.
Wow.
Bai Cha pretended to be nervous while leaning against the wall, his hand ready to press the door-closing button at any time. The elevator door slowly opened. A man stood at the door. He was also wearing a raincoat and was dripping with water. So it's raining outside? That's bad. She might get sick from the rain. No, you will definitely get sick. Perhaps because the other person was too damp, the entire elevator was filled with a fishy smell of water and soil. The man kept his head down, and his face could not be seen clearly. But Bai Cha always felt that the other party was secretly watching him. Bai Cha thought about it and opened the barrage calmly. The anchor finally opened the barrage run. The person next to you is a killer. Other players in the same dungeon have already died. Can you please stop giving her bad advice? Where can she go in the elevator? Then let's pray that he doesn't die in the elevator. But come to think of it, the person who died before seemed to have died in the company. I didn't understand how to trigger the death condition. I've heard of this dungeon before, and the clearance rate is extremely low, so I came here to see it. It's no use looking at it. You won't remember anything if you go in. But I can see what props are useful and prepare them in advance, but this anchor seems to be the most natural one so far. The barrage was unexpectedly lively. Bai Cha seemed thoughtful. The man in the raincoat in the elevator suddenly spoke. Want some candy? Bai Cha was stunned and looked over. I saw the other person stretched out his hand, and on his white, soaked hand lay a mint candy. Bai Cha got into his role in just a moment, gave an awkward yet polite smile, and waved his hand with a bit of fear and surprise. No, thank you. She spoke in a low voice, lowered her head even more, and took out her cell phone to start messaging her dear Yuchi. GBX. Speechless. I feel like I met a abnormal path. A message was sent, but Bai Cha did not hear the phone ringing next to him. So this person is not the dear Yuchi? Her cell phone rang. Kiss Yuchi. What happened? GBX. I am in the elevator now, and a man suddenly asked me if I want to eat candy. He must be crazy. Kiss Yuchi. Yes, a little bit. Be careful. It's too late. Be safe. Just then the elevator door opened with a ding, and we reached the first floor. GBX. Okay, I won't say any more. I don't know if it's raining or not. I have to go back quickly. After turning off the phone, Bai Cha hurriedly left the elevator. She didn't turn off the barrage so she could see the message. She came out safely. Why did the anchor, who just died in the elevator, die? Didn't he eat candy too? I don't know, it feels like this murderer is just killing people randomly, another one dead?
By cha ponder silenti.
Judging from the comments, the murderer was the man in the raincoat. How did he manage to appear beside every player at the same time? Or is it that every player is in a different time and space? Scratching my head, let me explain. This book does not have a male protagonist, but there may be feelings. That is, it is normal to experience feelings in life, but there can only be one protagonist, and one can only be beautiful alone in one's life. There can be other people, but if it cannot keep up with the speed of the heroine's blossoming, then move on to the next paragraph. However, I am not good at writing about feelings, so it is possible that no one has ever talked about it. In short, there is no male protagonist, but there is a small probability that there will be feelings. I think it takes courage to like someone, and that is also part of growth, especially when you realize that there is nothing wrong with liking someone, but you must first put yourself first and like yourself first and be yourself. The heroine actually has two growth lines. One is the game's strength, and the other is to become stronger inside, to be able to accept everything about yourself, to have the courage to face all emotions, including negative ones, and to learn to deal with emotions correctly, including family, friendship, and love. These are what life will experience. If someone minds feelings, they can stop the loss in time. Bai Cha's intuition told her that this so-called single-player mode should be connected to each other. For this reason, she did not turn off the barrage. She had already walked to the bottom of the office building. It had indeed been raining outside, but it had stopped and the air was very cold. City A is a northern city. There is heating in the office. When Bai Cha was putting on his coat, he felt the thickness of his clothes. There was only a thermal shirt and a shirt inside, a skirt and socks underneath, and a down jacket outside. As Bai Cha was also born in the north, she knew very well that in the month of late December, she should have worn at least one warm coat plus a warm vest, a sweater, and a down jacket. And the date now is 21 years, and this winter came very early. It snowed in November. Ms. Gu Baixue is obviously not afraid of the cold. After it rained outside, the air humidity was relatively high, making the cold even more biting. Bai Cha took the opportunity to gather her clothes. In fact, she was already extremely cold. She is afraid of the cold. The man in the raincoat followed her slowly. As Bai Cha was also born in the north, she knew very well that in the month of late December, she should have worn at least one warm coat plus a warm vest, a sweater, and a down. Maybe someone is acting problems. Because if we assume that the man in the raincoat has been monitoring Gu Baixue all along, then he must be very familiar with Gu Baixue's every move. So even though he was shivering from the cold, Bai Cha tried very hard to control himself. Next, I need to find my own electric car. Bai Cha pretended to take the key out of her bag and accidentally pressed the sound lock on the electric bike. In fact, there are only 3 electric cars under the office building not far away. As soon as he pressed the button, an electric car made a sound. Bai Cha turned off the sound lock naturally, as if he had just pressed it accidentally. At the same time, she pretended to chat with someone, clicked, opened the map, entered her address, and quickly browsed the route. Turn right when you go out, turn left after 2 intersections, and then turn left after 3 more intersections. You will reach number 701, Unit 2, Building 6, Roman Community. She put on a full show and indeed sent a message to her dear Yuchi. GBX. I don't know when it started raining outside. Fortunately, it's not raining now, but it's very cold. It seems like Yuchi always replies to my messages immediately. Dear Yuchi, it's raining where you are. Go back quickly before it rains again. Remember to take a hot shower when you get back. It will warm you up. GBX, yeah. Bai Cha finally put his phone back and came to his electric bike. He took a natural look around and found no other locks on the entire electric bike. She inserted the key directly, then took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the wet seats and handles. While she did all this, the feeling of being watched never left. When she got on the electric bike, she glanced in the direction of the office building. The man in the raincoat was still standing there, staring at her from a distance. The street lights under the office building are broken, and the light is very dim. Bai Cha quickly lowered his head, turned the handlebars, and left. In fact, she has hardly ever ridden an electric bike. Fortunately, it was cold today. Even someone who is not afraid of cold would feel cold in this temperature, so she pretended to drive slowly because her hands were frozen. Even though she didn't know if anyone was watching her at this moment. I always feel that the anchor here is so boring. Nothing happens, what are you talking about?
If it happens, you'll die.
It's only the first night. Generally speaking, unless you're unlucky, you won't die so quickly. Host, please say something. Aren't you curious about the situation of other players? This game can be watched from the live broadcast rooms of all players at the same time. Say something, and I will tell you the information of other players. Hehe, who has such bad intentions? Host, ignore him. Do not reveal your identity in this game. TSK and F9, nothing to see. Baicha selectively ignored these comments. I didn't turn off the barrage. It's just that the barrage in this game is of much better quality than the last time. And there is indeed some information that can be told to her because she cannot know what is happening with other players. The temperature is really low. Baicha felt that his hands were about to freeze off, and he had lost consciousness. Especially in the northern environment, the cold wind blew so thin and dense that it could cut his hands like a knife. She didn't understand why Gu Baishua didn't wear gloves. No matter how cold-resistant you are, you cannot go without gloves in winter. Anyway, I didn't find it in my bag, nor in the electric bike, so I had to go back to my residence to check. Otherwise, if I had to go to work in the next 7 days. Baicha had already put on the hood of his down jacket, but the wind always blew it off, and his face and ears were almost frozen off. At 12 o'clock midnight, she finally arrived at the community where Gu Baishua lived. The security guards in the security office were all asleep, but the gate to the community was open, and you could go in directly, without swiping any card. Baicha took a look at the building number on the upper floor of the unit in the night. Fortunately, this old residential area was not big. She took out her mobile phone again, used it to delay time, observed the surrounding building numbers, and found the direction of Building 6. After parking the car at the entrance of the apartment building, Baicha checked the battery level of the electric car. There were still 3 bars left, so he should not need to charge for the time being. Baicha then started climbing the stairs. It was very cold, and although climbing the stairs was tiring, it was still relatively warm. However, this old residential complex has no emergency lights at all. There are voice-controlled lights in the stairwell, but they sometimes don't work. Baicha went up the stairs step by step, and her heavy footsteps echoed in the old corridor. This place is very similar to the scene in her dream, in which she was being chased by someone. At that time, I ran upstairs in a hurry. The figure in the dream was so out of breath that he could no longer run when he reached the 5th floor. He almost stumbled and ran to the 7th floor using his hands and feet. But the rent here is really cheap. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Only $800 a month. In a big city like City A, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment like this in a good location starts at $2,000. Baicha finally reached the 7th floor, and then she saw a box at the door. It was a courier box, and the recipient on it was Gu Baishua, along with Gu Baishua's phone number.
But
Baicha checked his phone and confirmed that he had not received any relevant express delivery information. And will the courier usually deliver the package directly to your door? Unless you call and ask for it. Of course, there was indeed 1 connected call and 2 missed calls in the phone. The 2 missed calls showed that they were harassing calls, and the one that was connected, that was it from the courier? Judging from the time of the connected call, it should not be the correct time, as it lasted for half an hour. Few people would chat with a courier for half an hour. The courier still has to work, so he doesn't have time to chat. This express delivery. Ding dong, her cell phone rang. I wish you all a happy new year. Good health in the new year. I also hope that next year everyone will have the courage and confidence to become whoever they want to be. And 3 chapters today. There will be 2 more chapters at noon, and in the afternoon, a text message. Are you home yet? Have you seen the birthday present I gave you? It's already early in the morning. Happy birthday to you. Baicha has a good memory. This phone number is the one he just saw in the call record, the one that lasted half an hour.
she seemed to be thinking about something.
There is no note for this person, so I don't know who he is. But I knew she was home. When Bai Cha bent down to pick up the express, he looked at the rooms next to him. There are 4 families on the first floor. The doorways of the houses next to her are in a similar situation to the one she rented, with tattered couplets posted on them. After all, it has been a year, and there are also countless small advertisements. She stood up and took out the keys from her. The voice-controlled light above her head wouldn't turn on, so she had to use the flashlight on her phone to shine on the keys. At the same time, she was looking around with her peripheral vision. The staircase was plunged into complete darkness. It was early morning, and the surroundings were very quiet. The whole world was silent, with only the temporary collision of her hands and the friction of her clothes on her body. That feeling of being watched came back again. It was as if the person was standing in the darkness, staring at her, behind her. Bai Cha turned the key, while glancing at the barrage. This atmosphere is so scary, but the host is so calm. Duck. This is what I live in real life, and I live alone too. Then why don't you go to another place? It's scary. Murders happen in real life. But then again, this is a horror dungeon. Do any of you know what kind of ghosts are in this dungeon? There are ghosts in this copy. Doesn't this copy only have one murder? The door opened, and the old anti-theft lock door was pushed open with a heavy sound, which was very loud in the quiet night. The voice-activated lights downstairs all lit up. Bai Cha walked in with the express delivery, found the switch at the entrance, and turned it on. When she turned around to close the door, she was finally able to take a look at the family behind her. The couplets in that house had already fallen down, and the word "fu" pasted in the middle was about to fall off, revealing the cat's eye. Bai Cha slowly closed the door and locked it. She also saw the peephole on her security door. The word "fu," good fortune, on the outside of her door was still well pasted, so the peephole couldn't see outside and could only see darkness. Why are you staring at this cat's eye? I'm so scared of cat's eyes, Anchor. Please talk to us. There is no one here now. That's right. There's a player next to you who has already started interacting with us and even asked for your information. I've already told him about your situation. Bai Cha ignored them. She first pulled the curtains on the balcony and then put the express on the table. To be honest, I just felt the weight of the express delivery was quite heavy. I shook it for a bit, but couldn't figure out what was inside. The sender's name is Mr. Chi. The phone number is not the same as the one sending the text message. The address is also in City A, when you building 100 meters east of the intersection of Lianhua Street and Jinsha Road. Bai Cha picked up his phone and searched the address. It's not far from her. If you ride an electric bike, it's only about 20 minutes. Oh, it's not too far from her company. Coincidentally, it's only about 20 minutes away. Bai Cha put down his phone, found a pair of scissors on the table, and cut open the package. I opened the package and found a carefully wrapped gift box inside. Bai Cha took out the gift box and opened it. It's a crystal music box. It's quite big and heavy. Inside the crystal is a pink and white castle that is very girly, with pink roses wrapped around it. In front of the castle, there are several small animals holding hands and spinning in circles. They are lamb, puppy, kitten, and rabbit. Turn on the switch on the base. A bright light comes on in the crystal ball. Fine snowflakes begin to fall. The 4 little animals start to move, and music starts to sound. The scene in the crystal ball is very warm, but the music seems a little sad. Bai Cha listened to the music very seriously, but unfortunately she knew nothing about it. She even had trouble remembering the melody. The crystal ball stopped after playing the first time. Bai Cha opened it a second time. She has no knowledge of music, so it is difficult for her to remember song. Even though she has a good memory, and it is easy for her to remember other things, she is really bad at remembering music. By the third time, Bai Cha was finally familiar with the melody. However, when the third time was about to end, the music suddenly became low and had a stuttering sound like a stuck tape. The lights in the house seemed to dim for a moment, as if the voltage was unstable, but they came back to life in an instant. Duck, that scared me. Sure, I was just about to say this. This music is actually quite creepy to listen to late at night. The host even played it 3 times in a row. The key point has changed. Did the anchor realize something was wrong from the beginning? Okay, stop asking. This anchor doesn't care. The music box seemed to be stuck in its gears, as if something was stuck. The movement of the four little animals began to become strange. The fine white snow floating in the air had turned red at some point. Bai Cha was always aware of his identity. He was startled the first time something went wrong with the music and reached out to turn it off, but he failed to do so several times because he was too nervous. She even let out a short scream, especially when the snow turns red. She stood up in horror and wanted to run, but looking at the music box that was still playing strange music, she had to move forward. The heads of the four little animals inside suddenly fell off. With a click, the music became more stuttered, stuck on one syllable, crackling and repeating over and over again. Bai Cha screamed and pushed the entire music box to the ground. The crystal ball fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. Red blood began to flow out of the little animal's head, just like a broken crystal ball bleeding, and soon it dyed a large area of the ground. There seemed to be the sound of wind howling outside the window, and the voltage of the lights in the house became unstable again. Bai Cha broke down and picked up the scissors on the table, then rushed into the room and buried herself in the quilt. She was still holding the phone in her hand, shaking so much that she couldn't type a single word several times. GBX, help. GBX, are you still there? GBX, so scary. GBX, I don't know what to do. GBX, are you there? It's rare that Yuchi didn't reply immediately. In the silent space, besides the sound of her breathing, there was the sound of the wind hitting the window outside. She lived on the top floor. When the wind blew past the window, it made a strange whimpering sound, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the window, as if an unknown monster was lying on the window and peeping. And the crystal music box in the living room started playing sad music again. Even though her head was covered, the music seemed to be ringing in her ears, or in her mind, in her ears so clear. Bai Cha curled up in the quilt and felt very uncomfortable, but she didn't dare to go out. Who told her to be Gu Baishua now? Otherwise, you have to take a look at what it is no matter what. She was still trembling as she typed on her phone, the music all around her. Dear Yuchi, don't reply to the message. The fear in Bai Cha's expression became increasingly clear. She bit her nails anxiously and sent another message. GBX, so scary, are you there? Save me. GBX, someone gave me a music box as a birthday present, but for some reason, the music from that music box was weird and it even made me bleed. GBX, now the sound is always there and I can't turn it off. The moment this message was sent, the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. The sound of the music box disappeared, the sound of the wind disappeared, and only the sound of her breathing under the quilt was heard. Bai Cha's body stiffened. She slowed down her breathing, even though she was already having difficulty breathing because the quilt was too stuffy. She seemed to feel that someone was standing by the bed, watching her. The faint light from the phone screen shone on her face, illuminating her frightened and panicked expressions so clearly. Ding dong, the notification tone of WeChat on the mobile phone suddenly rang. In the silent environment, Bai Cha was so frightened that he subconsciously covered his phone with his hands in fear, not daring to move. She pressed the volume button desperately until all the sounds were turned off. He didn't even dare to look at the phone screen to see who sent the message. He just held the scissors tightly in one stiff hand. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be no movement around her, so she carefully opened her phone again to look at it. Kiss Yuchi, is this a prank? Kiss Yuchi, if you are really scared, you might as well call the police. Bai Cha swallowed and sent the message tremblingly. GBX, but I always feel like someone is watching me and I don't dare. Dear Yuchi, it's okay, I'll call the police for you. Where do you live? Bai Cha's heart moved, but he remained expressionless and quickly typed the address on the keyboard. Anyway, her address has been exposed, so there is no privacy at all. Kiss Yuchi. Okay, I will call the police for you now. Be careful and tell me immediately if there is any danger. Bai Cha held the scissors. The concentration of carbon dioxide in the quilt was getting higher and higher, making it hard to breathe. Moreover, this body posture is very uncomfortable. My arms are numb, and my legs are a little painful. She couldn't help it and moved slightly. Click. The sound of music came from the living room again. Bai Cha froze there again, not daring to move. It's a bit scary, but the host is also a bit timid. Go check what's going on. What's the point of hiding here? If the killer was really hiding in the house, wouldn't he be killed? Duck, look at the live broadcast room 6. That player was also hiding under the quilt. Now he sticks his head out and is hacked to death by the killer standing by the bed. What the heck? It's really next to the bed. How scary. The anchor should just stay here. If someone pokes his head out, he'll be dead. But if I hide here, I will die, right? As the barrage of comments passed by one after another, the information they contained was quickly extracted by Bai Cha. It seems that feeling is not wrong. Bai Cha sat frozen in the quilt, not moving a muscle, until the phone lights up again. Dear Yuchi, I have called the police for you. They said they will be here in about 10 minutes. Bai Cha almost choked and cried out loud. She bit her fingers hard to stop herself from making any sound, but she couldn't control her tears. Her body was trembling slightly, but she tried hard to restrain herself, fearing to cause too much noise. The sad music was still playing in the living room. These 10 minutes seemed particularly long. When the sound of sirens broke the silent night, Bai Cha finally collapsed and covered her face. She could hardly wait to lift the quilt. This action shocked the barrage. Host, are you stupid? Didn't you see the comments? There's someone standing next to your bed now. What's the use of the police in horror games? Is the anchor too into the role? This is a game. Even if it were real, you can't show up right away when the police car sounds. What if the other party panics and kills someone? Bai Cha had already lifted the quilt and was looking out the window. There was no one in the dark bedroom. She walked towards the window, but her limbs became numb from keeping the same movement for too long, and she fell to the ground. But she still insisted and ran to the windowsill, opened the curtain and looked outside. The unique lights of police cars illuminate the night sky. Bai Cha finally collapsed in front of the window and lay on the bay window, holding the mobile phone tremblingly, and the scissors in his hand had slipped to the ground. She failed to type properly several times and kept deleting and reducing. GBX, the police are here. Kiss Yuchi. That's good. Be careful. Boom, 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 there was a sudden knock on the door. Bai Cha was startled at first and dropped his phone to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up before he managed to stand up and rushed to the door, dragging his still unrecovered body. Running to the door, she was about to open the anti-lock device, but suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she slowly approached the peephole with a hint of fear. It was pitch black inside the cat's eyes. This is normal. After all, she has pasted a layer of window paper cuts on the outside.
But
Bai Cha swallowed and couldn't help but move closer to the cat's eye. The dark hole seemed to shake.
bang, bang, bang.
The door was suddenly knocked violently. Bai Cha screamed in fright and fell backwards to the ground. This was definitely not the sound of the police knocking on the door. There was someone outside knocking frantically on her door. Bai Cha screamed and got up from the ground in a panic, then stumbled to the balcony. The police car had already stopped downstairs, but the sound of the door being knocked violently became louder and louder. The door had begun to creak under the weight, as if it was really going to be pushed open. Bai Cha curled up behind the curtains, tears streaming down her face, looking extremely miserable. Duck, this is scary. This anchor's live broadcast room doesn't feel like a live broadcast at all. It feels like watching a TV series, a horror suspense drama. The sense of immersion is too strong. So, was there anyone by the host's bed before? No, host, do you think it's useful for you to hide behind the curtains now? If the other party comes in, you might as well find a way to open them all and see if there are any props. Bai Cha still seems to have never seen the barrage. Are you kidding? Her acting skills are so superb. How could she possibly do anything that would even slightly undermine her image? Finally, the knocking on the door stopped abruptly. Then there were footsteps coming up. That guy. What is he doing? Looks like a policeman. When the sound was heard outside, countless possibilities flashed through Bai Cha's mind. For example, is it possible that this is still a scam and those noises are made by someone outside? Just to trick her into opening the door. That was indeed sounded by a female voice. Hecko, We are the police from the Old Town Division of City A. May I ask if you're okay? There was a lot of noise outside, and someone was saying don't move, as if they had caught someone. Bai Cha finally trembled and slowly opened the curtains. Her legs were weak, and she even accidentally sprained her ankle when she stood up and walked towards the door. Are you really the police? She walked to the door and asked in a trembling voice, her voice full of tears. Yes, don't worry. We have caught someone at your door. Excuse me, are you Gu Baishua? The woman at the door was very patient. Don't be afraid. You can look through the cat's eye. Your cat's eye should be able to see outside, right? Bai Cha subconsciously looked through the peephole, only to be even more frightened than before. After leaning in, he saw the shrunken scene outside. There were indeed a few policemen standing there. There was also a man pinned to the ground. She finally couldn't hold back her tears and opened the door with trembling hands. As for what happened when she looked through the cat's eye and saw that it was pitch black outside, she didn't want to pursue the matter. After all, she is Gu Baishu now. There were indeed policemen outside the door. Bai Cha threw herself directly into the arms of the policewoman at the door. The other person was also very patient, comforting her gently and patting her on the back. Don't be afraid. It's all right. Bai Cha was almost helped back to the living room, and several policemen also came in. The crystal ball on the ground was still broken, and the red liquid was quite uncomfortable to look at. Bai Cha's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She was gasping for breath, and her body was still shaking. The police found a water boiler in the house and boiled some hot water for her. Bai Cha's hands were shaking when he took the cup, and he needed both hands to barely hold it. Don't be afraid. Tell us the situation. Bai Cha nodded and spoke with a choked voice. My goodness, does calling the police really work? It turned out to be a real policeman. I thought the police wouldn't come. According to the routine, someone will die before the police arrive. This is too scientific, not mysterious at all. Shouldn't the police in horror games wait until the player dies before coming? I told other anchors about this, but I don't know if it would be any use if they called the police. Actually, don't even think about it. I've seen anchors call the police before, but it was useless. They still died anyway. Bai Cha recounted the entire situation, but because he was afraid, he spoke incoherently. Several police officers nearby seriously recorded what she said and checked the crystal ball on the ground. We will take this thing away and check its ingredients. Don't accept any strange packages at your door in the future. Courier companies will not leave packages at anyone's door without permission. Bai Cha opened his mouth, but finally just lowered his head and nodded silently. It is hard to say whether Gu Baishua knew about this express delivery, but in any case, she acted as if there were other circumstances, but they were concealed. The police didn't pay too much attention to it and just thought she was scared. At this time, another policeman came in from outside. The guy outside is from 704, which is opposite 701, but he seems to be an abnormal path. He said he saw a man in a raincoat in room 701. He said he wanted to save people. The policewoman next to Bai Cha frowned. Who are you saving? Would he be banging on the door like crazy if he was saving someone? If there really was someone in the room, his actions could kill that person. Take him back and question him. Obviously, no one thought he was telling the truth. After all, it was very strange. If he wanted to save someone, why did he just bang on the door frantically without making any sound? That's more like bluffing. Bai Cha also looked very scared, and her eyes flashed with a bit of panic. Don't be afraid.
Just take a rest.
We will go and get this matter sorted out. Also, give us the crystal ball and the courier box. We will at least call you tomorrow to explain the situation. The policewoman comforted her gently. Bai Cha nodded, moved her lips a few times, but ultimately did not tell anyone about the man in the raincoat. But she was very uneasy, even biting her nails again in agitation. Gu Baishua probably has a habit of biting her nails. When she first entered the game and started typing, she noticed that her nails were uneven. That is definitely not something that can be cut with nail clippers or scissors. Bai Cha played the role of Gu Baishua very attentively and immersed herself in it, and sent the police away nervously. After closing the door, Bai Cha locked it again. As if possessed by some mysterious force, She leaned over the peephole again and took a look. The comments were all frightened by her actions. They were startled for a moment, but couldn't help but look at the screen. Outside the small peephole, at the doorway which had already turned dark, it seemed as if there was someone standing there, wearing a black raincoat. Baicha let out a brief cry of surprise and stepped back screaming. She ran to the balcony and looked at the police car below. The police had just come out of the unit door. Baicha tried to open the window and kept knocking on it, trying to attract the attention of the police below. However, the window seemed too old, and coupled with the low temperature outside, the previous rain had condensed into a layer of ice on the windowsill, making it impossible to open it for the time being. The police car left again with sirens blaring. Baicha sat down on the balcony, shivering all over, and bit her nails anxiously again. Her heart was pounding. Suddenly, there was a hint of determination in her eyes. She swallowed, got up from the ground, slowly walked to the kitchen, picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, and walked to the door again. With an anxious and frightened expression, she once again lay on the cat's eye.
Duck.
She's looking again. I'm going to go back to reality and put up my cat's eye. See you later. Through the cat's eyes, the man in the raincoat was no longer visible outside. Baicha finally collapsed to the ground as if she had exhausted her strength. The kitchen knife in her hand slipped to the ground, but she quickly picked it up and held it tightly. The phone screen lights up. Dear Yuchi, what happened? Dear Yuchi, did the police catch the person? Is everything all right? Baicha burst into tears and sent a voice message. GBX. A person was caught, but that person said. She paused with some fear and suddenly realized that she couldn't speak out here, so she covered her mouth. The voice message in her hand had already been sent out. She returned to the bedroom again with the kitchen knife. This time she turned on the light, closed the curtains, and curled up on the bed. Kiss Yuchi. What did you say? Don't cry. Don't be afraid. I'm always with you. Baicha cried even harder after hearing these words, as if she was moved or relieved, as if she had found an outlet to talk to. But at the same time, she was thinking about this sentence in her heart. I've always been with you. This is really interesting. GBX. That's right, the person we just captured said he wanted to come and save me because he saw a man in a raincoat in my room. GBX. That man in the raincoat seemed to be the one I saw in the elevator. I don't know who he is, but he seemed to have really followed me back. GBX. I wanted to tell the story when the police were there, but then I thought maybe it was just a coincidence, and I don't know why. I just felt something was wrong, so I didn't say anything in the end. GBX. Do you ducking know what happened? Just now, when I looked through the peephole, I saw the man in the raincoat standing at the door. GBX. I was ducking scared. GBX. I have a kitchen knife in my hand now. I don't dare to sleep tonight. GBX. I was going to call the police, but I suddenly remembered something. As soon as the police left, this person was standing at my door. Was he really there from the beginning? GBX. I was so upset. I was so scared. I didn't know what I was saying anymore. Was he looking at me? GBX. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't dare to say anything. Maybe I should call the police back. I should tell them. She sent a series of messages, showing her fear and anxiety. Dear Yuchi, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's okay. Just hold the knife to protect yourself. Usually, criminals won't dare to attack you easily when they see you have tools in your hand. Kiss Yuchi. How about I call the police for you again? Can you finish what you want to say to the police? GBX. I don't know. If that happens, will the police think I'm troublesome? Will they ask me why I didn't tell them before? I don't know why I didn't tell them before. I really don't know. Dear Yuchi, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dear Yuchi, I will always be with you. Don't worry. You will be fine with me here. Baicha pressed the phone to her chest and suppressed her tears. She just turned on the light, holding her cell phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Outside, she seemed to hear the sound of snowflakes falling at some point. Baicha gradually fell into a coma, but she didn't sleep very well and kept having nightmares. The lights in the room suddenly went out. Baicha's eyeballs seemed to move under her eyelids. She wanted to open her eyes, but she was too sleepy. How do you sleep at your age? Help! Do you know your light is off? It's like someone turned it off. Is she timid or brave? Of course, it is bold, cautious, and bold. Gu Baishue's character is very easy to grasp. The alarm clock rang on time at 7 in the morning. Bai Cha was suddenly awakened. She jumped up from the bed and hurried to turn off the alarm. There are many messages from Qingqin Yuqi in my mobile phone. It can be said that she says I'm here almost every 10 minutes. It was posted until just now, 6:55. A look of emotion appeared on Bai Cha's face. He became much more sober and not as scared as he was last night. GBX. Thank you. I accidentally fell asleep last night. Did you not sleep all night? I am so sorry. Dear Yuchi, it's okay. I often stay up all night, you know that. I didn't know it before, but now I know. Bai Cha thought. GBX. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would do without you. Dear Yuchi, after all, we have known each other for so many years, and I am still waiting to meet you. Kiss Yuchi. How do you feel now? As soon as these words came out, Bai Cha seemed to realize that he seemed to be a little uncomfortable. He had a severe headache and touched his head. GBX. I seem to have a cold and a headache, or maybe I didn't sleep well. Kiss Yuchi. Then, do you want to ask for leave from your company? Don't go today. Bai Cha typed a line of words and then deleted it. He hesitated before finally uttering a sentence. GBX. Forget it, I'd better go. The company might be safer. Qingqin Yuqi. Yes, at least there are many people here, so you don't have to work overtime today. Go home early after get off work and remember to buy a surveillance camera. Or you can move to another place, maybe a hotel. Confusion and pain appeared on Bai Cha's face again. She also looked around with some fear. The winter morning was not very bright, especially with the curtains tightly drawn, making the room very dark. Dark? She was stunned for a moment. Her pupils suddenly shrank, her fingers trembled, and she tapped the phone keyboard quickly. GBX. Darn. I suddenly realized that my light went out without me noticing. GBX. Darn. I slept with the light on last night. GBX. Ah. I'm going crazy. I have to go out now. I can't stay here. Qingqin Yuqi. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Qingqin Yuqi. Why don't you ask the property management of your community if there is a power outage? GBX. But. Okay, I'll ask later. I don't have the property management group, and the landlord is an old lady, and she probably doesn't know how to use a cell phone. Kiss Yuchi. It's okay, don't worry. If you have a cold now, go take some medicine first, and be careful not to catch a cold again. Bai Cha sniffed, sent a message saying okay, then stood up and opened the curtains. She must have caught a cold. She felt very cold from the wind on the way back yesterday, and now she obviously has a stuffy nose. Maybe a slight fever. Bai Cha rummaged around the house and finally found a box of Isatis root in a corner. Well, this is a healthy girl. Isatis root would be fine too, and boil some hot water for white tea. During this process, she bought some more clothes. Since she is already sick, we should at least allow her to wear more clothes. Then she washed her face again. She hadn't slept much the previous night, so her hair was greasy. Bai Cha didn't bother to take care of it, so she just tied it into a low ponytail. She mixed some Isatis root and drank it, then looked at the time, and it was already 7:30. If I remember correctly, I should have arrived at the company at 7:30. I guess the company had a morning meeting or something like that. But this is what happened last night. She took out her phone and opened the supervisor's interface. She typed out that she wanted to take a leave, but then deleted it. With a trace of confusion and pain on her face, she opened her bank app again to take a look. The credit card balance is 18,000 yuan. Looking at the payment software again, someone owes 15,000 yuan. Just for these 2 repayments, I have to spend 4,000 every month. Her salary is only 3,500 plus commission, so she has to work very hard and have perfect attendance. This is the only way to pay off the debt, but it is not enough to live on. Bai Cha's eyes were red. He poured himself another cup of hot water and drank it before going out. When she was looking for clothes, she found gloves and a hat. After all, in the north, you can't live without these. When walking out the door, Bai Cha saw a box at his door, a paper box. It's not that big, about the size of 2 palms put together. She was silent for a moment. A hint of fear flashed to her eyes, but she still carefully moved over and opened the box. Inside was a beautifully packaged small gift box. This made her think even more of the unpleasant experience of last night. Bai Cha looked at the box with an expression that showed he wanted to cry but couldn't. She gritted her teeth and finally picked up the paper box outside. She was going to throw this thing away soon. I don't know who did it, but she would never open it. When she took the paper box in her hand, she felt that it was a little damp, like being left in a humid environment. Bai Cha thought of the man in the raincoat and actually wanted to open the box. The gift box packaging here is not as exquisite as the one last night. It can even be said to be simple. And it's very light, almost the weight of a box. When I went downstairs, there was a layer of white snow outside. Bai Cha went straight to the trash can, opened the lid, and threw it in. What a shame. I really want to see it. Bai Cha pretended to be relieved and looked at the comments calmly. The barrage was indeed discussing this matter. Duck, it's only been one night, and there are only 4 anchors left. This live broadcast room is still worth watching, but why has this anchor never had any problems? The anchor of room 2 was almost killed, and his arm was broken. A host opened it, and there are clues inside. I give up. Is this anchor just lucky? Just because he is fine now doesn't mean he'll be fine in the future. Anchor, pick it up. I know the comment you made. That is the clue. We can't tell you. You have to see it yourself. Why do you care about her so much? Why stop her from dying? In fact, I really doubt whether she is a player or not. She seems to be unable to see the comments from the beginning to the end. This is originally a role-playing script, so it may be more immersive. This is the first time I've seen someone really immerse themselves in the role in a play. Bai Cha is wiping his electric car at this moment. There was a layer of snow on top and a thin layer of ice underneath. After wiping it clean, she put on gloves and a hat and then rode her bike to the company. By the time we arrived downstairs at the company, it was already 8 o'clock. There are a series of deadly messages from the supervisor on the phone. Supervisor 12.3. Why haven't you arrived yet? Supervisor 12.3. Did I say that you must be at the company on time for meetings at 7:30 every day? Supervisor 12.3. I thought you were pretty down to earth and serious. What happened to you today? If you don't give me an explanation, you will lose your chance to be a host. Supervisor 12.3. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. Do you know how hard it is for me to get you a chance to bring goods? Gu Baishua, if you don't come in 10 minutes, you will lose this opportunity. Supervisor 12.3. It's because you said you were cheated by a scumbag and owed a lot of debts that I gave you this opportunity. Supervisor 12.3. It's been 10 minutes. Haven't you arrived yet? Supervisor 12.3. It's 8 o'clock. It's time to go to work. Where are you? Bai Cha looked at the news with anxiety and irritability. She took a screenshot and sent it to her. Dear Yuchi. GBX. Darn it, I'm so annoyed. I don't want to do this either. Dear Yuchi. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Your supervisor is too much. Didn't you say that the working time is actually 8:30? It was speechless to have to arrive at 8 o'clock before, and now you have to go there for meetings at 7:30 every morning. If you really can't do it, you should change your job. Bai Cha was typing in the input field while entering the elevator. It's rush hour now, and the elevator has been stopped all the time. I guess you'll have to wait 3 to 5 minutes if you want to get on. She originally complained a lot, but then chose to delete it. GBX, forget it. I can't quit my job now. It's hard to find a job, and I have to pay back the money. Dear Yuchi, how about I lend it to you? You have to pay me back first, or you can quit this bad job. You have to work overtime so late every day, and you almost got into an accident last night. This Yuchi seems to be really good to Gu Baishua. Just from the literal meaning at this point, it's like a very close friend. But the problem is, this is an internet user. Ching Yuchi herself revealed some information, such as that the two of them have never met each other yet. Judging from the name, the other person might be a girl, but it's hard to say. If he is a pervert, he might be pretending to be a girl on purpose to get closer to people. Bai Cha only sent an aggrieved emoticon, did not reply to the message, and scrolled up to check the chat history. I came here in such a hurry last night that I didn't have time to read more information. But now is not the right time. The internet in the elevator is not good, and I can't pull it down at all. We have reached the 19th floor. Bai Cha came to the company. The company was so small that the supervisor saw her as soon as she arrived. The other person was a woman around 35 years old. When she saw her, her face suddenly darkened. Gu Baishua. She walked over with a sharp voice. I sent you a message, but you didn't even reply. Why do you look so bad? She walked over and was about to roar, but her tone suddenly stopped, and she looked at Bai Cha in surprise. Bai Cha touched his face. Did she look bad? She looked in the mirror today, and still looked sallow and haggard, with red and swollen eyes from not sleeping well and crying all night. Are you sick? The supervisor looked at her suspiciously. Yes, I am a little sorry, boss. I didn't mean to be late. Someone followed me last night. When Bai Cha mentioned this incident, fear appeared on his face. Coupled with being scolded early in the morning, his eyes were red with some grievance. The supervisor's expression suddenly changed, and he looked her up and down. Are you okay? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you call the police? The supervisor said as he pulled her in, but did not pursue the matter further. Judging from this performance, this supervisor is not bad. Bai Cha nodded and said, I called the police. They said they would contact me today. That's good. The supervisor looked at her, seemed to be hesitant to speak, and in the end did not say an apology, but just pointed to her seat. Can you still work? If not, please take a day off. No, the company might be safer. The supervisor was even more speechless and finally just nodded silently. If it doesn't work, find another place to stay or find a hotel first. After saying that, she went into her room. Because of her words, Bai Cha looked at her back one more time. Why does the supervisor's words seem similar to what Yuchi said? Does anyone know what the supervisor is called? Bai Cha sat down in her seat, and a girl next to her looked at her with concern. Are you okay? You look terrible. Bai Cha shook his head and silently turned on the computer. At this time, the girl next to her said again, Come to think of it, I just found out this morning that the fireworks factory that produced the fireworks I stocked in my store exploded. How outrageous. Bai Cha paused and looked at her in surprise. Exploded? You didn't know? The seller sent me a message, and I happened to see you help me reply to the customer when you were on duty yesterday. I thought you knew it last night. Bai Cha glanced at the chat history on her phone. Is it a coincidence? But if it wasn't a coincidence, the explosion of the fireworks factory was just a casual act on her part. It's impossible that someone would blow up the fireworks factory because of her words. Are there any casualties? No, the seller said it happens all the time. That's good.
So,
just a coincidence? Regarding updates, I should update one around 12 o'clock noon and one around 16:30 in the afternoon, unless there is something urgent. Bai Cha seemed absent-minded as he clicked around on the computer. The supervisor saw it when he passed by while pouring tea, opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. After all, he was followed last night and looked so miserable. No matter how conscienceless a capitalist is, he would not criticize someone at this time. We have to wait until tomorrow anyway. But in fact, Bai Cha was just familiarizing himself with computer operations. She is not in this line of work, so how would she understand these things? With no one to tell her, she had to give herself some time to figure out. Fortunately, it's not difficult. She soon opened 3 stores of her own. Then she found that there were a lot of orders in the background. Bai Cha was obviously stunned for a moment. She moved closer to the computer screen and checked it carefully. She even specifically called up the sales data from the previous few days. There were literally hundreds of additional orders overnight. She has 3 stores, one selling daily necessities, one selling large home appliances, and another selling sundries. Among them, large household appliances can contribute a lot of profits. Just looking at the transaction rate in the background and the level of customer inquiries, we can tell that the transaction rate here is not high. But now, more than a dozen customers bought electrical appliances quietly at the same time, all in large amounts, without asking any questions. Bai Cha found it a little unbelievable. She looked at her colleagues. Is business good today? My colleague asked in confusion. Your business is good? My shop is very quiet. Bai Cha nodded and said, It's not very good, but I suddenly got a few orders. There is a work group in WeChat that reports how much is sold every day and makes a report form. Bai Cha first processed all the orders, placed purchase orders from the manufacturer, urged for delivery, and then opened the relevant software and filled in the orders. When filling out the form, you need to click on each form. She just wanted to check the time one by one, but she didn't want her behavior to seem strange. Then she realized that there was something wrong with these orders, because every order was placed at 0:01 in the morning. White tea feels so wrong. She looked through the announcement in the workgroup, which explained how to calculate profits. Bai Cha calculated the profits he could get from the hundreds of orders overnight. What a coincidence. 5:21. It's hard not to think too much about this number. While registering, she logged into WeChat on her computer. By the way, she was going to look through the chat history in the elevator. Bai Cha swiped his mobile phone. This time it was loaded. There was no chat history before yesterday. She directly clicked on the chat history, but there was nothing. She was sure that this phone was not new, as there were cracks on the front and back screens, and it would sometimes lag when used. Gu Baixue probably doesn't have the money to buy a new phone. Bai Cha opened the chat history of other people on the computer and scrolled up. Very good, except for Qin Yuchi, everyone else has chat records. It is not the habit of cleaning up the chat records on the company computer as she thought at the beginning. Yes, with Gu Baixue's personality, there is no way she would clear the chat history every day. At most, you can clean it up when you resign. She simply started looking at other records as she hadn't finished reading her moments yesterday. She soon gathered more information. The reason why Gu Baixue owed so much debt was also found out. It was indeed because she had an ex-boyfriend. Gu Baixue had a relationship when she was in college. The relationship lasted for 4 years, and they broke up when she graduated. The reason for the breakup was that the man cheated on her. Moreover, the mistress was pregnant, and the man asked Gu Baixue to borrow money, saying that he urgently needed it for something at home. Gu Baixue gave it to him, but she had doubts in her heart. But she was already doing internship at that time and couldn't spare the time. A few days later, the man asked Gu Baixue to borrow money again. This time he asked for 10,000 yuan. Adding the 4,000 yuan he borrowed before, how could a college graduate afford this? Gu Baixue would naturally ask him what he was doing with the money and what happened at home. But this ex-boyfriend turned around and pooed her, saying that she had no sympathy, that she was unwilling to lend him money even when his family was in trouble after being together for 4 years, and that she didn't love him at all. Gu Baixue can swear at people every day, which doesn't mean she has a good temper. At most, she is just bowing to society and life. She immediately called the other party a scumbag. He was clearly asking her to borrow money, but his attitude was so bad. Who doesn't love who? These records were seen in the group of 4 people. Afterwards, Gu Baixue continued to go to her internship, but she received a text message saying that 20,000 yuan had been charged to her credit card. The total amount is 20,000. Speaking of which, this credit card was persuaded by my boyfriend to apply for it when I just started working. She really didn't have the money to rent a house at the time, and the internship salary was only 800 yuan. She didn't want to ask her family for money, so she just went for it. Big banks would not approve the application because she didn't have the salary, so her boyfriend took her to a small bank with a credit limit of 20,000. She used it a little but returned it quickly. As a result, all 20,000 yuan has been wasted. Gu Baixue naturally went to settle accounts with her ex-boyfriend, and then she found out that her ex-boyfriend cheated on her with the money because the mistress had an ectopic pregnancy and suffered heavy bleeding during the abortion in the clinic and needed money to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. She was dumbfounded. Then she beat the man severely and asked him to pay back the money before breaking up, but he meant that they could break up, but he couldn't pay back the money. Otherwise, they wouldn't break up. Gu Baixue didn't want to be with such a disgusting person, and her internship was over, so she simply moved to another place and planned to pay back the money herself. Bai Cha sighed inwardly when he saw this. That's money. It's not something that can be earned easily, and the bank doesn't charge interest, right? So, as expected, She used a certain website to cash out and transferred money back and forth with her credit card. Her salary was just that little and she still had to pay the rent. 3 years have passed like this, and now the amount of money I owe is increasing, and I have never been able to pay it off. She also became gloomy from the sunny look at the beginning. Moreover, in her previous design job, she could have received a promotion and a raise, with her salary at least reaching $6,000. If she really lived frugally, she could pay off the loan in more than a year. Unfortunately, the director of my last company was a bald, middle-aged man with a beer belly and a myriad of nasty ailments. Gu Baishua knew how to wear makeup when she went to work at that time, and her skin was pretty good. The other party just used foul language at first, but later it escalated to physical abuse. Gu Baishua couldn't bear it anymore and took action. Then she was fired. The supervisor had a lot of connections and spread the word that she beat her boss, so she failed in several design company interviews. She was anxious to pay back the money, so she simply went into e-commerce. But e-commerce is much more tiring than design, and the pay is less. She has only been working here for half a year, and now she has encountered such a thing. After roughly deducing and sorting out the entire past, Bai Cha sat there in a daze, as if he was out of his mind. In fact, she was thinking about all the relationships here. On the surface, this story has nothing to do with horror games. The root cause of what Gu Baishu experienced was that she did not firmly uphold her own interests and protect her rights. But she didn't completely swallow her anger and still showed some resistance. So, Bai Cha scrolled through the list. Who is the one who kisses Yuchi? The police station called. Bai Cha went out and answered the phone in the stairwell. Ms. Gu, we have already investigated clearly. The man at your door last night was from 704 across the street. His name is Chen Yan. He is indeed mentally ill. We have contacted his family. According to his family, he often claims that he can see things. He said that he saw you coming back with a man in a raincoat following you. The stairwell also has voice-controlled lights and windows, so the light is not dim. After the police on the phone finished speaking, especially the last sentence, the voice seemed to become a little distorted. There were drops of water on the top of my head falling into my hair. Bai Cha reached out and touched it, then moved away a little and looked up, but there was nothing. There was only a puddle of water above his head, as if there was a leak. But the upstairs shouldn't be the top floor, right? The police on the phone were still talking. Chunyan refused to admit that he had left the things at your door and the gift last night there. We had no choice but to look for the address on your package yesterday, but that phone number was no longer in service. The owner had died a year ago. The policeman's voice began to become ethereal and a little stretched out, like the sound played on an old TV. There was something wrong with the audio. I don't know when it got dark outside the window. Bai Cha's face showed uneasiness. She subconsciously wanted to leave the stairwell, but found that the door of the stairwell was locked and could not be opened no matter what she did. But according to our investigation, there was a case in that building a year ago. It was a case of a girl. And then, another body was found at the scene. The sound from the phone became intermittent, and the tone became increasingly strange. Then it stopped. A bone-chilling chill spread. Bai Cha heard footsteps behind him. She turned her head and leaned against the door behind her in horror, watching a staggering figure gradually going up the stairs in the darkness. The air was filled with the smell of blood.
Tick-tock.
A drop of water fell on Bai Cha's head. She raised her hand and touched it, but didn't dare to look up. She just let out a scream and started running upstairs. Don't run. Running around in the stairs. Isn't that courting death? It's okay to run, but don't panic. It's easy to get into trouble. Forget it. She won't care even if you remind her. Bai Cha was immersed in fear and kept running upwards, and then she ran to the rooftop. This office building has a total of 20 floors. Bai Cha went forward to open the door to the rooftop without thinking, and fortunately the door to the rooftop could be opened. When rushing out of the rooftop, Bai Cha discovered that the sky had become extremely gloomy at some point, as if a snowstorm was brewing. The biting cold wind made her shiver. The door to the rooftop that she had closed behind her was suddenly knocked. Bai Cha let out a scream, then covered her mouth and quickly looked around the rooftop, looking for a shelter that could protect her. There are a few places on the rooftop that can be shielded, but there is no way to hide people. Bai Cha was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. He hid in a corner and took out his cell phone to send a message to his dear Yuchi. The phone is now showing no signal. Bai Cha seemed not to notice and clicked send. Then it was sent successfully. GBX. Save me. Help me call the police again.
GBX, no.
Will calling the police really work? That thing. Bang, the door to the rooftop was violently slammed open. Bai Cha immediately covered her mouth and shivered in the cold wind. The phone is still on silent. Dear Yuchi, I received a message. Dear Yuchi, don't be afraid. It's okay. Bai Cha was so scared that he couldn't even type. There was another loud noise at the entrance to the rooftop, as if something heavy had fallen down. Then everything fell silent. It was so quiet that even the wind seemed to have stopped. The coldness became more obvious, and the air around even became humid. Bai Cha's teeth couldn't help but chatter, so he could only put his fingers into his mouth and bite them with his teeth to stop them from making any sound.
Tap, tap, tap.
The sound of footsteps approaching, getting closer, until behind her. Bai Cha's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned his head in horror and sat down on the ground. But there was nothing behind her. It was empty, with only the cold wind blowing, chilling people to the bone. Bai Cha sat stiffly on the ground until the ground became so cold that her hands hurt. Then she came to her senses and picked up the phone tremblingly. Cell phone signal has been restored. She pretended not to know and saw the second message sent by her dear Yuchi. Dear Yuchi, I will always be here. Bai Cha couldn't control her tears as she stood up from the ground in a panic. She carefully looked towards the entrance to the rooftop, but there was nothing there. The sky also became clear, like a sunny day after the snow. She stumbled back and tentatively opened the door to the rooftop. The corridor was no longer filled with dark air, but a damp smell mixed with a fishy odor still swirled around my nose. Bai Cha's mental state was obviously stimulated, and he almost fell several times when going downstairs. When she reached the turning platform on a floor, her foot slipped and she fell to the stairs behind. At the same time, there seemed to be a chill coming over her. When Bai Cha fell down, she felt as if there was a cold hand at the back of her head, preventing her head from colliding with the stairs. That hand is really cold. It almost gave her a fright. Bai Cha got up from the ground in a panic and looked back in surprise and doubt. Then she broke down and cried even more, almost crawling back to the 19th floor. Then I ran into my supervisor head-on. The supervisor was also shocked when he saw her appearance, and he grabbed her. She was dirty, shaking, and crying. What happened to you? I saw that you were not at your seat. Xiaolin said that you made a phone call, so I came to the stairwell to take a look. What happened to you? Bai Cha held her supervisor's hand in a panic. The supervisor's hand was very warm, which seemed to bring her back to her senses. She burst into tears. The supervisor was overwhelmed by her crying and could only comfort her constantly while looking out into the corridor, fearing that someone would come and see her and think she was bullying. Stop crying. What's wrong? What happened? Bai Cha was crying miserably, and because of the cold, she had a runny nose, and her face was covered with snot and tears. The supervisor had to take out tissue from his pocket and give it to her. She was trembling as she took a piece of paper to wipe her tears, shaking as if she had Parkinson's disease. The supervisor then showed an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. What's the matter? She asked, seeming a little helpless. She said in a trance, just now, someone chased me. The supervisor's face suddenly changed when he thought of what she said this morning about being followed yesterday. Didn't you call the police?
Bai Cha not that when.
I called the police. I came out to answer the police's call, but for some reason, the signal on my phone suddenly became very poor. I couldn't hear what the police said, and then a man appeared. As she spoke, her expression was filled with confusion, pain, and fear. She suddenly grabbed the supervisor's hand with such force that the supervisor frowned. He wanted to take his hand back, but didn't.
No, he is not a human being. He is not a human being.
The constant repetition of Baicha is just like a person whose nerves are stretched to the limit due to stimulation. The supervisor touched his arm and felt a chill run down his spine.
Okay, stop thinking about it.
Otherwise, I'll go to the police station with you again. Baicha sniffed and seemed to feel a little safer because of the 3 words police station. He calmed down a little and nodded. The supervisor sighed, took out his cell phone, and called his boss. This matter is indeed serious. In the e-commerce industry, there are more girls, and overtime work in the company is also based on shifts. If something really happens to their company, they will have to go to court. And most likely you will have to pay compensation. The boss felt overwhelmed just thinking about it, so he immediately asked his supervisor to take Baicha to the police station. The supervisor had his own car, and he took Baicha in it. He turned on the heater in the car, and the temperature gradually rose. Baicha gradually felt like he was coming back to life. It's darn cold. Baicha thought coldly in her heart that if this was filming in the entertainment industry, she would be on the hot search list for a month and be praised by fans for her professionalism. She sat there in a daze, and the supervisor tried to speak several times but swallowed it back. She really restrained herself today and kept silent. Baicha was thinking about the swaying figure just now. Was it the man in the raincoat? It didn't seem like it. I didn't smell any fishy odor when I first saw the man in the raincoat, but the smell of rotten flesh and decay coming from that figure just now is very clear. And judging from the current situation, neither the man in the raincoat nor the figure just now are human. 2 dead people. How did Gu Baishue get provoked? In fact, Baicha has already tended to think that the man in the raincoat is Yuchi, maybe because they both have the word rain in their names, or maybe it's just intuition. At least judging from the situation just now, it is obvious that the 2 ghosts have different goals, and the man in the raincoat seems to be really protecting her. And it was really right behind her. Baicha could sense the location of daughter in her heart. It was in the back seat behind her. That's right, in the split second that they were close, Baicha used his skill. Daughter LV1, after use, it can quickly take root and sprout in the host's body without being discovered by the host. After growing for 3 days, it can fully mature and bloom into daughter flowers. Eating it can gain the host's strength. More usage methods are available for players to explore on their own. This time the skill introduction is much more detailed than before, probably because of the upgrade. Baicha was not really afraid. She was observing everything with a sense of separation in her heart. So when that cold hand touched her, she reacted instantly. If you don't use it, it will go to waste. If you use it, it will not be in vain. From what we can see so far, this raincoat man has killed almost half of the players at the beginning, which shows how strong he is. In the last instance, there wasn't enough time for the daughter to grow. This time the dungeon will last for 7 days, and there shouldn't be any random players who can destroy it. The man in the raincoat has been following her, and he said something like, "I'm always here with you." There is an 80% chance that he is Yuchi. But actually there are a few weird things about this copy so far.
El Shirki Shukui.
I have no other chat records with her. The chat records of other people can be traced back to a long time ago, some even dating back to 3 or 4 years ago. In other words, the chat with this dear Yuchi seemed to have started yesterday morning. But according to information revealed by Chinchin Yuchi herself, the 2 of them have known each other for many years. Baicha needed to find a legitimate reason to check all of Gu Baishua's information again, such as what games she had played and what she had purchased. But you have to find an opportunity. It's impossible for her to check her own information all of a sudden. That's not in line with her character. Second, what exactly did Mr. Chi talk about during that half-hour phone call? Baicha has already looked through the recordings on her phone. Unfortunately, Gu Baishue isn't the type of person who would set her phone to automatically record calls. So she might have to find a way to go to that address and phone number, or find an opportunity and a suitable reason. Third, there were 2 people following her, or rather 2 ghosts, harassing her at the same time. Judging from the brief confrontation in the company just now, one wanted to kill her, and the other might really want to protect her, although the word protection should be put in quotation marks. This kind of protection from Yuchi is really scary. It would have been fine if she hadn't seen the news in the barrage, but the barrage clearly told her that Qingqing Yuqi had killed several players. Bai Cha actually thought that it might be because those players did not play their roles well. Because this protective mentality is easy to guess. The person I want to protect is Gu Baixue, but someone impersonated her. I want to kill him, her, and get my Gu Baixue back. That's about it. This is a role-playing game, and Baicha has been very strict in following the principles of role-playing from beginning to end. That is, I am in the play, and will never be out of it. After kissing Yuqi, who is the other person? Why did he kill her? Were those things at the door placed there by Qingqing Yuqi, or by this person? This was another piece of news that she needed to find an opportunity to check. She had to ask the neighbor named Chen Yan. Bai Cha also felt a little embarrassed. Playing a role is actually the biggest limitation for players because they cannot step out of the role. This will cause obstacles in finding clues. We're at the police station. Wait a minute, I'll stop the car. The supervisor finally spoke. She found a spot to stop in front of the police station, opened the passenger seat, and helped Bai Cha, who was sitting there in a daze, out.
Hey, you said.
If it really doesn't work out, go back and find a boyfriend. At least there's a man who can protect you. Bai Cha was silent. There's no point in having a boyfriend when there's something like this going on with ghosts. In fact, she suspected that it was the ex-boyfriend, but it was unclear whether the ex-boyfriend was dead or not because Gu Baixue had deleted him, etc. Bai Cha's heart moved slightly, and he realized something else. What was the ex-boyfriend's name? It seems that almost no personal information has been revealed. While she was lost in thought, she had already followed her supervisor into the police station. Heko, are there any assistances available to you? Bai Cha came back to her senses. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, and she burst into tears again.